Before we begin, there is no need to remember anything. Simply relax your body and mind, slow your breathing, and allow this tranquil tale to gently guide you into tonight's slumber. We are about to explore. Tonight we shall delve into the perilous, untold chapters of America's progress. A tale as ancient as legend, yet woven from the crack of splintered wood, the scent of damp earth, and the taste of icy murk. The truth is, had you been in that valley at 3:10 p.m. on the 31st of May 1889, survival depended not on courage or cunning, but on mere seconds of pure fortune. Once settled, if you truly cherish this tale, do remember to like and subscribe. Tell me in the comments where you're from and your local time. It's always a delight to witness listeners joining from across the globe. Set your phone aside, take a deep breath, and let us begin. Before the flood came, the iron ore was already there. Before the iron ore, the valley had long existed. It was a deep, stubborn fold in the western Allegheny Mountains, of Pennsylvania. Slowly carved by two lazy rivers, Stone Creek surged from the south, while the little Conemo River meandered from the east. Where they met, they merged into the Conemo River, carving a steady channel westward. This natural confluence in the wilderness was destined to give birth to a town, Johnstown. By the late 1880s, it had outgrown its village status, forged into a city by the flames of industry. Its identity was pure and unmistakable. Johnstown meant steel. Johnstown meant steel making. The Cambria Iron Company was the city's heart. Not merely a factory, but a kingdom. Its domain stretched for miles along the river, a sprawling industrial complex of colossal furnaces rolling mills and converters. By day, smoke and coal dust shrouded the valley in perpetual dusk, the air thick with the scent of coal and metal. Should sunlight appear, it was but a distant pallid disk filtered through the industrial haze. Come nightfall, the entire sky seemed to blaze with fiery intensity. When the converters pour molten steel orange-red light, tears through the low-hanging clouds, transforming the night into a flickering false daylight. This is the city's pulse, the metallic breath of the furnaces, the thunderous clang of hammers on steel plates, the piercing wail of whistles marking the ceaseless shift changes. This is the sound of progress, the thunderous roar of wealth, forged through violence. The workers who create this wealth mirror the torrent of the times surging in from all directions. First came the Welsh and Germans, masterful blacksmiths and miners who laid the city's foundations. Then came the Irish, fleeing famine to find new struggles in mines and factories. Then came the flood from southern and eastern Europe, Slovaks, Poles, Hungarians, Croats, performing simpler labour huddled in the cramped quarters of Cumbrian towns, miners' villages and pit towns. They spoke different tongues, prayed in different churches, yet were bound by a shared existence. The Cumbrian ironworks controlled the houses they rented to, the shops where they bought food on credit, the doctors who treated their ailments, and even the ground where they were buried. This system of industrial control appeared benign, yet was deeply entrenched. Its architect, Daniel Johnson Morrell, a Quaker industrialist, presided over the ironworks for many years, driven by vision and civic pride. He revered order, determined to forge a city as sturdy and dependable as steel itself. Under his stewardship, Johnstown evolved from a rugged settlement into a proper town, boasting a library, an opera house, and a stone-built bank. Yet Morrell knew full well, with a clarity bordering on cruelty, that this city stood upon a floodplain. A city of steel, dependable and steadfast. Under his stewardship, Johnstown evolved from a rough settlement into a proper city, boasting a library, an opera house, and a stone-built bank. Yet this city stood upon a floodplain, a fact Morrell knew all too well, with a clarity bordering on cruelty. The town sat at the bottom of a bowl-shaped terrain with over 30,000 people crammed onto the low-lying plain where three rivers converged. Streets were narrow, buildings stood shoulder to shoulder, and the population was dense. This city of brick, stone and steel was in truth a city imprisoned by nature. Mountains rose steeply on all sides, verdant and silent, channeling rivers and weather directly towards the city's heart. Morel understood the peril. He had witnessed minor floods, seen spring thaws pour muddy water into cellars and ground-floor dwellings. He knew the city's wealth was bound to a constant hidden fragility. He had even served on the board of the dam owners upstream, repeatedly warning of its condition. But in 1888, Daniel Johnson Morel passed away. By the spring of 1889, Johnstown basked in a clamorous, self-assured equilibrium. Social order was as rigid as steel girders. At the apex stood the managers and proprietors of the Cambria ironworks families, like the powerful Gautier clan, who dwelt in Victorian mansions atop Mount Simon Heights. Surveying the city, they ruled from their lofty perches. The middle tier comprised the burgeoning middle class: shopkeepers, doctors, solicitors. While the foundation was the vast working class, the lifeblood of the city crammed into riverside tenements, their lives dictated by factory whistles. This miniature city of the Gilded Age mirrored America's ambition, its ingenuity, its stark divisions, its unspoken arrogance. They took pride in their achievements, taming the wilderness, mastering nature, wielding fire and steel. In this naturally formed valley they erected monuments to industry, unaware that 14 miles away along the Conemo River a grander monument stood 450 feet above their heads, a monument to leisure wealth and appalling negligence. Departing Johnstown Valley in the 1880s felt like traversing two worlds. Travelling east along the Conemo River, following the Pennsylvania Railroad's ascent over the Allegheny Mountains, the valley's oppressive metallic air gradually dissipated, and the persistent grey haze would eventually yield to clear azure skies. The criss-crossing tracks, workshops and workers' cottages gave way to steep hills cloaked in fir and pine. After 14 miles of winding ascent, you finally reached the valley. The grey haze yielded to crisp azure skies. The dense network of tracks, workshops and workers' quarters will be replaced by steep forested hillsides, fir and pine trees standing tall. After a winding climb of 14 miles, you will reach the small station at South Fork. Here, a completely different way of life unfolds. A simple existence planned in tranquility, a nature sculpted by human hand. This is the gateway to the South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club, undoubtedly one of America's most exclusive and prestigious retreats. Its membership roll reads like a who's who of Gilded Age magnates, Pittsburgh's business titans whose names epitomized coal, coke, steel and smelting. Andrew Carnegie, though seldom seen, remained a member. His business partner, the notoriously hard-nosed Henry Clay Frick, was a founding member and ardent supporter. Banker Andrew Mellon, shrewd corporate lawyer Philander Knox, later U.S. Senator and Secretary of State, and Pennsylvania Railroad Chief Robert Pitcairn were also among its ranks. They were not merely wealthy men, but the architects of modern American industry. These titans, commanding vast empires of capital and labour, made decisions in the smoke-filled offices of Pittsburgh that could build or destroy entire towns. They yearned to escape the world they had created, seeking a cure for industrial civilization, a world filled with noise pollution, constant pressure, and weary, often resentful workers. In 1879 they found paradise in the mountains above Johnstown. They purchased a tract of state-owned land, including a colossal earthen dam and its reservoir lake. This dam, constructed between 1838 and 1853, served as a crucial hub for the Pennsylvania Main Canal, a complex system designed to transport goods across the mountains, originally known as the Western Reservoir. The lake was intended to supply water to the canal west of the Allegheny Mountains. This mid-19th century feat of engineering swiftly fell into disrepair with the rise of the railways. After the Pennsylvania Railroad acquired the entire canal system, the dam was left to decay. A minor breach occurred in 1862, causing downstream flooding, but no major catastrophe. By the time Pittsburgh merchant Benjamin Franklin Laffey acquired the land for industrialists, it lay in ruin. The club set about transforming this forgotten engineering feat into a private playground with the lake as its centrepiece. They cleared silt, dredged the channels, and bestowed a new name. No longer the plain western reservoir, but the more poetic Lake Connemara. They invested heavily in stocking the tidy new shoreline with game fish, particularly black bass. Along the pristine new shoreline, they erected a grand 3-story clubhouse with a 40-foot veranda. Commanding panoramic lake views, this Victorian country-style masterpiece housed an elegant restaurant, library, billiard room, and 16 exquisitely appointed guest rooms, exclusively for wealthy members like Frick. Private villas stood like a forest, multi-story summer residences concealing their humble origins. Small yachts and sailboats dotted the lake where regattas and dance parties were held. In summer they fished and rode, breathing crisp mountain air while enjoying delicacies and wines transported from the city. The entire estate resembled an escape from reality, a meticulously crafted aristocratic pastoral dream. They styled themselves as refined gentlemen detached from the coarse world of commerce and pursuing nature's purity. Yet the foundation of this secluded paradise was a vast, ancient, and utterly transformed industrial behemoth. Their comfortable haven hung precariously above a dust-filled, crowded valley, where thousands of labourers still toiled in the depths. The social and psychological distance between them was immeasurable. Members of the South Norfolk Fishing and Hunting Club scarcely gave thought to the 30,000 souls inhabiting the floodplain downstream. Their world was confined to this tranquil 2.5-mile stretch of water. Enclosed by an earthen wall, they owned a wall they maintained, and a wall they profoundly and tragically failed to comprehend. They regarded it as the boundary of their private lake, while the residents of Johnstown lived downstream of a 70-foot-high dam holding 20 million tons of water. This disparity in perspective ultimately led to catastrophe. The South Fork Dam was a colossal feat of early engineering, a testament to brute force. The boundary of a private lake, while the residents of Johnstown lived beneath a 72-foot-high dam body, a structure holding back 20 million tons of water. This disparity in perception would ultimately lead to catastrophe. The South Fork Dam was a formidable structure, a feat of brute force in early engineering. As an earthen dam, its strength derived not from concrete or precision masonry, but from the immense weight of its compacted earthen mass. Its crest spanned 931 feet. Its base measured 272 feet thick. Originally constructed by Pennsylvania, the dam was equipped with several critical safety features, born of reverence for the power of the impounded water. Yet the gentlemen of the South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club were not engineers. They were sports enthusiasts concerned with scenery, pleasure and money. To them, the dam was not a complex hydraulic system, requiring management, but a landscape to be reshaped for greater comfort. Under their stewardship, a series of seemingly reasonable minor alterations were implemented, ultimately dismantling every single backup safety feature of the original design. This engineering catastrophe unfolded over several years, beginning with the most critical change: the removal of the spillway pipes at the dam's base. State engineers had originally constructed a stone-lined tunnel housing 5 cast-iron pipes, each 2 feet in diameter. A valve tower on the lakeshore allowed operators to open these pipes, releasing floodwaters from the lakebed in a controlled manner. This system served a dual purpose, regulating the lake's water level and, more critically, enabling the release of floodwaters during emergencies to alleviate immense structural pressure. When Benjamin Laff and his team undertook the restoration of this neglected dam, they discovered the valves were leaking and difficult to operate. A full repair would have been both costly and complex, and moreover the club had no need for these pipes. They were operating a private fishing lake, not canal waterway. The pipes were deemed redundant and were dismantled. The tunnel through which they passed abandoned its fate. Now uncertain, reports suggest the tunnel was filled with earth and rubble, while others claim it was left to collapse. The scrap value of the iron pipes may have determined their fate. To save a few $100s and avoid full restoration, the dam's only controlled drainage channel vanished permanently. Since then, water from Lake Connemara has overflowed solely from the crest. Yet the dam crest structure underwent a subtle transformation. The original earthen dam design incorporated a critical component, the freeboard, the height of the dam crest above the normal spillway water level. This emergency channel, designed to handle flood peaks, served as a safety buffer, ensuring that during catastrophic floods, water could pass safely through the spillway without ever overtopping the dam crest, its weakest point. Yet club members yearned to drive their elegant carriages directly from the lakeside clubhouse to their villas on the opposite shore. The dam crest offered the shortest route, but the original curved section proved too narrow for two carriages to pass side by side. To widen the road, they simply levelled the central section of the crest, lowering parts of the structure, particularly the middle section already sunken due to years of settlement. By 2 to 3 feet today, the crest sits almost level with the sidestone spillways, meaning the vital safety buffer, the free water level, has been sacrificed. This seemingly casual modification to widen the road has planted a deadly seed. When the next heavy downpour strikes, the dam itself will be forced to act as the primary flood channel. Yet earthen dams are fundamentally unsuited to crown overflow. When floodwaters scour along the dam, face erosion occurs at terrifying speeds. With the spillway pipes removed and the crest levelled, the only remaining safety feature is the spillway channel itself. This shallow channel, carved into the natural bedrock at the dam's western end, was intended to function as a passive overflow valve. Yet here too the club made a fatal decision. Their primary concern was not the dam's structural integrity, but the lake's fish population. They had invested heavily in stocking Lake Connemara with prized black bass, and were determined to protect their investment. The solution was to install iron gratings and heavy-duty wire mesh at the spillway's mouth, allowing water to pass while blocking the fish. From an angler's perspective, this design was flawless, yet from an engineering standpoint it was profoundly misguided. The forest floodway must not only discharge floodwaters, but also clear debris carried by torrential rains, branches, logs, even entire fallen trees. The club's fish protection nets functioned as perfect traps, intercepting fish while simultaneously blocking all flood-borne debris. During storms, rising lake waters carried debris directly to these barriers, swiftly clogging the nets. The spillway instantly transformed into a dammed embankment, where the sole escape route became the new obstruction. With nowhere to go, the water would continue rising until it overflowed the damaged spillway, seeking the next lowest point, now the dam's central section, precisely where the carriageway had been conveniently widened. The problem ran deeper. The dam leaked a recurring issue since its construction, and a common trait of such earthen structures residents of South Fork downstream of the dam had long been accustomed to spotting damp patches and trickles on the dam's downstream face during the club era. These seepages were never professionally repaired, treated instead as minor nuisances. Whenever new seepage points emerged, workers were instructed to plug them from the lakeshore, often using a haphazard mixture of hay, straw mud, and hemlock branches. This was akin to applying small bandages to deep wounds. Each patch might stem the visible trickle, yet the water would invariably carve new paths through the loose earth, perpetuating a slow and persistent internal erosion. This phenomenon, termed tubular erosion, was corroding the dam from within, rotting from the inside out. Even as club members glided their boats across the lake's tranquil surface, they treated their lion like a house cat, patching it up, painting it, tidying the landscape. yet never hired professional hydraulic engineers to comprehensively test the fundamental strength of this aging colossus holding 20 million tons of water. From selling the spillway pipes as scrap metal to installing fish protection nets, they consistently prioritised leisure over safety. They crafted the perfect lethal trap perched high upon the mountain. All it takes now is a heavy downpour. The waters beyond South Fork Dam have always been adept at disguise, mirror still reflecting languid summer clouds, and the refined facades of lakeside clubhouses and villas like a Gilded Age tableau of peace, a private mirror image of Pittsburgh's industrial magnates. Yet beneath the tranquil surface the torrent has perpetually tested, knocked and battered this flawed earthen dam bearing millions of tons of water. For years a small band of steadfast voices had sought to warn the water was speaking. They were the valley's prophets, engineers and surveyors who deciphered water's language through cubic foot poundage and the pressure behind the dam. Like all unwelcome prophets, they were deliberately ignored. Originally constructed by Pennsylvania as part of the grand yet failed main canal system, the dam stands as a formidable feat of engineering. It possesses 5 cast-iron spillway pipes, each 2 feet in diameter, embedded within stone-lined tunnels in the dam's foundation. These serve as the dam's safety valves designed to release lake water under controlled conditions during floods, relieving pressure to facilitate maintenance. Each 2 feet in diameter embedded within the dam's stone-lined tunnel. These served as the dam's safety valves, enabling controlled drainage of the lake to relieve flood pressure and facilitate maintenance. By 1857, when the Pennsylvania Railroad acquired the old canal site, the dam had fallen into disuse. Following a partial breach in 1862, it was scarcely repaired. Yet the core of its safety design, the spillway pipes, remained intact. When Benjamin Laff became the first entrepreneur to recognise the commercial potential purchasing the land to establish the new South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club, this weary yet sturdy structure still stood. The problem was that the spillway pipes were leaking and a complete repair would be prohibitively expensive, meaning the lake would have to be drained, which was precisely the very purpose for which the club existed. When the resort entrepreneur acquired the site to establish the South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club, he inherited this structurally sound yet weary old building. The problem was that the spillway pipes were leaking and a complete repair would require a huge investment, which meant draining the lake, and the lake was the very reason for the club's existence. Thus, in an almost beautiful act of short-sightedness, the spillway pipes were not repaired but dismantled. Uprooted and sold as scrap metal, the stone-lined tunnels that bore them were simply buried beneath earth and gravel. The dam's core safety mechanism vanished like a blocked artery, leaving behind nothing more than an earthen bowl without an outlet. Subsequent alterations each constituted minor crimes against science. Originally 72 feet high, the dam's crest had been lowered by years of neglect and the 1862 breach. The club's repairs were slapdash. Instead of restoring the dam to its original height and width, with layers of compacted clay they haphazardly piled in whatever materials were at hand. Slate slabs and tree stumps were crammed into the structure. In their haste, they also lowered the crest by at least 2 feet, effectively reducing the reservoir's emergency storage capacity. This created a dangerous depression at the dam's apex, precisely where structural integrity is most critical. The sole flood outlet now consists of a shallow spillway carved into the rock face, its scale utterly inadequate for draining nearly 50 square miles of catchment area. Worse still, the club's boundless wisdom led them to install iron gratings and heavy mesh across the spillway opening. From a sporting perspective, this was a pragmatic, even shrewd move, designed to prevent their carefully stocked expensive game fish, black bass, from escaping the private lake. Yet this was tantamount to installing gratings at the bottleneck of an inevitably overflowing vessel, guaranteeing that floodwaters would inevitably carry silt and debris to block the outlet in times of crisis. These flaws were not hidden. They were visible, quantifiable errors, and warnings had long been sounded. The foremost and most persistent voice of caution belonged to John Fulton, a senior mining engineer with the nearby Cumbrian Iron Company. As the industrial heart of Johnstown Fulton, he understood profoundly the immense power of water and the brutal nature of substandard dams. He had surveyed the dam's structure multiple times, the earliest instance dating back to 1879. An engineer well versed in the immense power of water and the brutal nature of substandard dams, he'd inspected this structure multiple times, the earliest dating back to 1879, a full decade before the catastrophe. His professional assessment was unequivocal. A thorough walk along the dam's length, measuring the fragile spillway, documenting the missing discharge pipes. The report submitted to Daniel J. Morrell, head of the Cumbrian Iron Works, was written in a professionally restrained tone, yet its very words warned of impending danger. He detailed the extremely rudimentary spillway and the shoddy patchwork repairs, asserting that should a major flood occur, the entire dam was highly likely to be swept away. Morrell, a man who respected engineering, was deeply troubled. He forwarded the report to the South Fork Club leadership, urging immediate action and even offering to have Cumbrian engineers oversee repairs at the company's expense. This goodwill was rejected. To the labouring world of Johnstown, it felt like an affront to Pittsburgh's elite. Even an insult, Fulton was not alone. Journalist P.F. Smith, with his keen structural eye, penned a scathing expose after on-site inspection, declaring the structure a sword of Damocles hanging over 30,000 downstream residents. He detailed the central subsidence of the dam, the questionable building materials, and the seepage of water into the dam face, locally dubbed wetting. These warnings were dismissed as alarmist, yet those who had witnessed the canal's construction and understood its engineering would shake their heads in dismay whenever they gazed upon the lake. They knew the missing pipes, witnessed the debris piling up on the fish screen after every light rain. In tavern corners they would say, "There's something odd about this dam, it just doesn't feel right." This folk wisdom, born of experience, resonated with the engineers' cautious warnings, yet their voices were faint, easily drowned out by factory clamour and the confident rhetoric of decision-makers. The most piercing alarm came in the final years after Daniel Morrell's death. His successor, the head of the Cumbrian Iron Works, was deeply troubled. In 1881, another engineer was commissioned to survey the dam, John Parker Jr. This capable young engineer met a cruel fate, perishing in the dam's final moments. Daniel Morrell, now head of the Cumbrian Iron Works, remained deeply troubled by these concerns in 1881. Another engineer, John Parker Jr., was dispatched to inspect the dam. This promising young engineer, by a cruel twist of fate, was present at the site on the very day of its collapse. His preliminary report 8 years prior had been as damning as Fulton's conclusions. The spillway was wholly inadequate, and the club's repairs were merely stopgap measures. He precisely predicted the cascade of events leading to collapse. Persistent heavy rainfall would cause the lake to surge. Debris would clog the spillway, floodwaters would overflow the earthen dam crest, and rapid top-down erosion would follow. This was not an if scenario, but a technical manual detailing how the South Fork Hunting and Fishing Club had dug its own grave. The lake would swell dramatically, debris would clog the spillways, and floodwaters would surge over the earthen dam's crest, rapidly eroding it from above. This was not a prophecy of future disaster, but a technical manual for catastrophe. How did the South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club obtain these reports? They had read the correspondence, heard the rumours, yet responded with the typical indifference of the upper classes. Club founder Benjamin Rave once answered a worrier's query. This dam can withstand any flood. Elias Unger, who later became chairman, assured anxious Johnstown residents, absolutely safe, declaring he himself would be present at the dam in an emergency, knowing how to execute the blasting. This was nothing but foolish bravado. Cutting through this 70-foot-high, 900-foot-long earthen dam under 20 million tons of water pressure would require an army of explosives, not a single man with a pickaxe club. Members like Henry Clay Frick and Andrew Mellon were masters of calculation. Their fortunes built upon risk assessment and cold, hard profit and loss figures. Yet, when it came to this pivotal structure suspended over a crowded valley, their summer playground, collective blindness prevailed. The cost of compliant repairs was negligible against their personal fortunes, but it remained an expense and inconvenience. Thus, warnings were shelved and concerns dismissed as the unfounded grievances of local alarmists. The dam stood silently cradling its vast lake, waiting. It waited for the perfect rainfall. On the afternoon of the 30th of May 1889, the rain began to fall. That day was Memorial Day, the national holiday later renamed Remembrance Day. Johnstown's dawn had been filled with festive spirit. A parade marched down Main Street. Republican veterans in crisp uniforms formed ranks. Their numbers dwindling each year, flowers were laid upon the graves of Civil War fallen. Yet by noon the sky had turned a bruised leaden grey, the air thick and oppressive, a deathly stillness settling over the land like the calm before a storm. Then came the downpour. No ordinary spring shower, it was a tropical deluge, pouring down as if to wring the last drop from the Appalachian sky. Anomalous weather was unfolding the vast storm system that had swept Kansas and Nebraska all over central Pennsylvania, held firmly in place by the foothills of the Allegheny Mountains, drawing vast quantities of moisture from the Atlantic and the mountains. The humid air was forced upwards and cooled by the terrain, unleashing a veritable deluge. This catastrophe raged from the night of 30 May into the early hours of the 31st. By dawn on the 31st, the heavens remained wide open, the rains constant, deafening roar pounding relentlessly upon every roof and window pane in the Conmore Valley. It was a vertical river descending from the sky. Official subsequent statistics revealed that within a mere 20-4 hours, the region received 6 to 10 inches of rainfall, marking the most severe storm on record for the area. The earth lay utterly saturated. Its capacity, exhausted, the ground seemed to weep. Water surged from lawns and fields. Every mountain spring became a gushing fountain, and every babbling brook transformed into a raging, muddy torrent. The tributaries feeding the little Comnemo River, Stone Creek, Laurel Creek, and Hinkson Creek all became churning beasts, tearing apart embankments, uprooting trees, fences, and small bridges, and sweeping the debris downstream. Water levels began to rise in Johnstown and the surrounding areas. The little Connemo River and Stone Creek converged in the town center to form the Connemo River. By dawn on the 30-1st of May, both rivers had breached their banks. Floodwaters seeped into cellars before surging over the ground floors of riverside homes and shops. This alone scarcely caused alarm. Johnstown was, after all, a city of floods, nestled in a natural basin where two waterways converged. Minor inundations were an irritation, but a familiar one. Residents moved valuables upstairs, propped up furniture, and resigned themselves to the inevitable clean minus up. Telegraph wires hummed with news from upstream water levels had surpassed those of the Great Flood of 1887. Yet people responded with a weary routine. Residents watched from their windows as the river swelled, witnessing logs, chicken cages, and the occasional dead animal swept away by the torrent. The river raged, yet this town had long grown accustomed to its fury. 14 miles upstream, however, at an elevation 600 feet higher, A far more perilous catastrophe was unfolding. Unprecedented rainfall was now converging upon the 40-7 square mile watershed of South Fork Creek, the very source feeding the club's private reservoir, Lake Connemara, the source of Conmore Lake. Every drop falling upon these hills now surged towards Benjamin Rave's clumsy engineering masterpiece. This usually tranquil lake, stretching to under half-miles long, was now swelling at a terrifying rate like a giant cup held beneath a cosmic tap. The water level was estimated to be rising by a foot per hour, silently creeping up the manicured lawns of the club villas, swallowing the bodicescent summer gardens. The lake's surface was undergoing a silent metamorphosis. The tranquil mirror had vanished, replaced by churning muddy minus brown waters strewn with debris washed down from the surrounding slopes, first branches and trunks, then entire logs and fallen giants, gathering to form vast tangled rafts. Waves and currents relentlessly drove this floating mass towards the dam at the lake's far end. The volume of water now surging into the lake was immense. The salt spillway was overwhelmed. The fish screens, designed by the club to protect bass habitats, now performed their duty with deadly efficiency, functioning like a perfect fishing net, trapping debris into a thick, dense mat that nearly sealed the spillway. The dam's sole pressure relief valve was being systematically choked off. Water pressure continued to mount, and with nowhere for the floodwaters to escape, the water level rose relentlessly. At dawn on 31st May, John Parker, a young engineer residing at the South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club, realized the crisis had reached a critical stage. The very same man who had inspected the dam 8 years prior and identified its flaws. The irony of this history offered him no solace whatsoever. He awoke to the thunderous roar of the storm and the ominous rumble of the rising lake. Though not a dam specialist, his background lay or in general construction and railway engineering, he grasped the fundamental principle. The water was rising far faster than it could be released, braving the torrential downpour. He made his way to the crest of the dam. The sight before him was terrifying. The lake's surface, normally 10 feet below the crest, now lay mere feet away. The spillway was choked with turbulent currents, only a trickle of water breaking through the dense barrier of logs, branches, and fence posts. The lake water tore violently at its restraints like a tethered beast. Parker found Elias Unger, the club chairman, a man in his 60s who had temporarily taken over management duties this season. Unger was a businessman, not an engineer, yet the peril was starkly evident. They swiftly assembled a team, several clubs, often Italian laborers working on a nearby construction site. The task was desperate and almost certainly futile. Their primary objective was the spillway, armed with spades, spears, and bare hands. They waded into the churning torrent at the channel's mouth, attempting to pry loose the breach and in the fish miner's screen barrier. The struggle was futile. For every plank they dislodged, 10 more were swept in to fill the gap. The immense pressure of the entire lake had laminated the debris onto the barrier, its weight staggering. They were battling a water-powered battering ram, yet the discharge rate could not keep pace with the rising water level. As the floodwaters steadily rose, encroaching upon the dam's crest, they devised a second, more desperate plan. Angle recalled his own boast that he could cut through the dam if necessary. Now faced with grim reality, he ordered his men to attempt carving a new spillway on the dam's western flank. Near the spillway, in a section of lower lying terrain, a small team of about 20 men began digging frantically. Armed only with spades and pickaxes, they battled rock hard earth and a persistent drizzle, soaked to the skin, cold and exhausted. Their efforts resembled digging trenches with teaspoons, the soil compacted as solid as iron, each of a lefuel of earth removed only to be replaced by more slurry washed back by the rain. The lake's ascent far outpaced their progress. The water, their adversary, held the advantage in this race. By mid-morning, with the water level mere inches from the dam crest, Parker made a critical decision. He rode to Southwark Village and dispatched a telegram downstream. He issued a stark warning to the telegraph operator in Evola, the next major settlement, declaring the dam is in imminent danger of bursting. Advised the residents of Johnstown to prepare for the worst. Simultaneously, he dispatched a messenger named Wentworth on foot along the railway line to relay the same alert. These warnings reached their destination in time. The engineer of a passing train heard the alarm at South Fork Station as the locomotive roared into the valley. He fastened the whistle rope around his neck and sounded a piercing alarm continuously as the train passed through towns such as O'Connor, East Kenmore, and Woodville. Yet these warnings proved vague. As the train traversed the valley, he released the whistle rope, allowing the piercing alarm to sound continuously. The shrill cry echoed relentlessly as the train passed through towns such as Mineral Springs, East Kenmore, and Woodville. Yet these warnings were vague, and the tragic familiarity had bred numbness. The cry of the dam is about to burst had become a fixed refrain in every flood, a valley-minus specific version of the boy who cried wolf. Some alert individuals moved to higher ground, but most paid no heed. They heard the whistle, yet remained indifferent, accustomed as they were to the roar of the rising floodwaters. Yet the river had risen many times before. The 20 million tons of floodwater pent up 60 feet above. This concrete, tangible figure represented a threat beyond imagination. The dam site's final line of defense had reached its decisive hour. By noon, the excavation efforts had failed. The newly cut spillway was but a few feet deep, a mere scratch upon the water's surface. The lake water had begun to touch the dam's crest, lingering around the central collapse. Elias Anger and John Parker knew this battle was beyond redemption. Their small team could do nothing but witness the slow, inevitable death of this colossal structure. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, personnel on the dam noticed beads of sweat forming on the downstream face. The rate of seepage through the earthen walls had surged dramatically. The dam was saturating, its internal strength rapidly diminishing. First came trickles, then surged muddy torrents, carrying sludge and rubble downward. The dam was not merely crowned, it was being hollowed out from within. Unger ordered the evacuation from the dam face. They retreated to the eastern high ground, turning to watch the final moments. After a long wait, the water flow ceased atop the dam, forming a vast horizontal surface. At 2:50 p.m., a trickle began to spill from the central depression, initially as gentle as a garden cascade. Once the water found its path, it became unstoppable. The stream swiftly carved a channel through the loose, uncompacted soil downstream of the dam. The downstream face deepened and widened at an alarming rate, the murmuring trickle transforming into a roaring torrent. The dam keepers heard a deep, grinding sound emanating from within the structure. 900. 0 because of earth and rock had begun to shift. In an instant, catastrophe struck. The entire downstream face seemed to dissolve and collapse. The crest caved in uncracked, revealing a V-shaped breach at its center. The breach expanded explosively, as if cleaved by an invisible blade, stretching to 1889 on Friday, 31st May. At 3:10 p.m., the South Fork Dam ceased to exist. In its place gaped a colossal maw. The entire volume of Lake Kenmore, 20 million tons of floodwater, equivalent to the flow at the mouth of the Mississippi, began pouring into the narrow Kenmore Valley. The flood did not flow, it gushed, plunging as a single, monolithic mass of water. It is estimated that a wave approximately feet high erupted from the valley floor, scouring the riverbed down to the bedrock where the dam had stood. John Parker, Elias Unger, and their weary laborers could only witness this silent catastrophe. Their struggle had ended. For the 30,000 inhabitants of the valley floor, a new, terrifying reality approached at 40 miles per hour. The sky darkened abruptly through the drizzle. An eerie, dim light cast the Allegheny Mountains emerald green into a near-zinc-black jade hue. Along the slender steel spine of the Pennsylvania Railroad through Conmore Valley, the world was linked by a single copper wire. This humming conduit carried the invisible dialogue of modern civilization, weather reports, stock prices, trivial private matters. But on 31 May 1889, it began transmitting something else prophecy. At Southwark Station, within a precarious wooden hut clinging to the banks of the Connemara River, young telegraph operator Emma Ellen Field watched the rising water. She was no hydraulic engineer, merely a woman who understood the simple rhythmic language of the telegraph key dots, dashes, spaces, and urgent language. The messages she began sending were not for public consumption, but operational directives along the line to the Pennsylvania Railroad headquarters in Pittsburgh, addressed to District Superintendent Robert Pitcairn. It was an alert from one cog in the vast, intricate machinery of the railway to another. The initial telegrams were cautious and factual: rising waters, tracks under threat, standard operating procedure. But as the morning light shifted, the tone changed abruptly. Workers dispatched to South Fork Dam, the colossal earthen barrier holding back. On Moore Lake returned, pale minus faced with dire news the lake had breached the crest, and the torrent was now lapping at the dam's summit. The telegram was sent. South Fork Dam in danger of breaching. Pittsburgh in imminent peril. The Western Union office in Johnstown received the alert, and another telegraph machine rattled under the swift fingers of an operator named Hetty Ogle. She tapped out the message. He handed the telegram to the messenger boy. The boy splashed through the already flooded streets of Johnstown, racing towards the offices of the Cumberland Steel Company, the very heart of the city. He delivered the telegram to the manager, who, after reading it, performed the same action as countless others that day filed it away. There exists a peculiar phenomenon in human nature, the resistance to confronting unpleasant truths. The residents of Johnstown were expert on floods. The town sat on a floodplain at the confluence of two rivers, like a bowl-shaped basin. They had weathered many floods. Water levels were marked on door frames. Goods had long been moved upstairs, and canoes had even been seen navigating the main street. Floods were merely a cyclical nuisance, manageable, but the rumors about the dam, arriving as punctually as spring rain, were another matter. The South Fork Fishing and Hunting Club, that elite coterie of Pittsburgh industrial magnates, who owned the dam and lake, had long been the focus of local resentment. They were seen as negligent, absentee landlords. The dam, poorly maintained, rumored to have leaked before this breach, yet never before had it failed. The dam stood as a constant fixture on their life's horizon, a threat so familiar it had lost its stare. The cry of wolf had been raised often. In South Fork, Emma Ellen Field was sinking into despair. Reports from the dam grew increasingly alarming. John Parker, the club's resident engineer, was trapped atop the dam with several Italian labourers. This desperate little team was futilely digging new spillways with spades, like trying to empty a bathtub with teaspoons. The floodwaters had now surged over the dam's central crest. Not seepage, not trickles, but a steadily deepening brown curtain of water, gnawing at the earthen slope. Ellen Field tapped out a second telegram, its words stripped of all professional jargon. Water. The torrent now surged over the dam's central crest, no longer a seep, no longer a trickle, but an ever-deepening brown curtain of water, gnawing at the earthen face. Ellen Field tapped out another telegram, its words stripped of all professional restraint. The dam is in a critical state. The message raced along the copper wires to the local office of the Johnstown Railway Authority, where the dispatcher handed it to his superior, Ross. Upon reading the message, Ross made an immediate decision. He dispatched personnel to warn the company's low-line paint shop and move several carriages to higher siding tracks, thus safeguarding corporate assets. Yet sounding a full alarm, setting off the Cambria Iron Works whistle and compelling thousands to flee for the hills, was quite another matter that would have sparked panic, disrupted operations all over a rumour that had circulated a dozen times before. The cost of error was too high. This failure was not technical, but a failure of imagination. No one in the valley could truly foresee the catastrophe that would unfold when 20 million tons of water surged forth. The telegraph system proved a perfect match for this catastrophe, a chain of human operators, each making seemingly rational micro-minus decisions based on limited information and past experience. Information arrives as assessed, relayed, shelved. Each individual decision was sound. Avoid panic, await confirmation, like a false alarm. Yet when these minor, reasonable choices linked together, they forged a fatal chain of passive inaction. At 1:30 in the afternoon, the main telegraph line running through the valley was swept away by the raging river. Only a single, thin wire clinging precariously to an overhead pole maintained a fragile connection. The final messages were sent along this thread, no longer warnings, but eyewitness accounts of the apocalypse unfolding. Those desperate dots and dashes described waters cascading like a colossal curtain, depicted the dam crest softening like paste, the central section beginning to collapse. Telegraph operators listened. The wires themselves seemed to hear the fear encoded in the frantic rhythm of the Just past 3 o'clock, the telegraph in Southwark fell silent. Emma Ellen Feld witnessed the floodwaters reaching her doorstep, clutching her child as she fled. The wires still hummed, yet with a hollow, expectant silence. The prophecy had been delivered, written upon slits of paper, read and pondered, yet ultimately ignored. The final message was silence itself, void, soon to be filled by a sound Johnstown had never known. The demise of South Fork Dam was not an instant explosion, but the slow, orderly unfolding of scientific law hours during which the dam bore the pressure of a lake swollen to unprecedented proportions. 20 million tons of water relentlessly battering the 90-foot high earthen and rock embankment, seeking any weak point. This aging structure, originally built for the state canal system, had been abandoned before being hastily rebuilt by the Southwark Hunting and Fishing Club. The club's wise decisions included several modifications, lowering the crest by several feet to widen the carriageway, atop the dam, dismantling 5 large spillway pipes at the base to sell the scrap metal and, most fatally, installing fish-exclusion barriers, iron grates and mesh, originally intended to prevent introduced black bass from escaping within the spillway channel. On the morning of 31st May, as torrential rain lashed the hillside, these fish barriers fulfilled their purpose with deadly efficiency. Floodwaters surged into the lake laden with debris, fallen leaves, branches, even entire uprooted trees, steadily drifting towards the spillway. The dam's sole flood discharge channel became completely obstructed by the fish net barriers. Soon they ceased to function as barriers, transforming instead into a solid, immovable wall, with the spillway blocked and the safety valve sealed shut. The floodwaters had nowhere to go but upwards. Water began seeping from the dam's lowest point at its apex. Initially, it appeared as damp patches on the withered grass along the downstream shore, then transformed into tear-like rivulets, carving trenches through the compacted earth. John Parker and his team of labourers toiled with a sombre, futile intensity, attempting to excavate a new channel at one end of the dam, creating a second spillway to relieve the pressure. Yet the earth proved stubbornly resistant. The shovel heads bounced off the hard rock and soil, as though attempting to carve a gorge with a plastering trowel. As they toiled, they could hear the dam groaning beneath their feet, a sound not loud, but deep, a resonant growl of immense forces locked in mutual resistance. The curtain of water, cascading over the crest, broadened and deepened. No longer a trickle, but a waterfall some 300 feet wide and 2 feet deep. It tore at the turf, clawed at the earth, and began to erode the downstream slope of the dam, a phenomenon known as scouring. The earthen dam's stability depended on a delicate equilibrium of weight and friction. Its strength derived from its immense mass and carefully engineered slope, yet the torrent cascading over its crest was externally dismantling this engineering structure, steepening the gradient and undermining its foundational integrity. Workers who had manned the dam and fled in panic looked back to see entire sections of the slope areas the size of cottages crumble and vanish into the muddy torrent below. When disaster struck, there was neither explosion nor roar. Witnesses on the hillside described it as if the dam's center had been forced outward, the water minus eroded structure utterly failing to bear its load and beginning to sink. This colossal earthen wall shrank and subsided like liquid matter, collapsing like a melted candle. A V-shaped breach appeared at the crest, and the torrent of Lake Coney most finally poured through unimpeded. The water did not flow gently through the breach, but erupted like a geyser. Black water, mud and rock gushing forth like a giant fire hose. Within minutes, the breach widened to engulf the dam's central section. The sheer volume of the flood drained the 2-mile long lake in just 40-5 minutes. 20 million tons of water, a volume equivalent to the flow of the Mississippi River Delta, are poured into a winding gorge mere hundreds of yards wide. The initial surge was not a clear blue wall of water, but a churning, black torrent. It was both the lake's water and the dam itself, millions of tons of earth, rock, and timber churned together into a viscous, grinding slurry. As the torrent was constricted by the narrow gorge, waves surged nearly 70 feet high, racing at the speed of an express train, 40 miles per hour. It did not flow over the land, but tore through it. The flood peak scraped the valley down to its bedrock. Centuries-old trees were not merely felled, but uprooted and vanished. Even the soil was stripped away, leaving only bare rock to form a desolate, alien landscape. The sound was a deafening, continuous roar, carried for miles. Valley dwellers heard this sound before witnessing the catastrophe, the world's cry of collapse. This raging beast, this unleashed inland sea, now bore down upon the unsuspecting towns of Conmore Valley. The flood surged 14 miles down the little Conmore River Valley, not merely advancing but gathering momentum. The torrent from the breached southern dam was terrifying enough, that liquid hammer of mud and water, but the final wave to strike Johnstown was utterly different. It became solid, a moving mountain of debris propelled by the unstoppable force of the lake behind it. Its first victims were South Fork, the small town adjacent to the dam, bore the brunt. Sturdy timber minus framed houses and the quiet railway station were torn apart within seconds. The buildings weren't submerged, they were imploded by the water pressure, the wooden frames exploding into flying fragments. The wreckage of South Fork houses, bridges, trees was all swept into the churning torrent. The floodwaters, carrying fragments of the entire town, roared along the winding river coast. Mineral Springs, a settlement built upon a narrow shelf where a brook converged with the main river, lay in its path. Here, the valley abruptly narrowed, funneling the massive wave like a funnel, doubling its heightened velocity. As the torrent struck the settlement with devastating force, the stone railway bridge stood in its path. This 19th-century engineering marvel, bearing the weight of the tracks, resisted the onslaught for a brief moment before collapsing with a terrible groan from its masonry structure. Tons of hewn stone joined the debris field. The torrent now surged, carrying houses, trees, and the bridge's wreckage. This violent process of engulfment defined the disaster. The flood acted like a predator, devouring everything in its path, growing fiercer with each consumption. As it raced down the valley, it tore apart the Pennsylvania Railroad track. Steel rails weighing over 70 pounds per yard were bent into garlands, wrenched from their wooden sleepers and woven into the flood's tapestry. Tens of thousands of sleepers themselves became part of the deadly torrent. The flood then reached the industrial town of East Camoran. The vast railway that serving the Cumberland Steel Works. Dozens of locomotives and hundreds of freight cars stood on sidings, while colossal turntables loomed by the riverbank. Now the flood had become a 60-foot high wall of black debris, crashing into the yard. It effortlessly swept up 70-5 ton locomotives, as if they were toys some hurled hundreds of yards away. Others swallowed whole, becoming semi-solid. Crushed hammers, battering rams, quick and cyan turntable sheds crumbled like fortresses. Their massive turntables and heavy machinery swept into the torrent. Just upstream from East Canmore, the geotier wireworks owned by the Cumberland Iron Company became the flood's most deadly arsenal. The factory grounds held miles of stored wire, particularly the then novel barbed wire, each coil weighing hundreds of pounds. The flood tore through the factory buildings. The wire was unraveled, stretching for miles, weaving itself into a vast steel minus or net amidst the ruins. It entangled houses, trees, and railway carriages, binding the wreckage into a formidable monster, an almost indestructible floating crushing mass. For those unlucky enough to be trapped within it, this became a deadly trap. As John Hess's locomotive approached East Canmore Station, he heard the roar and looked up the valley to witness what he later described as a moving hill, spewing thick smoke like a volcano. Without hesitation, knowing a passenger train laden with passengers had just departed for Johnstown, he acted. Realizing those downstream remained unaware of the impending catastrophe, he performed an astonishing, instinctive act of heroism. He seized the locomotive's whistle cord and held it fast, forcing the horn to emit a continuous, piercing alarm. Then, with a fierce kick of the reverse pedal, he raced the train along the tracks against the flood surge. The whistle sounded like a desperate alarm, warning all who could hear. He raced his small locomotive against the forces of nature, staying ahead by precious minutes. The whistle was a faint thread of human defiance against the deafening thunder behind. But the flood was faster. It caught the locomotive, flung it from the tracks, and hurled it aside. Hess was flung from the cab, surviving miraculously. Yet his warning had been heard. People across the valley heard the desperate whistle, looked up at the incredible sight, and fled. Some escaped, while the torrent now carried the wreckage of 3 towns, a railway yard, and miles of barbed wire as it surged onward. It was no longer liquid, but a solid, spiked avalanche, half a mile wide and 40 feet high. Its leading edge was a wall of crushed timber, houses, machinery, and stone, behind which lay the immense, unstoppable weight of Lake Coney, its next colossal obstacle, and the final threshold to Johnstown, was the Canmore Railway Bridge. This magnificent stone arch, 60 feet, 6 inches high, had been built to withstand centuries of trial. The colossal wave, laden with immense debris, struck the bridge. Rather than fracturing, the structure remained rigidly upright, yet in doing so performed its final, devastating function. It became a filter. The floodwaters passed through, while the bridge itself was crushed flat, forming a fracture's own hundreds of feet long. This stone arch bridge, 60 feet high, had been built to withstand centuries of weathering. The colossal wave, laden with immense debris, struck the bridge but failed to destroy it. In its act of support, the structure performed its final, devastating function. It became a filter. Water could flow through the 7 great arches, but the debris could not pass. Within minutes, the debris from the entire upper Canmore Valley piled upon the bridge piers, forming a temporary dam of unimaginable scale. Water pressure built relentlessly, forming a colossal water hammer poised to strike. This avalanche of debris was now compressed and concentrated, aimed directly at the heart of Johnstown, just a mile and a half downstream. The whistle from the Cumbrian ironworks should have been the final warning, the one true signal piercing through the storm's roar and the afternoon stillness. At 3:10 in the afternoon, the whistle emitted a desperate, sustained wail. Yet for most in Johnstown, its meaning remained unclear. The alarm had undoubtedly sounded, but for what? Another river surge? A factory blaze? Few grasped the truth. This was merely the 10-minute warning before the world ended. 10 minutes to face a 40-mile per minus outward. He granted them roughly 15 minutes. Not for escape, but for astonishment. People lifted their heads from dinner tables, glanced out windows, and saw the grey, weeping sky. Amid the drumbeat of rain, they heard a new sound, a low, earth-minus shaking rumble. It was a noise that shook the very marrow before being recognized, utterly unlike any familiar sound of nature. At 4:07 p.m. on Friday, 31st May 1889, abstract dread crystallized into tangible catastrophe. It did not descend as a dramatic, clear-waved spectacle, as artists might depict, but materialist as a solid mass, a churning wall of semi-liquid filth and debris, its forefronts whirling with what survivors later termed the death-misted arc haze composed of crushed earth and wood chips, propelled into the air by the sheer pressure of the advancing torrent. The flood's arrival was not a splash, but a roar, a deafening, sustained detonation drowned out all other sound. It was the roar of terrain disintegrating, the crackling of thousands of trees snapping like twigs, the rumble of houses being torn from their foundations, the crunch of bridges warping into scrap metal. 20 million tons of water surged into the narrow valley, carrying a torrent of debris that consumed everything in its path. The first wave struck Woodville, essentially a suburb of Johnstown, not passing through but obliterating it in an instant. Orderly houses, the royal mill, the church, all vanished, swept away by the raging tide. By now, the surge was no mere flow of water, but a colossal battering ram composed of houses, railway carriages torn from their tracks, livestock ripped from miles of barbed wire fencing, and the very people who had lived here moments before. It transformed into a thick, black, grinding slurry half a mile widened, nearly 40 feet high in places, carrying immense bent-up energy as it slammed into Johnstown. It swept up barbed wire from livestock fences and residents' clothing, becoming a thick, black mudslide half a mile wide and 40 feet high in places. This torrent, surging 14 miles from the breached South Fork Dam, struck Johnstown with astonishing accumulated force, within the very heart of the town. 10 minutes of devastation descended. This settlement, built upon a floodplain whose very geography its founders had deemed a commercial opportunity, where the Little Conmore River met Stony Creek, bestowing vitality upon the town while simultaneously sealing its doom, was now engulfed. The confluence of the Little Conmore River and Stony Creek, the very land that gave the city life, now sealed its doom. After engulfing Woodville, the torrent slammed into Johnstown's eastern edge, first to forward railway turntable yard. The Gortner wire works, these industrial colossi of brick and steel shattered like paper. The flood was not a fluid that flowed around obstacles, but a solid beast that crushed everything in its path. It struck the Pennsylvania Railroad's passenger yard directly. Witnesses on the hillside saw 30-3 empty carriages lifted up, bobbing like corks for a moment before vanishing into the churning chaos. As the main torrent surged down the Little Conmore River, a smaller yet equally ferocious flood tongue swept through the northern town, wiping entire streets from the map. It slammed into the Lutheran Church of Germany, a burly brick edifice where dozens sought refuge within the bell tower. The flood breached the front wall, gouged out the interior, leaving the tower standing alone for a brief moment, a solitary monument amidst the chaos before it collapsed and crumbled, plunging into the turbulent current. The floodwaters, with terrifying cunning, meandered through every street and alleyway, transforming them into fresh channels of destruction. They brought down the 4-story Herbert building, one of the town's most luxurious hotels, tearing it apart into fragments. The torrent surged into the main street, commercial district, sweeping pharmacies, bakeries, hat shops and all their contents and proprietors into its maelstrom. The physical scale of this catastrophe was unimaginable. A volume of water equivalent to the Mississippi River's flow compressed into a narrow valley, exerting impact pressures of several tons per square foot. The floodwaters not only demolished structures but detonated them through what is now termed the water hammer effect, as water forced its way through doors and windows. Trapped air within the buildings had no escape, causing the structures to implode from within a single minute. A house where a family had been gathered for dinner became nothing more than planks adrift in a black torrent. Entire towns were systematically dismantled, their very components becoming weapons of self-minus destruction. People were wrapped in the moment of upheaval one instant, still sheltered in their homes, assuming the rising floodwaters on the streets were merely another deluge, perhaps the worst they'd witnessed, yet still survivable. They retreated to second floors, third floors, attics, watching through windows as floodwaters surged over thresholds before darkness swallowed the view. The flood crest obscured the sky. Houses began to shake violently, then shift. They became vessels in a raging sea, often lasting mere seconds before being swept away by the torrent towards the unknown. Outside, the floodwaters pounded against doors. Then sudden darkness outside the flood crest obscured the sky. The house shook violently and began to drift. It became a vessel in a stormy sea, often surviving only seconds before being smashed against another building or a locomotive swept miles by the floodwaters. Thousands were swept away in this first violent surge, some crushed instantly beneath debris. Others found themselves clutching the tilted roofs of their own homes, drifting at terrifying speeds through the wreckage strewn across neighborhoods. They saw neighbors they had known all their lives, bellowing cries for help from identical rafts of rubble mere feet away. Within 10 minutes, it was over. The wave, that singular colossal entity, had passed through, having breached the bustling industrial town of Johnstown, home to 30,000 souls. In the time it takes to boil an egg, it had scraped the city center down to its bedrock foundations. What remained was not a submerged town, but a lake formed upon its site, a churning pool of ruin covering hundreds of acres. Only the spires of the most solid stone churches pierced the surface like grave markers. The heart of Johnstown had vanished, along with thousands of its inhabitants. Yet the flood and its terror were not yet spent. It now raced towards the valley's sole formidable obstacle, the Pennsylvania Railroad Stone Arch Bridge. This 19th-century engineering marvel, constructed in 1887, comprised 7 colossal arches designed to bear the weight of mainline trains crossing the Conemaugh River, spanning the city's western edge. This bridge was designed with the characteristic confidence of its era as an eternal structure, capable of withstanding any flood the valley's river could bring, and indeed it did. It was this very solidity, this triumph of engineering, that precipitated the second catastrophe of that day, in some ways more terrifying. As the destructive surge engulfed Johnstown, it piled a compressed mountain of debris before it. The town itself crushed and churned into a single solid mass. This contained the skeletal remains of hundreds of houses, thousands of uprooted trees, miles of track and barbed wire, steelworks boilers, freight wagons, furniture, agricultural equipment, and the remains of countless animals and humans. This floating island of debris collided with the stone arch bridge. The arched structure, designed to channel floodwaters, proved a perfect filter. Water squeezed through the arches, but the wreckage could not pass. Under the immense pressure of the turbulent current, the debris began to pile up. Within mere minutes, the entire river valley became obstructed, a dam of debris. A blockage began to form. It expanded at astonishing speed, becoming a tangled mass of wreckage stretching nearly half a mile upstream from the bridge, eventually covering over 30 acres. The pressure was unimaginable. Entire houses were smashed into the rubble pile, crushed into kindling. Railway carriages were twisted into grotesque shapes. Miles of barbed wire from the gut-tier factory became entangled in the debris, binding everything together like hellish reinforced concrete, creating a deadly trap. Hundreds were wrapped within, many miraculously surviving the initial flood surge, with floating roofs or floorboards serving as makeshift lifeboats. They rode rafts of driftwood, even hauling others aboard, believing the worst had passed. Yet their makeshift craft were swept into this colossal mass. They plunged into perilous waters, littered with splintered timber and jagged iron. And during the relentless grinding of the river, by 5 o'clock, as dusk descended, they found themselves stranded in the center of a newly formed lake. Clinging to a 30-acre island of death, the solid ground the survivors had initially found offered hope, only for that hope to swiftly transform into fresh arrow limbs entangled in barbed wire. Heavy beams crushing limbs, the living undead intertwined, the wails of the injured mingling with the roar of floodwaters surging beneath the bread. By 5 o'clock, as dusk deepened, the tragedy abruptly descended into hell. The precise origin of the blaze was lost in the chaos, yet one could easily imagine the rubble, heaped steamed with combustible debris, uprooted trees, splintered timber, oil-soaked fragments of houses. The floodwaters not only swept away countless oiled rums and kerosene, but also carried fuel from factories and homes to this very spot, spilling undropshering. They saturated the debris. A single spark, perhaps embers from a collapsed stove trapped by house rubble, or the flame of a shattered oil lamp, was enough to ignite catastrophe. As the first wisp of smoke rose from the heart of the ruins, followed swiftly by a second, the oil-soaked wreckage ignited with terrifying speed. Fueled by gale-force winds, the flames spread like wildfire, perpetually nourished by an endless supply of combustible material. Beneath the stone bridge, the rubble heap, hundreds of survivors, trapped atop and within the debris, now faced utter despair. Having endured the flood's devastation, they now faced the fire's torment. Rescuers on the hillside could only witness the catastrophe helplessly, hearing piercing screams, seeing silhouettes illuminated by the colossal bonfire, witnessing those attempting to escape the burning ruins, only to be trapped by barbed wire or shifting piles of timber. The inferno acted like a furnace, its heat so intense it warped the steel rails on the viaduct. Thick, oily smoke spread for miles, choking the air. A few brave souls on the shore attempted to organize rescue efforts, forming human chains to wade through the churning debris filled waters, trying to reach survivors near the shore. Yet the ropes they cast were swallowed by the turbulent currents. For every person pulled to safety, dozens more were consumed by the flames. The entire 30-acre ruin blazed like a blast furnace, transformed into a roaring funeral pyre. This vision of Dante's infernal terror was seared into every witness's memory. Onlookers on the hillside reported glimpsing figures rising from the depths of the wreckage, only to be swallowed once more with the intensity of a blast furnace. The entire 30-acre expanse of ruin became a roaring funeral pyre. This Dantean horror would forever be etched into the memories of those who witnessed it. People on the hillside reported seeing figures standing in the heart of the inferno, their outlines visible amidst the flames, only to be consumed and vanish. The cries of hundreds faded into the deepening night, replaced by the crackling roar of hellfire. The blaze upon the stone bridge burned through the night, continued into Saturday, and its embers would smolder for days. It is estimated that some 800 survivors, who had endured the initial 10 minutes of the flood, ultimately perished in the bridge's inferno. Their remains were consumed alongside the ashes of their homes. Yet the resilient bridge itself, this immovable colossus, though charred and scorched, remained structurally intact and steadfastly standing. It had fulfilled its purpose, perfectly withstanding the floodwaters, yet became a 30-acre monument, etched with the second. Purely man-minus made catastrophe born from the first disaster. The night of 31 May 1889 dragged on interminably. Johnstown shrouded in rain, torrential water, flames, and thick smoke, the sounds of destruction never ceasing. Yet darkness must yield, and dawn must illuminate the remnants of ruin. The dawn of Saturday, 1st June, did not break, but seeped into the valley with a grey, sluggish light, piercing the low hanging dome of smoke. The rain had finally ceased, yet the air remained thick and oppressive, saturated with a sickly concoction of odours: the damp, primal scent of river mud, the acrid, terry stench of smouldering timber from the bridge, and beneath it all, a new, sickeningly sweet fragrance that survivors would forever associate with death. An unnatural stillness settled over the land, the roar of the flood replaced by a deep, unsettling silence, save for the gurgling of water, seeking fresh paths through the wreckage, and the solitary wails of mourners in the distance, those who had clung to rooftops through the night, held fast on hillsides, or huddled within the few buildings that had miraculously survived. A first light of dawn revealed the true scale of the catastrophe, plunging the crowd into collective, dazed disbelief before them lay not the aftermath of a disaster-stricken town, but the empty expanse where the town had once stood. For miles eastward from the stone bridge, the entire valley was a monotonous expanse of ruin. The land resembled a barren lunar surface, blanketed in thick, ochre-colored sludge, concealing unknown horrors beneath. Streets, houses, and gardens that had stood in orderly rows yesterday now lay as jumbled debris. Fields pooled with black water, in vast mudflats. Familiar land marks vanished. Rivers diverted. 20 to 30 foot high mounds of rubble. Survivors drifted through this alien unworld like ghosts, shrouded in the all-pervasive sludge, their ragged faces etched with profound exhaustion. They moved in a daze, their minds straining to process the sensory horror. The spectacle before them was as grotesque as a collage of life violently reassembled a grand piano, improbably wedged among the high branches of a plane tree. An entire house's upper story standing upright, almost reverently, in the center of what had once been the main street, its bedroom curtains still fluttering in the breeze. A baby's cradle floated in a puddle, rocking silently beside a horse's carcass. A pristine white wedding gown hung from a snapped telegraph wire, like a ghostly flag fluttering over the desolate ruins. It was these details that pierced the shock those minutes. Absurd traces of daily life amidst an unimaginable landscape of destruction. The first human encounters were fraught with hesitation. Primitive souls crawled through the ruins, calling out names amidst the wreckage, husbands seeking wives, mothers searching for children, when encountering unfamiliar survivors. The first question was always the same. Who are you? Whom have you lost? The social fabric of the town had snapped. There were no more doctors, solicitors, or steelworkers, only survivors. They trudged through the mud. This area sometimes inches deep, sometimes head high. Soon they learned to fear anything familiar. Fragments of household furniture, children's toys, for they signaled that all belonging had vanished. The corpses scattered everywhere were even more suffocating, entangled in the ruins of bridge piers, buried deep in the mud, hanging from branches, or exposed in the wilderness, the torrential floodwaters often tearing away all clothing. On the first morning after the disaster, the living were compelled to traverse streets littered with the remains of the dead, undertaking the brutal yet essential task of identifying bodies. This necessary act meant bringing terrible certainty to one family while allowing another to continue their desperate search with a sliver of hope. Temporary mortuaries began spontaneously appearing within the few remaining standing buildings. The moral and practical challenges were suffocating. No government, no police, no authority, only mud. Before we begin, there is no need to remember anything. Simply relax your body and mind, slow your breathing, and allow this tranquil tale to gently guide you into tonight's slumber. We are about to explore Before we begin, there's no need to remember anything. Simply relax your body and mind, slow your breathing, and let this tranquil tale gently carry you into tonight's dreams. Tonight we explore progress, but not the glittering kind imagine Alaska's wilderness. Not the postcard perfect untouched landscape, but a land scarred by crude oil and broken promises. Survival here is an exhausting endeavour. The tale begins with a vessel a monument to industrial ambition. It is neither beautiful nor elegant, merely immense. Built for a monumental undertaking beneath the waterline, the hull was a muted red, above stark black, with only the ship's name in white letters clearly visible. Only the white letters of the ship's name were discernible longer than 3 football pitches. Its width would have made the Panama Canal hesitate. Born of the energy crisis, this supertanker was built for a single purpose: to transport Alaskan crude oil to refineries in the south. She was named the Exxon Valdez, hailed as a technological marvel upon her maiden voyage. Her colossal propellers, driven by engines, roared like caged beasts. The bridge boasted cutting-edge radar and navigation systems. The sheer volume of her oil tanks defied measurement on paper. The vessel was considered a paragon of safety and reliability. At its helm was Captain Joseph Hayswood, a veteran of the company with decades of experience, renowned for his mastery of such colossal ships. The company entrusted this new tanker to him, a testament to their confidence. Yet dark currents were already stirring. Rumours of his troubles with alcohol on shore followed him like a shadow. Exxon had arranged treatment upon learning of the issue, deeming it resolved. Company policy prohibited alcohol consumption before duty, yet on the vast ocean such regulations sometimes remained mere words on paper. On the evening of the 23rd of March 1989, the Exxon Valdez lay at anchor in Valdez Harbor, Alaska. The air was crisp and cold, a blend of pine and salt dock lights cast an orange glow upon the water for hours. Warm, dark, crude oil flowed steadily into the tanks, loading completed by nightfall. The vessel lay heavy upon the water, a sleeping giant awaiting departure. Prince William Sound was a breathtakingly beautiful place. Its intricate ecosystem, formed by deep fjords and icy clear waters, nurtured seals, salmon, and millions of seabirds. This pristine world had evolved over millennia. Giant tankers traversed its waters daily, navigating precisely along meticulously planned routes. Safety was the daily norm, and deviation from the routine would invite disaster. Seals, salmon, and millions of seabirds inhabit this pristine realm, a world refined by time into exquisite equilibrium. Colossal tankers traversed this natural sanctuary daily, navigating meticulously charted channels with surgical precision. Safety is an ironclad imperative. Deviation invites catastrophe. Aboard the Exxon Valdez, Captain Hayswold prepares to head south. The tanker was fully laden paperwork, nearly complete, the invisible pressure to keep the oil flowing ever present, measured in dollars and contracts. Just after 9 o'clock, guided by the harbour pilot, the vessel cast off. It moved slowly away. The first 2 hours involved cautious navigation through the narrow channel, the massive ship moving with a weighty yet graceful motion through the restricted waters. The atmosphere in the wheelhouse was professional and calm. The pilot issued commands, the helmsman executed them, the captain monitored the situation, all strictly according to procedure. Just before midnight, the pilot completed his duties and departed in a tender. The Exxon Valdez had now entered open waters under the sole command of Captain Hazelwood. The bow pointed towards the vast southern ocean, marking the end of routine navigation. Everything that followed would be subject to scrutiny. The sea never lay still. This was a realm where wind-driven waves and ocean currents intertwined. On this frozen night, neighbouring glaciers continuously shed colossal icebergs into the shipping lane. The Coast Guard tracked the drifting ice with outdated radar, striving to alert the crew in advance. Previous tankers had reported altering course upon encountering thick ice. As the Exxon Valdez now headed south, Hazelwood observed dense clusters of ice signals flashing on the radar ahead. The designated route resembled a dual carriageway on water, a northbound channel and a southbound channel designed to guide vessels through deep waters away from peril. A major hazard was the Blair Reef marked on all charts. The southbound channel maintained a wide safety margin west of the reef. Any tanker striking it would have veered significantly off course. Immediately after the pilot disembarked, Hazelwood contacted the Coast Guard in a measured tone. He reported the ice situation and stated his intention to deviate eastward from the southbound channel to avoid danger. The Coast Guard operator acknowledged and approved. On the bridge, Hazelwood ordered a port turn to evade the ice, simultaneously departing the safe channel. Minutes later, he commanded a return to a due south course. This new route took the tanker across the northbound channel directly towards the Blair Reef at its eastern edge, a standard ice avoidance manoeuvre. The critical factor lay in subsequent actions. The vessel must be turned back onto the safe channel before reaching the reef area, demanding precise timing and vigilant lookout. As midnight approached and the crucial turning moment drew near, Captain Hazelwood made his decision. He left the bridge, entrusting the helm of the fully laden giant to Third Officer Gregory Carsons, while the helmsman remained at his station. The rationale behind this move remains contentious to this day. Some claim Cousins was occupied with paperwork, while others question his alertness. Hazelwood made the decision that set the course for disaster. He left the bridge, transferring control of the fully laden supertanker to Third Officer Gregory Cousins. The helmsman remained at his station. The reason for this action remains a subject of ongoing debate. He claimed to be occupied with paperwork, while others pointed to his drinking hours earlier. Whatever the reason, the result was a catastrophic break in the chain of command. Third Officer Cousins, lacking the necessary qualifications for navigating these waters, now bore sole responsibility for executing a critical, precise turn. Hazelwood's final instruction seemed straightforward. Maintain course until level with a certain lighthouse contour line, then turn right. The captain then descended below the bridge. Time passed in the silent dim light, only the engine's deep rumble piercing the darkness of the Alaskan night. The giant vessel advanced steadily. Cousins watched the shore lights and radar, awaiting the turning marker set by the captain. Yet a supertanker's manoeuvre was no agile car. Each turn demanded time, covering astonishing distances. There existed a suffocating inertia. One could not command it, only negotiate with it. The cousin seemed to wait too long, perhaps restless or misjudging the bearing. The final minutes remained shrouded in mystery, conflicting recollections like a thick fog. Only one thing is certain: the turn was initiated too late. My cousin ordered a starboard turn, the helmsman turned the wheel, and the hull began its slow, agonizing shift. But it was too late. The vessel's immense inertia still propelled it towards its fatal course. My cousin ordered the rudder angle increased, yet the vessel still failed to turn in time. Panic spread across the bridge. He commanded hard to starboard, the maximum rudder angle. The helmsman wrenched the wheel violently below. The massive rudder turned, but it was like trying to pivot a skidding skyscraper. The force was too great, the time too short, the reef too close. The lookout on the forecastle was the first to detect the anomaly. Her voice taut with terror as she radioed the bridge, reporting the red buoy marking the reef. Its light, which should have been visible starboard, now appeared in the wrong direction. Cousins on the bridge glanced at the radar, then stared at the inky water, a sickening foreboding rising within him. There was nothing to be done now. The laws of physics had taken control of the vessel. For agonizing seconds, the bridge crew stood frozen. The colossal vessel glided across the tranquil inky sea like a silent steel missile heading straight for the heart of the reef. The impact was not a single thunderous crash, but a series of deep, violent tremors accompanied by the sickening screech of metal, scraping against metal, shattering the silent night midnight and 4 minutes the 24th of March 1989. To the sailors slumbering below deck, it felt like striking a high wall. Violent jolts hurled them from their bunks again and again in relentless, brutal succession. On the bridge, Cusins and the helmsman were slammed against the console as the deck convulsed. The symphony of horror unfolded. The low groan of steel bending beyond its limits, the shrill screech of bursting rivets, the terrifying wail of the giant hull being torn apart. The shrill triumph of rock over steel erupted as the sharp granite teeth of Bligh Reef tore through the tanker's single-hull plating. The hull's violent tremors abruptly ceased. Forward momentum halted, replaced by a suffocating dead silence. Alarms pierced the air, jolting Captain Hazewood from his cabin. Clutching his clothes, he sprinted towards the bridge. Those few seconds felt like an eternity met with utter chaos. Coons, his face drained of colour, delivered the brutal truth. We're aground. It was the very definition of understatement. Hazewood seized the radio microphone, attempting to turn the ship away from the reef. He ordered engines full astern, but the hull was firmly wedged, emitting only a groaning scrape that inflicted further damage. The first tangible sign of disaster was the smell. A sharp, pungent odour began to permeate the vessel, rising from the damaged tank below. It was the scent of fresh crude oil. It filled the bridge, seeped into the passageways, and hung heavy. In the cold night air, Hazewood stepped to the bridge wing and looked down, illuminated by the deck lights. He saw it. At the waterline, a churning mass of scalding black liquid was spreading outward into an ever-widening stain. That was his cargo now pouring into the pristine waters of Prince William Sound. A frantic damage assessment commenced, with reports returning that were despairing. The hull was completely ripped open. 8 of the 11 cargo tanks breached 2, torn apart entirely. The largest oil tank was gushing crude at a terrifying rate. The Exxon Valdez was not leaking. It was bleeding. Reefs had torn a gash over 500 feet long through the hull, as if a giant serrated blade had sliced the ship open towards the sea. 22 minutes after grounding, Hazewood spoke again to the Coast Guard. His voice was unnaturally calm, laced with technical jargon. Valdis route. This is Exxon Valdez. We are aground north of Goose Island near Blair Reef. Oil spill confirmed. We shall remain here for some time. The phrase hung in the air. This understated statement stood in stark contrast to the torrent of black liquid gushing forth at over 20,000 gallons per minute. The pristine seawater was silently turning black, the crude oil carpet spreading silently across the strait, delivering venom and death to the thriving ecosystem slumbering in the darkness. In the wrecked tanker's bridge, the crew could only watch the disaster they had wrought unfold, illuminated by the cold, merciless light of the deck lamps. The tearing of metal had ceased, yet new sounds were emerging, a man-made plague advancing silently and inexorably. In the liquid stillness of Alaska's profound night, this colossus that had conquered nature was finally vanquished by it. The catastrophe had begun. 8 cargo holds torn open like tin cans, the structural integrity of this modern marvel collapsing in an instant. The immense weight of 53 million gallons of crude oil, still warm from the pipelines, began seeking an outlet. This was no mere leak, but a massive hemorrhage. Black fountains gushed from the hull, primal oil surging into pristine frigid seawater. Over 200,000 barrels spilled within the first 3 hours alone. Picture a black river, a thick foul tide churning and spreading beneath the cold starlight. The crisp air, scented with pine and sea salt, was replaced by the industrial stench of hydrocarbons. This vessel, once a symbol of commercial pride, now stood as a bleeding wound in a fragile ecosystem. Initial responsibility fell to the oil company consortium, who devised a plan, a voluminous document detailing procedures and commitments, claiming professional equipment could be deployed within 5 hours to contain major spills. A perfect blueprint on paper, it proved utterly futile in reality. The first sign of trouble was the core rescue vessel, the response barge, being unprepared. Buried in snow, its equipment rusted and neglected, oil booms damaged skimmers stored elsewhere. Crew members disbanded to cut costs had to be urgently recalled from their homes in the dead of night. As crude oil continued to spill and the team scrambled to organise an effective response, the promised 5-hour window slipped away, stretching to 10 minutes, 12 minutes. By the time the barge arrived, nearly half a day later, the situation had far outstripped its limited capabilities, like tackling a volcanic eruption with a garden hose. The oil slick had already stretched over 3 miles and continued to spread. Exxon's convoluted reports deliberately downplayed the severity, attempting to manipulate public opinion. But 11 million gallons of crude oil could not be concealed. This black fountain signified not merely navigational error, but the total collapse of regulatory systems, emergency preparedness, and corporate responsibility. Plans had failed, equipment had utterly malfunctioned, and the disaster's cry had only just begun. What followed was nature's cruel gift. For 3 full days after the grounding, Prince William Sound was shrouded in unnatural stillness. The notoriously tempestuous waters held their breath, transforming into a vast, tranquil mirror as the wind whispers faded. In this extraordinary stillness, the worst-case scenario encountered ideal conditions. The spilled crude oil largely remained in place, like a giant dark pancake floating motionless on the surface. This presented a manageable challenge requiring no oil booms, the stillness itself forming a natural barrier. This golden window, a 72-hour window, offered the opportunity for a large-scale coordinated effort to contain the spill and remove most of the leaked oil from the surface. Yet this sole genuine chance slipped away second by second amid corporate hesitation, bureaucratic paralysis and logistical shortcomings. The failure began with Exxon's senior leadership in Texas, who were slow to grasp the gravity of the situation. Their initial statements deliberately downplayed the crisis, with one executive publicly assuring the public that the company had the situation under control, painting a false picture of mastery. Meanwhile, local fishermen, filled with dread, rushed their boats to the spill site. A standoff ensued between corporate and governmental bodies over responsibility. Exxon as owner, Eliza as operator, the Coast Guard, or the state government? No one knew. As minutes ticked away, executives, lawyers, and PR personnel descended upon Valdez, transforming it into a chaotic command center. Meetings convened, blame was apportioned, yet little progress was made in the oil-stained waters. The crux lay in a catastrophic logistical breakdown. The world's largest, best-resourced oil company couldn't find sufficient oil booms, skimmers, or vessels. Valdez's emergency equipment proved inadequate, designed for minor spills rather than the torrent from a supertanker. Existing skimmers clogged frequently. Booms were flimsy and insufficient in length. Further equipment lay scattered, requiring extensive airlifts to remote Alaskan locations, a time-consuming process when minutes were precious. Then came the debate over dispersants, chemicals that break oil into microscopic particles to sink it, yet remain controversial due to toxicity and the risk of transferring pollution to the seabed. Fishermen vehemently opposed them. But after mechanical recovery failed, they appeared the only option. Once testing was authorized, aircraft spraying dispersants flew too high and the wind carried the chemicals into clean areas of the sea. In the Gulf, the trial was declared a failure. Another precious day had been squandered. The calm weather remained a silent, mocking invitation. The oil slick lay within reach, yet the golden window for recovery slipped away amid arrogance, chaos, and a dysfunctional chain of command. While decision-makers in suits argued endlessly in conference rooms, the oil slick drifted steadily southwest towards international waters, like musicians playing while Rome sank beneath the waves. The clock ticked relentlessly, each chime narrowing the window of opportunity, until on the third day the weather shifted abruptly. The end of calm was heralded by the barometer on the evening of 26 March. The stillness ripped apart as a violent storm descended upon the Gulf of Alaska. The sky darkened to a bruised grey as gales howled, escalating into a hurricane and then a storm. Waves 10 to 15 feet high began to rage. For those attempting to organise a response, this storm proved a fatal blow. All already stretched operations were forced to cease. Vessels scrambled for harbour. Fragile oil booms were torn to shreds. This tempest was not merely a setback, but a catalyst, transforming a major accident into a regional ecological nightmare. The raging winds and waves acted like a giant natural mixer, violently churning crude oil and seawater together. This emulsification process spawned a terrifying new substance known as slick, a viscous, sticky, reddish-brown toxic foam, far more voluminous and persistent than the original crude oil. The total volume of pollutants surged 3 to 4-fold, with 11 million gallons of crude oil spreading like 30 to 40 million gallons of stubborn toxic mayonnaise. This foam clung to everything, carrying a foul, greasy stickiness. It coated rocks, saturated coastlines, suffocated seaweed beds, and matted otter fur and bird feathers into tangled masses, destroying their insulation and buoyancy. Before the storm, the crude oil was a single geographical problem, covering roughly 12 square miles. After the storm, it became a million separate problems, scattered across the entire region. The tempest roared like a shotgun blast, shattering the dark oil masses and scattering them to every corner of Prince William Sound and beyond. The oil transformed into a wind-driven tide surging from the Sound into the Gulf of Alaska. It raged southwestward with the current smearing thick, black sludge upon shores as it swept past islands, poisoning pristine coastlines as it rounded headlands, surging into bays and straits. Days stretched into weeks as the oil continued to spread, reaching shores over 500 miles from the initial spill site. The scale of contamination had surpassed the limits of human control. The containment window was utterly destroyed, rendering official contingency plans a cruel mockery. The disaster spiraled out of control. No oil boom was long enough, no oil skimming fleet large enough to tackle this catastrophe that had fouled over 300 miles of coastline. This stretch of coastline equaled the entire Atlantic shoreline from Massachusetts to North Carolina. Oil was no longer merely a surface problem. It had permeated the water column, the sands, the gravel beds of Salmon Creek, and sunk into the seabed sediments. This storm has woven Exxon's spill Alyssa's missteps and governmental paralysis into the very fabric of Alaska's wilderness. When battered tankers finally pumped out the last of the crude, the Black Fountain fell silent, yet the toxic offspring spawned by the storm now rage across the world beyond any hope of reversal. The crude did not descend upon this cold, silent realm as mere grime. It existed as a living entity, a predator unleashed in its primal form. Like a prismatic oil film, it was both beautiful and terrifying, shimmering with the venomous glow of poison. As time passed, the crude mingled with seawater, transforming into a thick, suffocating emulsion. Viscous as chocolate mousse, clinging to all things, people called it mousse. What a hollow name for this shroud of death beneath this blanket. Sound began to die. The first to feel its touch were the birds, thousands upon thousands who spent their lives foraging in the water, diving beneath the waves to hunt. For them, the oil was a fatal structural flaw. A single drop was enough to cling to their delicate plumage, shattering the waterproof barrier that trapped insulating air against their skin. Without this protection, the 38-degree seawater became a death sentence. The plunge in body temperature struck instantly. They floated, shivering, their wings glued to their sides, unable to fly. They paddled, desperately trying to comb out the filth, only to swallow more toxic hydrocarbons that burned their insides. As rescuers approached, flocks of dying birds, tens of thousands of seabirds, floated feebly along the shoreline, their cries gradually fading. Survivors formed silent, stunned lines upon charred rocks thickly coated in oil, awaiting the inevitable chill. Estimates suggest 250,000 seabirds perished in the initial weeks. Accounting for those sunk to the ocean floor, the death toll approached 500,000. The entire breeding colony was virtually wiped out, its clamour replaced by an oil-soaked silence. The situation for sea otters proved particularly dire. Unlike seals or whales, they possess no blubber layer, relying entirely on their fur for survival. This fur, the densest in the animal kingdom, forms a personal waterproof suit, trapping insulating air. Once stripped of this protection, the 38 degrees Celsius seawater became a death sentence. As their body temperatures plummeted, they lost the strength to struggle. Their flippers, caked with oil, clung to their sides. They paddled futilely, attempting to groom their fur, only to swallow more toxic hydrocarbons that seared their internal organs. When the rescue fleet arrived, flocks of dying seabirds bobbed along the shoreline, their heads swaying feebly as their cries gradually faded. Survivors formed a line of stunned silence upon the charred rocks thickly coated in oil, awaiting the inevitable chill. Unlike seals or whales, sea otters possess no blubber layer. Their survival hinges entirely on their fur, the densest coat in the animal kingdom, trapping air to form a natural dry suit. The oil instantly destroyed this barrier coating the fur and flattening the roots, allowing the icy seawater to seep directly through to the skin. Disaster struck immediately. The once lively and agile sea otters fell into a frenzy. They rolled and writhed, desperately grooming themselves, only to drive the oiled deeper and ingest more toxins. Their liver and kidney functions failed. Their lungs were eroded by the oil-laden gases, and their body temperature plummeted. Volunteers at the rescue center worked around the clock, repeatedly washing the animals with detergent to remove crude oil, feeding them via tubes and striving to keep them warm. Yet the otters died one after another, succumbing to shock, hypothermia, organ failure. They drew their last breaths in the tear-filled arms of the volunteers. Even among the few survivors, the trauma of the cleaning process often left them refusing food and swimming. Of the 357 brought in, only 97 were ultimately released. This harrowing figure laid bare the Gulf's catastrophe. Some 5,000 sea otters perished, representing a significant proportion of the local population, their bodies washed ashore. The lives of these once vibrant or users and guardians of kelp forests lay reduced to weary fragments. Toxins permeated every layer of the ecosystem, systematically dismantling the balanced world. The catastrophe began at the bottom. Oil suffocated the intertidal zone, where once thriving barnacles, mussels, and kelp were steamed to death beneath a layer of asphalt. Below the surface, crude oil killed plankton, the microscopic foundation of all life. Oil settled upon the seabed, poisoning billions of herring eggs laid weeks before the spill. Herring spawning is the Gulf's annual pulse of life, nourishing the entire food chain from salmon to seabirds to whales. In 1989, this sea became a carpet of death. Hatched fry emerged deformed, their spines bent, hearts malformed. An entire generation of fish was nearly wiped out, and the herring fishery never truly recovered. Toxins spread upwards through the food chain. Salmon returning to spawn in streams swam through oil slicks, absorbing toxins through their gills. Bald eagles fed on oil-covered birds and daughter carcasses, bringing toxins back to their nests to feed their young, causing a sharp decline in the survival rate at entire broods. Harbor seals basking on oil-covered rocks developed ulcers and neurological damage, With pups born at reduced weights and suffering increased mortality, the toll on orcas, the apex predators, proved even more devastating within days of the spill. The resident pod was observed swimming through the thickest oil slick. The following year, 13 of the pod's 30-6 members were missing, presumed dead. The entire population's social structure disintegrated. Another transient pod suffered equally catastrophic loss. A tightly -Nick family of 10 vanished after 7 members disappeared post- disaster, extinguishing the group entirely. Their distinctive vocal Italians and hunting techniques were lost forever. This ocean, once a cradle of boundless life, the very source of existence, now lay transformed into a graveyard. The scale of the catastrophe was incalculable. Over 1,100 miles of coastline lay smothered in oil, a stretch equivalent to the combined coastlines from Cape Cod to North Carolina. Yet this was not merely a stain on a map. It was a fatal wound inflicted upon the Earth's last remaining pristine marine ecosystem. This wound would continue to ooze oil for decades to come. For those living around Prince William Sound, the sea was not merely a backdrop. It was their life, their passage, their grocery store, their employer, their church. When the oil came, it did not just take the lives of animals, it destroyed the way of life that had sustained generations of communities. Nowhere felt this more keenly than the town of Cordova. Proud, self-sufficient fishing community, brimming with anticipation. In late March 1989, fishermen mended nets, tuned engines, and stockpiled supplies as the lucrative herring season loomed just days away. This first major haul of the year would repay winter debts and fund the entire fishing season. On the morning of 24 March, they awoke to the devastating news of the tanker's grounding, initially a distant crisis. The cold fear gripped the entire town as the crude oil spread. The fishermen of Cordoba did not wait for Exxon or government rescue. They were born to act. Familiar with these waters, they launched their private fishing boats towards the spill site, convinced they could contain it themselves. Dubbed the Mosquito Fleet, they prepared to deploy homemade oil booms, determined to defend their livelihoods. Yet they encountered the paralyzing wall of bureaucracy. The responsible company was in disarray. Equipment lay buried in snow. Barges were not ready. No one had decision-making authority. The fishermen were ordered to evacuate and wait. They watched 3 days of perfect calm, the golden window for containing the spill, go to waste amid sheer fury and disbelief. Then the storm struck, driving crude southwest towards their fishing grounds. Towards Cordoba, the herring season was cancelled, followed by the shrimps season. And the main event, the Copper River salmon run, turned into a catastrophe. Emergency fishing bans and plummeting prices wiped out the annual income of hundreds of families. In a black tide of oil, the town's economic heart stopped beating. While the economic collapse was devastating, the social and psychological trauma ran even deeper. Facing a public relations nightmare and a monumental clean-up task, Exxon began recruiting manpower and vessels. Its contractors offered fishermen in staggering sums, thousands of dollars daily, to participate in the clean-up. It was a devil's bargain. Those whose livelihoods had been destroyed were now being hired by the perpetrators to take part in this forceful clean-up. Communities' fractured signatories were branded traitors, accused of accepting blood money. Those who refused watched neighbors pay off mortgages while they sank deeper into debt. Barroom brawls ended lifelong friendships. Proud, self-sufficient fishermen became timekeepers, obeying orders from out- state supervisors. These overseers neither understand the water's nature, nor heed the fishermen's profound knowledge of currents and coastlines. Disregarded, they are mere labor. This loss of identity, this profound powerlessness, is corrosive to the Gulf's indigenous communities. For villagers like Chigaq and Totilek, this spill is the Chugach people's apocalypse. Their connection to land and sea transcends economics. It is existential. For millennia, they practiced a self-sustaining way of life, harvesting the ocean's bounty through intricate, sacred rituals. Their lives intertwined with the seasonal cycles of salmon, seals, caribou, and clams. The sea was their granary, their history book, Their spiritual core, crude oil poisoned everything. Beaches harvested for generations were blanketed in toxic slime. Seal breeding grounds lay desolate. Animals either perished or fled. Salmon rivers were suddenly polluted, the very sustenance that sustained ancestral livelihoods and embodied cultural identity became source of dread. State health officials issued warnings. Yet their advice was contradictory and confusing. Could the fish be eaten? Are the seals safe? Can the toxin-laden blubber be consumed? No one could provide definitive answers. Fear itself spread like venom, sowing doubt and suspicion within a once stable way of life. Elders could no longer teach grandchildren to read the tides for clams, for the beds lay dead. Stories and traditions tied to specific places now clung only to black, barren rock. This cultural extinction, swept across the land by the oil tide, forged collective trauma within what sociologists term a corrosive community. The influx of thousands of clean minus-up workers, Exxon's torrent of funds, and the media spotlight shattered the town's tranquility. Intimacy vanished, depression, anxiety, and post-minus dramatic stress. Disorder surged, domestic violence and substance abuse proliferated. The bonds of trust that held the small community together worked almost under. People sued one another and collectively sued Exxon. A legal tug-of war lasting over 2 decades only prolonged the suffering and deepened the rifts. This spill spawned a generation who felt profoundly betrayed by Exxon, by the government, and most of all by the sea that had once provided such bounty. Prince William Sound mourned lost wildlife, mourned severed livelihoods, but mourned most profoundly a vanished way of life. They knew that sense of wholeness could never be restored. From afar, the sea remained clear, yet they knew what lurked beneath. When the scale of the disaster became horrificously apparent, they tasted the venom under immense pressure. Exxon launched the largest, most expensive and most contentious clean minus-up operation in history, a frenzied, chaotic military-style mobilization. The tranquil Isles of Prince William Sound were choked by fleets, swarmed by aircraft, and flooded with over 11,000 workers dubbed the Exxon Army, housed in floating dormitories. From above, the bay appeared invaded, yet this colossal $2 billion endeavor remained shrouded in a fundamental question. Was this genuine remediation, or merely a spectacle built on pressure washers and paper towels? Initial efforts became a textbook case. In disaster management, the primary tools, oil booms and skimmers, were both insufficient in number and deployed too late. By the time vital equipment reached the oil-stricken zones, the slick had spread too far. Storms swept booms aside, while skimmers clogged with thick sludge. Ultimately, less than 10% of the floating oil was recovered, a battle lost before it had truly begun. Another contentious weapon was chemical dispersants, soap-like substances sprayed from aircraft. Rather than removing the oil, dispersants break it down into microscopic particles that sink into the water column. Theoretically, diluted oil is preferable to oil washing ashore, but the dispersants themselves are toxic. Moreover, sinking the oil merely shifts the problem to deeper waters, poisoning the entire water column and seabed. Though approved by the Coast Guard, turbulent seas made deployment difficult and effectiveness questionable. For many local fishermen, this presented a dreadful choice: watch the black tide engulf the coast, or allow toxins to contaminate the waters where fish breathe. The most unforgettable scenes of the clean minus-up were along the shoreline, hundreds of miles of rocky coastline, blanketed in tall ice like crude oil. Exxon employed high pressure, hot water washing. Teams of workers landed on beaches, laying networks of hoses connected to heating pumps to raise seawater to scalding temperatures. For hours, they blasted the rocks with scalding jets, liquefying the hardened crude and flushing it back to sea. Television footage was profoundly impactful. Charred, lifeless beaches were thoroughly cleansed, their natural hues restored. For marine biologists, this was an ecological nightmare. The intertidal zone, a rich yet fragile ecosystem teeming with life, was instantly steamed by industrial might. The process not only removed the oil, but also decimated all living matter, sterilizing the shore and transforming a complex biome into pristine, lifeless rock. In truth, the oil was never truly removed. Instead, it was often forced deep into sediments and crevices between boulders, where it would slowly seep out over the coming years. Research indicates that beaches subjected to such aggressive treatment require significantly longer to recover than those left to be cleansed by tidal action and natural decomposition. They recover far more slowly than oil-minus contaminated beaches left to be cleaned by tides and natural degradation. In the name of restoring beach cleanliness, Exxon's army inflicted deeper, more enduring trauma, trading visible toxins for invisible, long-minus turn baronet. In many areas, the clean minus up proved more destructive than the spill itself. The entire operation bordered on the absurd. Workers were instructed to wipe fist-sized rocks with oil-absorbent pads, while executives posed for photographs on cleaned sections of beach. Clearly, the primary purpose of this effort was not ecological restoration, but rather window-dressing for evening news broadcasts and courtroom proceedings. When Exxon declared clean-up complete and withdrew in 1992, locals knew better on warm days. One need only dig a few inches into the pebbles to see unweathered crude seeping from the surface. This potent residue serves as stark warning some disasters cannot be washed away. The spectacle may have ended, but the poison remains. The beach clean-up created a false calm, like applying a thin veneer of normality over a deep, festering wound, like a film covering a deep, putrid wound. When the frantic clean-up subsided, another battle commenced, no longer a clash of water cannons and oil booms, but one of cross-examination, motions, and the slow machinery of the American judicial system. This war of attrition unfolded in sterile courtrooms, worlds apart from the salty, chill and fell stench of crude oil. In the months following the spill, a storm of lawsuits swept across Alaska's coastline, targeting Exxon fishermen whose livelihoods were destroyed, indigenous peoples whose ancestral lands were poisoned, cannery workers, supply ship captains, and small-minus town mayors all joined the fray. The plaintiffs faced a scale dilemma. How could lone salmon fishermen or elderly elders challenge one of the world's largest and most powerful corporations? Exxon's legal team was legion-sized, with limitless budgets and a clear strategy: delay, divide, and exhaust. Every claim was fiercely contested, burying individuals beneath mountains of paperwork until they abandoned their case or accepted meager settlements. This was the classic corporate defense strategy, brutally effective, utterly soulless. Gulf residents forged a different path. They understood that only through unity could thousands of individual grievances coalesce into a unified legal force one Exxon could not easily dismiss. This gave rise to one of the largest and most complex class actions in American history. The legal team set about consolidating claims, striving to represent all those who suffered direct economic losses from the spill. The resulting plaintiff group formed a remarkable cross-section of society, 30-2,670-7 individuals: fishermen, landowners, business proprietors, municipal bodies, and Alaska natives. In the court's eyes, they became a single entity, their collective voice articulated through the legal team, officially titled the Exxon Valdez Incident. To those who lived through it, the case was fundamentally a battle of the people versus Exxon. The pre-industrial phase stretched over a decade, with Exxon's legal team vigorously challenging the very premise of the class action. They argued each claim was unique, seeking to dissolve the coalition into individual suits and force each plaintiff to prove their case alone, a strategy tantamount to bankrupting the impoverished. The evidence-gathering process proved monumental. Lawyers conducted investigations across Alaska, amassing millions of pages of documentation, venturing into windswept fishing villages to collect sworn testimony, and compelling beaten fishermen to quantify the loss of their way of life in monetary terms. They had to prove not only that the spill occurred, but that Exxon knew or ought to have foreseen the catastrophe. The legal team built their case around a simple yet lethal argument: corporate disregard. They unearth Tixon's internal memos, shipping logs, and personnel files, exposing how the company systematically cut safety and staffing standards throughout the 1980s to reduce cost. The 1,000-foot Exxon Valdez was reduced to a skeleton crew. They uncovered that the company knew Captain Hayes Wolf had a history of alcoholism. He had undergone treatment, but relapsed repeatedly, yet still placed him in command of a supertanker carrying over 3 million gallons of highly flammable crude oil. The crux of this litigation lay not merely in the accident itself, but in exposing the inevitable outcome of a corporate culture prioritizing profit over prudence, a disaster that could have been prevented, yet became inevitable due to profit supremacy. In the summer of 1994, 5 years after the shipwreck, the case finally commenced in the Anchorage federal court. The jury, ordinary Alaskans, endured for months of grueling testimony. They heard fishermen describe the once miners bustling bay plunged into weary silence. Economists quantify staggering economic losses, and Exxon executives, under oath, admit to systemic negligence. The trial proceeded in 3 phases. The first established Exxon's reckless conduct, with the jury finding its actions reckless and wanton. The second phase awarded $287 million in compensatory damages, but the true contest lay in the third phase, punitive damages. Unlike compensatory damages, punitive damages aim not to compensate for losses but to punish egregious behavior and deter its recurrence. Plaintiff attorneys argued that for a corporate behemoth like Exxon, a few $100 million in fines represented mere rounding errors in its operating costs. To truly deter such a corporation, the damages must be staggering. They urged the jury to consider Exxon's profits and contemplate how to compel this global giant to alter its conduct. On 16 September 1994, the jury delivered its verdict. Exxon was ordered to pay the plaintiffs $5 billion in punitive damages, setting a record at the time for the highest punitive damages award in American judicial history. The courtroom erupted first in gasps, then tears, before fishermen and villagers embraced in silent solidarity. $50 billion, this figure seemed the very embodiment of justice, vindicating their protracted struggle against suffering. In that instant, the people appeared to have won. The corporation finally held accountable. Yet Exxon immediately appealed. The damages remained unpaid as the legal battle raged on for 14 more years, culminating at the Supreme Court. Ultimately, the Supreme Court slashed the damages by 90%. This great victory of 1990 gradually eroded over the long years of legal wrangling. For many, it became merely another bitter lesson in the imbalance of the scales of justice. Yet before hope was slowly eroded, the public and the judicial system pursued a more human centered objective. Corporations are abstract evils, and the world needed to assign tangible blame for this catastrophe, to make one individual bear the full weight of responsibility. Captain Joseph Hayes would thus become that scapegoat. As this epic class action lawsuit took shape, another more focused, more intense legal drama unfolded. The court of public opinion had already tried and convicted him. In the frenzied days following the spill, he became the drunken captain, the reckless villain in his personal failings poisoning pristine wilderness, the perfect scapegoat. Worry and exhaustion etched his features, a face plastered across newspapers and television screens. The narrative was simple, satisfying, yet profoundly misleading. To divert attention from its own systemic failures, Exxon not only failed to challenge this story, but actively amplified it. Hayes was dismissed almost immediately, portrayed as a rogue employer defying the company's stringent policies. A complex chain of errors, understaffing, equipment failure, the absence of escort vessels, a cost-minus-cutting culture was artfully condensed into the actions of a single flawed individual. In the spring of 1990, Hayes stood trial in Anchorage on criminal charges brought by the state of Alaska. The courtroom brimmed with righteous indignation, as serious charges were leveled: operating a vessel under the influence of felony, reckless endangerment of public safety, and negligent oil discharge misdemeanor. The prosecution deemed the evidence conclusive. Crude testimony indicated Hayes would have been intoxicated. The catastrophic outcome: the tanker ran aground on clearly marked shoals. Yet that infamous blood test conducted a full 10 hours after the grounding revealed his blood alcohol concentration remained below the legal driving limit. The prosecution countered with reverse calculation his concentration must have exceeded the threshold of the time of the incident, constituting illegal drunk driving. Hayeswood's defense team faced a daunting task: defending America's most reviled man. Their strategy was to minus-pronged first, to challenge the scientific validity and timeline of the blood test. Expert witnesses raised doubts about back-minus calculating concentration values over such an extended and uncertain period of 10.5 hours, a biological metabolic cycle fraught with variables, where diet, metabolism, and the precise timing of the last drink rendered the calculation speculative. The defense challenged the reliability of this 10 minus and minus a minus, half minus, a retroactive calculation, arguing that the biological metabolic cycle contained too many variables. Factors such as dietary intake, metabolic rate, and the precise timing of the last alcoholic consumption rendered the calculation speculative. The defense emphasized the testimony of the individuals present on the bridge with Hayes would during the grounding. Third Officer Gregory Cousins and helmsman Robert Kagan both testified under oath that the captain showed no signs of intoxication. His speech was clear, his gait steady, and his orders were precise and coherent. Though flawed, these commands were not those of a drunken man. The second element of the defense strategy lay in skillfully shifting responsibility rather than entirely exonerating Hayeswood. The defense did not argue he was a flawless captain, but rather portrayed a highly capable yet deeply troubled seafarer placed in an impossible position by his employer and let down by his crew's dereliction of duty. They guided the jury to focus on the critical moment when Hayeswood ordered the ship to turn around at a specific location to return to the channel. The third mate at the helm failed to execute the command promptly. Why was he rushing about, neglecting his duties? Why was the ship moving so slowly? The defense introduced sufficient doubt and complexity to dismantle the prosecution's simplistic narrative of a drunken captain. They argued the truth as lay in multiple intertwined factors, a chain of human error, perhaps compounded by mechanical sluggishness rather than a single act of drunken recklessness. The trial became a media frenzy, with Hayeswood daily navigating a hail of bullets from cameras and angry protesters brandishing "Lock up the drunkard" banners. Court proceedings were rigorous and protracted, with jurors hearing hours of testimony, nautical charts, steering orders, alcohol pharmacology. The judge demanded the global spotlight be set aside, focusing solely on the evidence. This was a trial of a man, not a symbol. After weeks of testimony, the jury retired to deliberate, the nation holding its breath for swift convictions on all charges. When the verdict was announced, shockwaves rippled across the nation. Joseph Hayeswood was found not guilty neither of boating under the influence nor of reckless endangerment. The jury dismissed the two most serious felony charges, convicting him only of a misdemeanor, negligently discharging oil to cause the largest environmental disaster in American history. His sentence amounted to a mere $1 fine and 1 hours of community service, the bulk of which involved cleaning roadsides and parked. Public outrage erupted instantly. Unbelievable. The helmsman had steered while intoxicated and received only a slap on the wrist. Many deemed it an unforgivable failure of justice, though no one was held accountable. The jury had strictly adhered to the letter of the law. Prosecutors failed to prove Hayeswood was legally intoxicated when the tanker ran aground. His errors stemmed from delegating bridge command to an exhaustive third officer, grave professional dereliction. Yet the court's cold calculation fell short of legal standards, rendering the reckless verdict for a felony minus level offense an outcome of profound public discontent. The public was denied simple closure, and the demand to punish a single scapegoat shifted instead to examining the corporate stage set for disaster, an invisible entity promoting a manager with a history of alcohol abuse, entrusting him with assets worth billions, then turning a blind eye. Hayeswood became a paradox, both the scapegoat for the oil spill and a symbol of the legal system's inability to hold the powerful truly accountable. Though he faded from public view, he remains forever defined by that night of catastrophe. The true enduring legacy, however, is the venom that night continues to seep into the very fabric of Prince William Sound, even after the courts fell silent and legal disputes faded into the labyrinthine annals of history. The oil spill persisted like a latent poison, corroming the years that followed. Exxon capitalized on the public's desperate yearning for closure, weaving a narrative of the beach's rebirth. Television documentaries showcased soaring seagulls and frolicking otters, nature seemingly healing itself. Yet scientists returning year after year to the bay, and local residents, knew this story was glaringly false beneath the surface fairy tale. The seething reality was festering when the excavation teams delved into the shallows. Beneath the seemingly pristine pebbles lay a pit barely 2 feet deep. There it was. The shovel swiftly pierced the surface gravel, and the pit began to ooze a dark, viscous liquid, crude oil, thick, unweathered North Slope crude, emitting a fresh, pungent odor. Oil from the late 80s and 90s, trapped within rock crevices, isolated from sunlight. Errand waves, the very elements that typically break down beach gravel, had instead preserved the crude suspended toxicity like a time capsule. This was not merely an aesthetic issue, but a profound ecological catastrophe. Underground oil reservoirs continuously seep toxic compounds, polycycloaromatic hydrocarbons (PAHs), releasing fresh pulses of toxins whenever storm surges inundate the beach at high tide. Aquatic microorganisms, forming the foundation of the food chain, endure chronic low-dose poisoning through plankton, fish eggs, and larvae akin to a slow-motion death sentence. With the bottom of the food web destroyed, top predators will eventually starve to extinction. A slow-motion collapse particularly devastating for Pacific herring. Before the spill, Prince William Sound's herring fishery was the world's most productive economic lifeline. Each spring, vast herds of herring would surge into shallow waters to spawn, turning the bay milky white. This phenomenon was both an ecological lifeline and the pillar of the fishing industry. Ecologically, nearly all predators, whales, seals, sea lions, salmon, seabirds, depended on herring for sustenance. Dependent on passive protein infusion, the spill occurred 2 weeks before the 1989 spawning season. Oil-covered kelp meadows, the sticky roe laid by herring became encased in toxic membranes, resulting in catastrophic failure. Years later, it remains an unsolved mystery, still haunting the straits. Subsequently, the herring population failed to recover, barely sustaining itself for several years before collapsing entirely in 1993. The fishery closed, never to reopen. The once magnificent shoals had nourished generations of fishermen. Scientists now believe residual subsurface oil, through persistent low-dose exposure to toxic compounds, weakened fish constitutions, made them susceptible to disease, impaired reproductive capacity, damaged cardiac and immune systems, and may have compromised genetic codes. This highly adaptive species, thriving for millennia, ultimately succumbed to enduring toxicity. Its disappearance triggered a cascading domino effect at catastrophic levels, unleashing famine across the entire ecosystem. The consequences remain unclear. The herring population failed to recover, merely barely sustained for several years before collapsing entirely in 1993. The fishery was closed permanently. The once majestic shoals that sustained generations of fishermen now, scientists believe, suffered from persistent sub-surface oil residues. Chronic low-dose exposure to toxic compounds weakened the fish, made them more susceptible to disease, impaired their reproductive capacity, and damaged their cardiovascular and immune systems. Their genetic code may even have been compromised. Herring, a resilient species that thrived for millennia, ultimately succumbed to the relentless poison. The ecosystem's collapse triggered a cascade effect, with famine spreading like dominoes. The fate of the Gulf's resident orchopod illustrates an incomplete narrative. Despite overall population increases, researchers observed several pod members vanishing abruptly, suspected to have inhaled toxic oil vapors or ingested contaminated prey. This population never recovered nor produced healthy calves since the spill. This functionally extinct pod of small orcas has been swimming towards its final destination, carrying its lineage to extinction. Since the spill, this pod of small orcas has been considered functionally extinct. The aging whales are swimming towards an inevitable end, their lineage severed. As a captivating flagship species, the early rescue efforts for sea otters similarly revealed incomplete recovery. Although overall numbers in the Gulf have rebounded, researchers observed persistent damage in heavily oiled areas, persistently high mortality rates and signs of liver damage indicating ongoing oil exposure even decades later. They continually encounter residual underground oil while digging for clams in the intertidal zone, ingesting trace amounts of cumulative toxins. The coastlines where sea otters reside also exhibit elevated biomarkers of petroleum contamination. Today's evidence indicates toxins have penetrated the terrestrial food chain. Invertebrates consumed by spotted eaters and seabirds display similar pathological signs in the same regions. The two-decade-long legacy of the Exxon Valdez incident is neither a tale of redemption nor a chapter in disaster response and recovery. The wound remains unhealed. The fish are merely whitewashed. Crude oil does not simply dissipate. Most was burned off or skimmed from the surface. Yet tens of thousands of gallons sank into the seabed, where they remain isolated in the murky depths, continuously releasing potent toxins. This pristine corner of Earth, among the most beautiful and fragile, stands as a silent, eternal monument to human failure. It serves as a stark reminder the consequences of recklessness endure far longer than news cycles, court proceedings, or human lifespans. The stillness of Prince William Sound today differs from that before 1989. This silence is heavier, haunted by the specter of the herring that perished. Low-concentration toxic oil still lurks beneath the rocks, biding its time. Alaska's imagery has faded over decades. Lobbying campaigns and dispassionate scientific reports cannot evoke that visceral nausea, that visual sense of a nation submerged in oil, otters drowned, birds encased in useless terminus-like shrouds, coastlines painted a uniform, savage black. These were not abstract data points, but irrefutable evidence of profound failure. This scar was not nature's doing, but negligence. Its scale possessed almost biblical force. In the corridors of the U.S. Capitol, inertia became the universe's mightiest force. Dormant public outrage first things. Its roar drowning the oil industry's whispers that had prevailed before the Valdez. The legal framework resembled a patchwork of oil miner-stained remnants, a tangled web of feculent state statutes, most notably the 1970 Clean Water Act. This system was riddled with loopholes, featuring laughably low liability caps that amounted to mere commercial inconveniences for Exxon. It was designed for minor incidents, barges spilling thousands of gallons, not supertankers ripping open their own bellies. Upon clearly marked reefs, legislative response began crystallizing around a singular, powerful concept, one so simple, logical, and astonishing that it had never been adopted. The double-whole concept was no novel invention. Naval architects had known of it for years. Constructing tankers with a second steel shell within the hull significantly reduced the risk of cargo and rupture. During low-speed groundings, the space between the two hulls absorbs impact forces, allowing the outer shell to deform and rupture, while the inner shell remains intact. Containing the crude oil, this elegant, common-sense solution came at a high cost. The American Petroleum Institute, the industry's powerful lobbying arm, had resisted the proposal for nearly 2 decades, arguing that unnecessary expenses would reduce cargo capacity and advocating instead for enhanced navigational training. Commission studies presented the facts to senators with quiet, compelling consistency year after year. Following Valdez disaster, the justifications rang as hollow as a child caught red miners handed clutching a cookie each. 11 million gallons of crude oil suffocating America's last pristine wilderness. No lobbyist could refute this legislation. Jointly proposed by North Carolina Representative Walter B. Jones and Maine Senator George Mitchell, the bill commenced its slow and arduous passage through the legislative process. Dubbed the Oil Pollution Act 2 PA 90. This legislation was ambitious and comprehensive. Its core provision mandated the complete phase minus out of single minus hull anchors from U.S. waters by 2015, requiring all oil minus carrying vessels entering American ports to adopt double minus hull construction without exception. This legislative revolution compelled a fundamental overhaul of the global tanker fleet, with the multi-billion-dollar equipment upgrade taking a generation to complete. The labor force of the 20th century oil economy, those aging vessels had become dinosaurs, destined for extinction. The act mandated that all vessels entering port must possess a double hull, with no exceptions permitted. This revolutionary requirement compelled a fundamental overhaul of the global tanker fleet, with the multi-billion-dollar equipment upgrade spanning generations. The workhorses of 20th century petroleum economics, those aging vessels, have now become dinosaurs doomed to extinction. This single minus issue act of Congress went further, addressing another major flaw in the Valdez response: the endless wrangling over cleanup funding. The paltry sums in the existing liability fund paralyzed critical initial response efforts in the critical first days after the spill. The Oil Pollution Act resolves this with brutal simplicity, establishing a $1 billion oil spill liability trust fund, financed by a 5-cent per barrel petroleum tax, creating a standby emergency reserve. This fund ensures federal clean up operations are not subject to corporate wins. No company can shirk responsibility by waiving a checkbook. The legislation substantially increased spill penalties, effectively capping corporate clean up costs only at the limit of their financial capacity. The cap on economic damages rose from a paltry $40 million to $75 million, though proving gross negligence remained necessary for actual excess compensation. Crucially, the law unequivocally reinforced the principle that the polluter, not taxpayers or state governments, bears the full financial burden. It also authorized states to enact stricter liability laws, despite industry opposition fearing fragmented responsibility. Endless litigation eroded political will, while the environmental legislation simultaneously mandated detailed regional contingency plans. Companies must now maintain equipment and trained personnel on standby, ensuring deployment within hours to eliminate scenarios involving ghost barges or missing oil booms. The legislation demanded tangible preparedness rather than empty assurances. Companies must demonstrate capability to handle worst case scenarios, and prohibited unauthorized entry of drilling vessels into designated waters. The bill's passage was far from assured, emerging after 17 months of intense debate, backroom deals and public hearings. The George H. W. Bush administration initially hesitated over implementing stringent new regulations, ultimately shifting stance under sustained public pressure. The memory of August 1990 remains vivid. The black tide in Prince William sounds still fresh in the mind. The Oil Pollution Act passed both houses of Congress by an overwhelming majority, free from the threat of presidential veto, signed into law on 18 August 1990. It stands to this day as one of the most significant triumphs in American environmental legislation. Its direct and unequivocal consequences stemmed from Captain Joseph. The law stands as a monument, declaring the end of an old way of doing business. It bears witness to a warning from a catastrophic event, one severe enough, ugly enough, and profound enough to shake the entire system to its core. The ink of self-minus reform had scarcely dried when the clean minus tripped victory on paper in Washington, D.C. left Alaska's pebble beaches, tranquil fishing grounds, and fishing villages scarred. The trauma is not merely legislative. Stemming the bleeding was only the beginning. Scars remain. Exxon's legal settlement was a complex tapestry, with dual civil and criminal penalties intended to draw a line under the matter. In 1991, The company agreed to pay $900 million in civil damages over 10 years for restoration projects, alongside $125 million in criminal fines and restitution into a trust fund. State and federal trustees managed scientific research, attempting to heal the Gulf. Another legal battle took on a more personal dimension. The spill had torn apart the fabric of communities. A class action lawsuit consolidated the claims of Fatito, Zorro fishermen, cannery workers, landowners, and Alaska natives whose livelihoods had been devastated. This struggle was not merely about ecological restoration, it was about rebuilding livelihoods. In 1994, after months of hearings, an Anchorage jury found Exxon acted with reckless disregard and awarded plaintiffs a staggering $5 billion in punitive damages, a sum intended to deter and send a warning to corporate boards worldwide. This David Minus versus Minus Goliath moment of justice proved fleeting, leveraging its vast financial resources to overpower the state of Alaska. Exxon immediately launched a legal war of attrition appeals, counter-minus appeals, and 15 years of entanglement within the labyrinthine U.S. judicial system. The case concerning punitive damages was appealed 3 times to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals before finally reaching the Supreme Court. This protracted legal battle became a background radiations force in people's lives. Residents of Prince William Sound endured daily exposure to low-dose uncertainty. The hopes of 1990 gradually crystallized into bitter cynicism. The compensation, intended to aid reconstruction, instead became a source of deep division. Local media began using the toxic term oil barons to describe those potentially receiving substantial payouts, breeding envy and resentment that turned neighbors against each other and fractured families. Some households accepted early, modest settlements to make ends meet, while others persisted with the class action, convinced justice would ultimately prevail. As time passed, social cohesion gradually eroded. Towns like Kodiak, once united by mutual aid, saw the shared hardships that should have forged strong bonds begin to crack. The prolonged wait exhausted too many, but by the time the legal verdicts were finally settled, over 8,000 of the original 4 plaintiffs had passed away. Fishermen lost their vessels. Indigenous elders severed ties with ancestral waters. Businesses went bankrupt, and some passed away while awaiting compensation. In 2008, the U.S. Supreme Court ended the dispute with a contentious 5-3 ruling, deeming the original $500 million award excessive and slashing it by 90% to just over $50 million, divided among roughly 15,000 claimants. The compensation for a single season's lost fishing income from 2 decades prior became a final, humiliating twist. The money eventually arrived, yet felt more like charity than justice. Amid weary sighs, the legal system had drained everyone's strength, while the intergenerational trauma ran deeper than any financial ledger. The people of this land endure high rates of anxiety, depression and post-traumatic stress disorder symptoms often associated with war veterans, survivors of violent crime and those who have witnessed death. When the world shatters, a part of the soul crumbles with it. Most excruciating is the loss of trust in the oil industry, in the government that should have protected its people, in the courts that should have delivered justice. Most heartbreaking is the very sound of Prince William Sound, which 4 generations nurtured life. That waterway, once steaming with vitality and abundance, now regarded by many as a crime scene of sorrow following the oil spill. The rhythms of the tides, the secrets of the bay, the mysteries of every inlet and estuary, now gaze upon the water with suspicion. Declarations that the fish are safe to eat, promises that the herring will return, all feel chillingly hollow. After the spill, many regard this magnificent place as a sorrowful crime scene, a constant reminder of the fishermen lost, having spent their lives studying tidal rhythms and bay secrets. They now regard the sea with wariness, uncertain when they might fish with peace of mind, or if the herring will ever return. The herring population, the cornerstone of the entire marine food chain, collapsed after the accident and has failed to recover for years. Though the salmon fishery eventually revived, This intricate web of life has been torn apart. Scientists still strive to unravel the trauma endured by indigenous peoples the Skagway, Aleut, and Tlingit, whose cultural foundations, spiritual beliefs, and very sense of identity, vital bonds for well-being, were shattered by this catastrophe. The spill was not merely an environmental disaster, but a cultural catastrophe, its ever sacred bonds stretching back millennia. The marine food chain sustaining hundreds of generations, clams, mussels, seals, and seaweed now endure contamination by persistent, invisible toxins. Keepers of traditional knowledge no longer gaze upon the sea. The transmission of stories, songs, and customs to younger generations hangs in the balance. The knowledge of teaching children to gather on the shore may now impart deadly risk. The way of life has become unsustainable. This catastrophe has accelerated the erosion of cultural extinction, its damage far more profound and enduring than any economic collapse. Commercial fishing face the plight of stolen heritage. Their memories corroded by venom. Crude oil settles on the pebble beaches, and also settles deep within the collective soul. People have become an art chapter in history, now gone, between parents and children. A cautionary tale whispers in the wind. Intergenerational trauma lurks beneath the surface. To this day, digging a few inches into the shore reveals crude oil. Prince William Sound appears clean on the surface. Yet the poison remains. The Exxon Valdez incident is not over. Alaska, in Quartzendon beaches, continues to send out ripples, echoes in the water. The year became the benchmark for modern environmental disasters. The 0 point. Every subsequent spill, every pipeline rupture, every tanker accident is measured against Valdez. A byword for corporate arrogance, a global symbol of ecological catastrophe, a powerful metaphor for a noble minus-level disaster. The Hoppe or disaster occupies a unique place in collective memory, its imagery vivid and brutal, not colorless as gas, but formless pollutants, viscous black primordial sludge seeping into groundwater. This substance haunts ancient past, sustains the present, yet suffocates the future. A thriving ecosystem transformed in a motion catastrophe on television screens, dominating evening news for months. This forced confrontation compelled people to confront the truth every time we fill up our tanks, board a plane, or enter the invisible network connecting our world. The seamless convenience of modern life conceals the price Prince William Sound paid for our energy. The Valdez disaster chronicled Doyle's death in black and white. The cautionary tale that should have been etched into the Oil Pollution Act of 1990 failed to prevent history repeating itself. The unequivocal warnings of the 1990 seconds compelled us never to repeat the same mistakes. Today, double-minus-hulled tankers stand as the global standard, the direct outcome of that lesson. Undeniably, while safer systems are not foolproof, they have averted countless spills. The echoes of the Blair Reef grow ever more jarring. The catastrophe that descended on 20 April 2010 no longer unfolded in Alaska's frigid waters, but in the warm deep currents of the Gulf of Mexico. Bearing a new name, Deepwater Horizon, the specifics differed. The tanker became an offshore drilling rig, and the disaster erupted when a stranded wellhead spewed oil, triggering catastrophic explosions. The eerily familiar melody stemmed from a cascade of preventable human and technical errors, compounded by a corporate culture that prioritized speed and cost-minus-cutting over safety. The catastrophic failure of a critical safety device, the blowout preventer, meant, like a deep-C version of the Exxon Valdez, the second layer of protection was absent. The clumsy and inadequate initial response highlighted a profound sense of helplessness in the face of catastrophe. Crude oil gushed like a torrent from the vessel's depths, surging continuously for miles below the sea surface. The Deepwater Horizon spill far exceeded the Valdez in every quantifiable metric, 20 times the volume, lasting 80-7 days, contaminating a broader expanse of commercially sensitive waters, and devastating fisheries and coastal economies across 5 states. Yet the public reaction was starkly different. Perhaps it was a weary world numbed by a fragmented media landscape, or perhaps a crisis fatigue. More likely, it was a disturbing sense of fatalism, treating the event as an anomaly, the inevitable systemic cost and insatiable demand for fossil fuels. Live broadcasts of gushing oil wells, witnessed with a somber fascination and helplessness. Heartbreaking images repeated oil miners, soaked pelicans replacing sea otters. Hearing the same bureaucratic platitudes. Executives from BP to Exxon repeating identical promises of remediation. Prolonged litigation continues. Compensation still echoing. An undeniable history, not a rhyming poetry, but verses perpetually replayed. The Exxon Valdez incident harbors an ambiguous dual narrative, both a disaster of progress and the direct catalyst for stricter regulations and safer technologies. It proves public outrage can exceptionally bend the arc of history, yet equally reveals the narrative's limitations. The story, even stringent regulations, good people and corporations bearing missions. Subsequent accountability unveils corporate responsibility, mobilizing vast legal funds. Global energy giants undergo a slow, painful the victims' questions hung in the still night air. The true cost lifestyles measured in barrels of oil, dollar prices, quarterly reports. The Valdez demanded a different scale, the price of lost fishing seasons, herring never to return. Elders fell silent, no longer teaching grandchildren the tides. The toxicity on distant shores outlived us all. Man-minus made disaster. God's hand, commerce's fruit. Hundreds of shortcuts taken in countless decisions. Warnings ignored. Drowned by collective greed. A torrent of cheap energy. A black wave engulfing Prince William Sound. Spring 1989. More spilled crude oil, like a dark mirror reflecting civilization, exposing its fragile, fatal consequences. Drifting independence. Perhaps hearing faint echoes across the years. The groan of steel and rock. The reverberation of water, reminding us of debts yet to be repaid. Debt. When this silent tale concludes, you need do nothing more. If you have already drifted into slumber, may this tranquil moment gently linger through the night. If you still toss and turn, you are welcome to rest here, and stay as low as you wish. Tonight we shall explore extraordinary journeys of life and the astonishing resilience behind a battle that commenced long before we could name our foe. You might envision white coats and triumphant breakthrough, yet throughout history, this struggle has waged in darkness, accompanied by desperate conjecture and whispered prayers. To truly experience, it is to confront an enemy unseen, unnamed, and unopposed. Before you settle in, do take a moment to like and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy my content. Feel free to leave a comment below with your times, own and local are witnessing the global audience. Joining in is always fascinating. Silence your notifications. Take a deep breath, and let us begin. Amidst millennia of silent dust, our tale does not open with a roar, but with whispers locked deep within the bones. Long before mankind invented words, long before doctors and laboratories came into being, this disease had already begun its silent work. A silent patient minus artisan was carving its mark into the very framework of life. Picture the desolate landscape of Wyoming, 53 million years ago. Here, paleontologists unearthed fossilized vertebrae of an early primate. Within this diminutive creature, Plesiadactylus, the ancient bone revealed signs of disease and abnormally proliferating, petrified massa tumor, even at the dawn of mammals. The emperor had begun asserting its dominion, yet the truly poignant evidence lies within our own bloodline. Follow me to a cave in South Africa, where in 2013, scientists studied fossilized foot bones of our human ancestors dating back 7 million years. The bones bore unmistakable marks of osteoseismara erosion. The aggressiveness of this bone cancer undeniable. This ancestor, traversing the wilderness, must have endured excruciating pain, swelling, and lameness, symptoms that set them apart from other creatures. They had no name for this affliction, nor any understanding of rebellious cells or genetic errors. It was simply pain, a curse, a darkness breeding within, not a disease of civilization, not an industrial affliction, not a modern sin. It was the inherent fragility within complex multicellular life, perhaps the price of evolution, as we drift along the river of time to the banks of the Nile, arriving at the era of pharaohs and pyramids. The whisper grows clearer. The ancient Egyptians, meticulous recorders and masters of preservation, bequeathed to us not only golden masks and hieroglyphics, but also their very bodies. From the late 19th to the early 20th century, archaeologists, led by Sir Arcoland Laffey, a pioneer of ancient pathology, began unwrapping these mummified remains, not merely historical artifacts, but medical archives. Through early X-ray technology and meticulous dissection, they glimpsed bodies dormant for 3 millennia. Recurring scenes emerged: mummies entangled by pelvic tumors, female skulls from the Old Kingdom riddled with perforations characteristic of metastatic cancer, perhaps spreading from a primary site, likely the breast of the frozen remains of King Seti, unearthed from Siberian permafrosts, revealed a prostate tumor preserved by the eternal ice condition that likely tormented him long before his elaborate burial. These silent witnesses illuminate pivotal historical fragments, attesting to the disease's ancient origins. Yet to trace humanity's earliest stricken and intellectual confrontation with this adversary, we must return to papier scrolls unearthed near Luxor in the 1862. This document, known as the Edwin Smith Papers, stands as a marvel. Though dated to approximately 1600 BC, it is believed to be a copy of a text predating it by roughly a millennium. Far from being a compendium of magic or oracular invocations, it stands as a clinical, rational surgical manual, its author displaying remarkably modern medical concepts, meticulously documented 48 cases categorized systematically from head to toe. Most entries provided diagnosis, prognosis, and treatment protocol. Arm fractures required splinting. Dislocated jaws demanded reduction. Yet in the 40-5th case, the text describes with startling clarity a tumor swelling the breast. The physician notes these growths feel cold to the touch, possess a hard texture, and spread beneath the skin. After completing his examination and diagnosis, he delivers what stands as one of medicine's most chilling yet honest pronouncements. He warns his peers this affliction is beyond cure. This was an admission of terminal illness, an acknowledgement of utter helplessness. 3,500 years ago, this unnamed Egyptian physician confronted cancer's visage, recognizing its essence and invincible force. He recommended neither poultice nor incantation nor prayer. He recommended nothingness, silence, profound and terrifying in its wisdom. For centuries, this remained the reality. Disease lurked like a spectre, an unnamed dread. It was not until a Greek physician, an influential figure from the island of Kos, that this enemy was finally named. Hippocrates, who lived in the 4th to 5th century BC, was nothing short of a revolutionary. He asserted that disease was not divine punishment, but a natural process, the result of internal imbalance. Observing the hard, invasive nature of tumors and the pattern of swollen veins radiating outward from the central mass, he was struck by a powerful visual metaphor. The scene resembled a crab burying its claws deep in the sand. Thus he named it kainos, the Greek word for crab. Later, the Roman encyclopedist Celsus has translated this term into Latin. Thus was born the name we still use today, cancer, a simple name born of simple observation, yet one that precisely captures the disease's stubborn, spreading, unyielding nature. This name has echoed for the subsequent 2.5 millennia, witnessing confusion, despair, and ultimately evolving into a tenacious struggle against the despair. Once named, the enemy became a fear's able, comprehensible concept. Yet the map drawn for this new territory proved tragically, bizarrely flawed. Hippocrates' shadow lingered long, but that of his successor eclipsed all like a solar eclipse. This man was Galen of Pergamon, a Greek physician practicing in the Roman Empire during the 2nd century AD. Galen was a man of extraordinary talent, yet profound arrogance, an indefatigable self-minus promoter and astonishingly prolific writer, with human dissection prohibited. His anatomical knowledge was almost entirely derived from the study of ape and pig carcasses. Yet his theoretical system proved so comprehensive and logically rigorous that it became the medical world's Bible. For the next 500 years, to question Galen was not merely to err, but to be deemed ignorant. Galen systemated Hippocrates' theory of the four humours, forging an unshakable dogma. He posited that the human body maintained a delicate equilibrium of four fundamental fluids: warm, moist blood cold, damp phlegm dry, hot yellow bile the most enigmatic, melancholic black bile the melancholic fluid, cold and dry in nature. It was associated with the earth, Vulcan, and the spleen. Health stemmed from the perfect equilibrium of these humours, while disease arose from imbalance. Galen asserted that cancer invariably resulted from an excess of black bile. This theory appeared exquisitely ingenious on the surface. It explained why cancer often manifested as dark, hard messes. When Galen had the rare opportunity to dissect tumours, what he observed was precisely congealed, black pathological matter. Was this not solidified black bile? This theory also accounted for the melancholic temperament observed in many cancer patients. Their sorrow and depression did not stem from the fatal disease itself, but from the humoral imbalance that caused the cancer. A melancholic disposition attracted melancholic humours. Everything fitted perfectly within this logical closed loop, forming an impenetrable cage of thought. Thus began the dark reign of black bile. The protracted half millennium war against cancer was not a battle against cellular rebellion, but a misguided crusade against illusory humours. The entire strategy rested upon a flawed premise. Curing disease required purging harmful bodily fluids. The resulting therapies were both ineffective and cruel. Physicians prescribed potent purgatives, attempting to expel black bile through forced intestinal evacuation, practiced bloodletting, incising veins to drain tainted humours alongside healthy blood, further exhausting already weakened patients, and imposed bizarre dietary prohibitions banning cabbage, beef, and certain legumes deemed black bile minus produced, while promoting foods supposedly capable of neutralizing it. Imagine a patient in medieval Paris or Renaissance Florence, their life being sapped by an invisible tumor. They were brought before the physician, this scholar educated at the finest universities, who had memorized every word of Galen's writing. The doctor solemnly nodded, diagnosed an excess of black bile, and launched his assault. The patient was bled, purged, and starved. A body already ravaged by cancer now endured a second, retinic assault, collateral damage from medical intervention. The tumor, undeterred, continued its rampage, indifferent to the fluid catastrophe afflicting other organs. As the patient grew weaker, the physician might intensify the treatment, convinced the melancholy stubbornness exceeded expectations. When the patient finally succumbed, none questioned the theory itself. Blame fell instead on delayed treatment or an irreparably profound humoral imbalance. This system appeared flawless. Its very failure reinforced its internal logic. For 15 centuries, it remained medicine's pinnacle. Progress was not merely slow, it was virtually stagnant. Generation after generation of physicians devoted their lives to battling this imaginary foe, while the true enemy silently proliferated within the patient's body. Glimmers of dissent did occasionally appear. The great 13th century Islamic physician Al-Nafis questioned Galen's model of blood circulation in the 16th century. The Swiss physician Paracelsus went so far as to publicly burn Galen's work, advocating that disease stemmed from external pathogens rather than internal imbalances. Yet these voices remained isolated cries in the desert of dogma. The theory of black bile had become deeply entrenched, embedded within the entire Western medical system. It offered a flawed, yet reassuring explanation for a terrifying and seemingly chaotic disease. Abandoning this theory would have meant admitting that for over a millennium, the world's most learned sages had been utterly ignorant. Thus, the reign of black, while persisted a long, silent, and deadly slumber of thought, the crab clutched its claws tightly, yet the medical world's only response was to fight a phantom, until cracks appeared in the cage's walls. This did not stem from new disease theories, but from entirely novel methods of observation. The Renaissance was not merely a rebirth of art and literature, but the awakening of a singular curiosity, a yearning to examine the world as it truly was, rather than through the dogma of ancient texts. This spirit of empirical observation would ultimately topple Galen and his theory of black by laughter one. 500 years of dominance. This revolution did not originate in physicians' study room, but was born upon the cold marble slabs of the Anatomy Theatre in Padua, Italy. Its leader was an ambitious and brilliant young Flemish anatomist, Andreas Vesalius, born in 1514. Vesalius was a child prodigy who became a professor at the University of Padua at the age of 23. Anatomical lectures of the era resembled bizarre theatrical performances, professors perched high on their lecterns reciting Galen's infallible classics, while humble barber-minor surgeons below awkwardly dissected corpses, merely identifying organs as their names were recited. Vesalius found this deeply absurd. He cast aside the texts, descended from the podium, and took up the scalpel himself to explore. His discoveries astonished him. Human anatomy bore no resemblance to Galen's descriptions. The human jawbone was a single piece, not the two minor part structure of primates the human liver lacked. The 5 lobed configuration of canines, the human sternum comprised only 3 segments, not 7. Time and again, he found Galen's theories founded on animal dissections contained fundamental errors in human anatomical detail. In 1543, at the age of just 28, Vesalius published his magnum opus, De Human Ic Corporis Fabricae. This monumental work, accompanied by exquisitely detailed illustrations, presented the structure of the human body with unprecedented precision. It was a revolution in thought. Vesalius did not propose a new theory of cancer. That was not his aim. His contribution was far more fundamental. He shattered the sanctity of ancient authority, replacing it with the authority of directly verifiable observation. He proclaimed a new creed to the world: trust not books, but your own eyes. He charted the correct map of the human body, an essential starting point for understanding the mechanisms of disease. This map was crucial, yet it depicted only the state of health. The next critical step was to chart the geography of disease itself. This monumental task fell to the Italian physician Giovanni Battista Morgagni. This meticulous, patient, and insatiably curious scholar spent his entire career teaching at the University of Padua, where Vesalius had once lectured. Over 50 years, Morgagni meticulously documented patients' life trajectories and the progression of their ailments. As their attending physician, he was intimately acquainted with their symptoms, complaints, and suffering. Yet his work did not cease with the patient's demise. Having obtained permission from the family, he would perform an autopsy. In a sense, he became the ultimate diagnostician, linking the symptoms experienced in life with the pathological lesions discovered after death. In 1761, at the age of 79, Morgagni published the culmination of his life's work, anatomical investigations into the localization and causes of diseases discussed. Et cas is morborum per anatomicae indigat A. This monumental 5-volume work documented nearly 700 clinical cases. The publication represented a revolution in printing. It documented nearly 700 cases of patients suffering from chest pain and palpitations, was found post-mortem to have damaged atherotomous aorta. Another, paralyzed by epilepsy, had been afflicted by a brain tumor compressing vital structures. Time and again, he demonstrated the same fundamental truth. Disease was not an abstract, elusive imbalance of humors like black bile. It was a physical process with a specific location, existing in particular regions of specific organs. This represented a profound conceptual shift. Cancer was no longer an excessive accumulation of melancholic humors throughout the body, but a localized phenomenon. A lump in the breast, a growth in the stomach, a lesion in the lung. Morgagni detached cancer from the realm of abstract humoral theory, anchoring it firmly in the physical realities of human anatomy. His work transformed cancer from a philosophical conundrum into a mechanical problem. If cancer was a localized mechanical problem, perhaps a localized mechanical solution existed. This new understanding electrified the surgical profession. Surgeons once regarded as mere craftsmen, butchers compared to the intellectual physicians, suddenly became the vanguard in the fight against cancer. If cancer was localized proliferation, a hostile invader occupying specific territory, why not simply excise it? The Scottish genius surgeon John Hunter, practicing in London at the close of the 18th century, became the most celebrated proponent of this radical new approach. Hunter theorized that cancer originates as a localized proliferation and, if detected early, can be completely excised. He argued that surgeons must abandon timidity, no longer content with draining abscesses or incising superficial tumors and instead adopt bold, thorough methods. Extensive deep excision was essential, removing not only the tumor, but also a margin of surrounding healthy tissue to ensure no residual disease could regroup and strike back. This marked the dawn of tumor surgery. It was a brutal and terrifying era. Operations were performed without anesthesia, with patients pinned to the operating table, conscious as the scalpel cut. The dangers of bacteria were not yet recognized, and post-minus operative infections were rampant and often fatal. Mortality rates were staggering. Yet history recorded the first instances of partial cures. Women with small, localized breast tumors who endured the excruciating pain of radical mastectomy gained a chance at survival. Their lives were purchased at the dreadful price of agony and disfigurement. Though crude, this strategy resembled a blunt minus force assault. Yet it was grounded in tangible physiological reality, rather than mystical notions of bodily fluid imbalances. For the first time, humanity ceased to be passive victims of disease and began to mount a clumsy counterattack. Yet deeper enigmas persisted. What exactly did the surgeon's scalpel excise? What constituted the very substance of the human body? Morgagni charted disease within it. Yet the ultimate origin and fundamental nature of the enemy remained utterly elusive. The answer lay not in the grand scale of organs and systems, but in a hidden world, a universe of astonishing complexity existing beyond the threshold of human vision. The key was a new tool, the microscope. Throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, lens grinders and amateur scientists like Antony van Leeuwenhoek used primitive microscopes to reveal a teeming world of microorganisms within a single drop of pond water. By the 19th century, these instruments had become sufficiently precise and powerful to probe deep into human tissue. In the 1832, German scientists Matthias Sess, C.H. Leiden and Theodor Schwann proposed a revolutionary new theory. All living things, whether animal or plant, are composed of minute fundamental units called cells. The human body was not a continuous tissue structure, but a community of trillions of independent cells, each possessing its own distinct life and function. It was against this backdrop the last great pathologist of the age emerged. His name was Rudolf Virchow, a titan of 19th century German medicine. This scholar, who combined the roles of physician, anthropologist, and politician, thrived amidst Berlin's bustling industrial landscape. Armed with cutting edge microscopes and fiery logic, Virchow elevated cell theory to new heights. He proclaimed a truth that would alter the course of biological history. With the Latin max omnis cellula is cellulum. Every cell originates from a prime existing cell. Cells did not spontaneously generate from primordial slime or formless humus, nor did they multiply through division as Hunt and others believed. Life begets life. Subsequently, Virchow turned his microscope upon cancerous tissue, where others perceived chaos. He discerned the distortion of normal processes. He observed cells. What? Disorganized, yet undeniably present. If the principle that all things originate from cells held true, these cancerous cells must have emerged from the organism's own healthy cells. This discovery was startling, terrifying, profound. An intimately personal cancer was not an alien invader. It was not a deposit of black bile, nor a parasite of foreign growth. It was us, a rebellion from within. A faction of the body's cellular society had broken the rules, reneging on the ancient pact governing growth and cooperation. These are our own cells, our own flesh and blood, now turning against us. They proliferate without limit, establishing a chaotic, anarchic state within the legitimate realm of the body, constructing a malignant empire. Virchow described cancer as cellular anarchy. With this insight, he finally and completely overturned the theory of black bile, pinpointing the true enemy. Through the microscope, he glimpsed its true visage. The war against cancer could now really commence. After millennia of battling phantom, humanity had finally recognized its real adversary. Within 19th century operating theaters, a frenzy of desperate sawing unfolded. Before the dawn of silence, the air was thick with animalistic screams of terror. Awake patients were held down as surgeons' blades sliced through bone, their screams echoing through tiered lecture halls where students watched with expressions of horror and fascination. The finest surgeons were not gentle, but swift. Speed was the only mercy, racing against shock and blood loss. A 30-second amputation marked the hand of a master. In this brutal contest, cancer proved the most savage adversary. It grew like a foreign body, demanding total eradication. Yet the excision itself often became the surgeon's own death. Sentenced patients might survive the blade, only to succumb days later to an invisible foe, hospital Pseudomonas aeruginosa, an infection seeping into wounds that turned flesh into putrid sludge. This war against disease was doomed to failure, for the battlefield itself was contaminated, until that autumn morning in 1846, when a turning point arrived at Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston. Dentist William T. De Mortenay, and of questionable character, yet extraordinary talented, ministered sulfur-based anesthesia to a patient. Surgeon John Collins Warren then bent over and excised the tumor from the patient's neck. The patient neither screamed nor struggled. After the procedure, Warren turned to the astonished audience and uttered those famously humble words, "Gentlemen, this is no illusion." Anesthesia was born. The first shackle was broken. Surgeons were no longer sprinters but could become craftsmen. They had been gifted time, yet time alone was far from sufficient. The wounded still perished, and post-operative wounds still festered and rotted. The second liberation came from the rain-miners drenched wards of Glasgow, Scotland. A Quaker surgeon named Joseph Lister, gazing upon the foul stench of the operating theatre, read the works of the French chemist Louis Pasteur. Pasteur had demonstrated that fermentation and putrefaction were not spontaneous occurrences, but caused by microscopic organisms. Lister drew inspiration from this. He deduced that these invisible pathogens caused fatal infections. Thus began his experiments, using phenol, a potent alkaline chemical employed in sewage treatment. He sprayed it into the operating theatre air, onto surgical instruments, and even directly onto wounds. The results were nothing short of miraculous. With ward mortality rates plummeting, the war for cleanliness, the art of disinfection, had commenced. With the twin pillars of anesthetic silence and disinfectant safety established, the stage was set for a new breed of surgical warriors. Surgeons could now operate with boldness, methodical precision, and unapologetic aggression. William Stewart Holter, the quintessential embodiment of this new surgical era, possessed an unparalleled obsession. At the newly established Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, Holter was a formidable enigma. This aristocrat of surgery demanded near-minus obsessive precision, insisting on absolute silence and rigor in the operating theatre. He pioneered the use of rubber gloves initially to protect the hands of scrub nurse Caroline Hampton, who later became his wife from corrosive disinfectants. He was an outstanding innovator, an unparalleled technical master, and a demanding mentor who cultivated America's foremost cohort of surgeons. Yet for most of his adult life, he was mired in addiction to cocaine and morphine. The secret was buried deep within him with the same unyielding control he exercised at the scalpel. His addiction, stemming from self-minus experimentation with cocaine as a local anesthetic, may well have fueled his near-minus obsessive dedication and extraordinary focus, while also forging his detached, clinical approach to medicine. When Holsteed examined breast cancer, he perceived it as an engineering conundrum. Prevailing theory posited that cancer spread centripetal like a stain permeating fabric, following continuous pathways from the primary to meritwood. It infiltrated deep pectoral muscles from breast tissue before advancing along lymph node chains toward the armpit. To Holsteed, the solution thus appeared logically inevitable, yet chillingly absolute. Removing only the lump was futile, like cutting the tops of weeds while leaving the roots intact. The entire system, every possible pathway for the disease to spread, must be eradicated in one operation. He termed it the definitive block resection. Posterity would call it the radical mastectomy. This operation was a masterpiece of anatomical violence. Holsteed's procedure excised all tissue. The entire breast vanished. The pectoralis major and minor muscles were stripped back to the rib cage, and every lymph, node chain and fatty tissue in the armpit was meticulously dissected. It was a meticulous yet bloody dissection, its goal the complete eradication of any cancer cells that might recur. The outcome was profound disfigurement. Patients were left with hollowed minus-out chests, permanent arm swelling due to lost lymphatic drainage, and lifelong chronic pain, yet in an era offering no alternatives. This was hailed as a heroic, life-saving feat. Holsteed's reported recurrence rates were astonishingly low for the time, showcasing his masterful skill. He had declared war on tumors, waging a total physical campaign, a war taken to its extreme. This surgeon wielding ephedrine, a lancet, was like a commander. His scalpel, the ultimate weapon. The operating theatre became a battlefield, where victory was measured by the width of surgical margins and the volume of excised tissue. For decades, the Holsteed radical procedure was not merely a surgical technique, but the very epitome of surgery. It was the gold standard, embodying surgical audacity and proclaiming this conviction with sufficient courage and a sufficiently sharp blade. This stubborn affliction could be utterly eradicated from the human body, leaving patients scarred yet alive. The era of radical surgery was one of heroic excision. It was an age when only deep incisions could bring hope. Yet even with the scalpel's newly acquired power, its reach proved ultimately limited. Even the most thorough, meticulously executed Holsteed procedure often ended in defeat. Cancer cells would return, not at the scar's edge, but within the lungs, liver, or bones, like spectres repairing in the depths of a house thought cleared of hauntings. This profound and unsettling revelation suggested flaws in the Holsteed theory, the very foundation of this radical war. Cancer was not always a localized stain, like a dye spreading. Sometimes it resembled dandelion seeds carried by blood or lymph, drifting far and taking root in fertile soil. Surgeons were waging a war against an airborne enemy. The scalpel could not reach these microscopic fugitives, nor excise the disease that had become systemic. The war against cancer required new weapons, forces capable of operating across different dimensions, reaching realms beyond the scalpel's reach. As the 19th century faded and the 20th quietly dawned, This new weapon did not emerge from the operating theatre, but from the faint glow of a physicist's laboratory. Like many groundbreaking discoveries, it began by chance. In late autumn 1895, the reclusive physicist Wilhelm Conrad Eckert experimented with Kruger's tube, glass vessels capable of conducting electricity, in his dim laboratory in Würzburg, Germany. Shielding the tube with black cardboard to block visible light, he noticed a faint, ghostly green glow drifting near his workbench. A screen coated with barium platino cyanide was emitting an extraordinary glow. Some form of energy was being released from the tube, penetrating the blackboard, traversing the air, and striking the screen. It was an invisible energy. Placing his hand between the tube and the screen, he saw the faint outline of his skeletal structure appear on the surface East-Artling site. He dubbed it the X-Ray X for the unknown. For weeks before announcing his discovery, he worked in secret, utterly absorbed, living unsleeping in the laboratory. The news spread across the globe at telegraphic speed. Within a year, X-rays were being used in hospitals to detect bullets and set broken bones, and in shoe shops as a novelty for trying on new footwear. They caused a sensation, like a magical eye piercing flesh and blood. But soon another phenomenon was noted. Operators handling crude, unshielded X-ray tubes developed strange burns on their hands, reddened, blistered skin, peeling, even hair loss. In Chicago, young medical student Emil Gruber suffered severe burns while constructing an X-ray tube. This prompted him to ponder, could this destructive force be harnessed for good? If the rays could scorch healthy skin, might they not erase cancer cells? In early 1896, a surgeon brought a patient with recurrent breast cancer to Gruber, who agreed to attempt treatment. For nearly an hour, he continuously irradiated the tumor with rays invisible to the naked eye. This marked humanity's first attempt at radiotherapy. While the world marveled at Rontgen's rays, a more mysterious discovery unfolded quietly within a depth. Chilly shed in Paris. Polish scientist Marie Curie and her French husband Pierre were studying radiation phenomena, a term she herself coined. Their research revealed that pitch-blended type of uranium or exhibited radioactivity far exceeding what could be explained by its uranium content alone, leading them to deduce the presence of a more potent element within. The scientific quest that followed became legendary. In their draughty, makeshift workshop, they spent for years processing tons of pitch-blende ore, using enormous cauldrons for smelting. They stirred the molten mass with iron rods, gradually separating the mysterious substance with extraordinary patience. First, they discovered an element named after Marie's homeland, Poland radium. In 1898, they isolated a second, more potent element, one that emitted a faint blue glow in darkness, while continuously releasing invisible torrents of energy. They named it radium. Radium possessed an almost supernatural quality, like a miniature, self-sustaining engine. It defied known physical laws as an eternal energy source, its biological effect proving even more potent than X-rays. Pierre Curie deliberately burned his arm with samples to study its effects. Physicians soon recognized this potent, portable radiation source as a formidable weapon against cancer. They developed brachytherapy, a technique implanting tiny glass or platinum needles filled with radium salts directly into tumors, delivering concentrated destructive energy precisely at the heart of cancer cells. For superficial cancers like skin and cervical tumors, this technique represented a revolutionary breakthrough, shrinking or even eradicating growths without incisions. It seemed like a new kind of magic. Surgeons' wars were physical contests, battles between anatomy and steel blades. This, however, was a war of physics, a confrontation between invisible particles and silent waves. It marked the first major triumph for an surgical treatment. Yet this new power proved a dangerous ally. Early pioneers of radiology, driven by urgency and excitement, scarcely considered its long minus germ hazards. They handled radium with bare hands, carrying it in coat pockets. X-ray technicians tested tubes by placing their hand bones under the rays for observation. Daily ingestion of poison. They charted a new continent, unaware the Earth itself had become poisoned. Marie Curie's notebooks remain lethal to this day, requiring storage in lead boxes. She herself ultimately died of radiation anemia, her bone marrow utterly destroyed by a lifetime of exposure. Many early radiologists perished from the very cancers they sought to cure. These pioneers of the atomic age became its first martyrs, sacrificing their lives for the strange luminous elements they had unleashed upon the world. Yet their sacrifice opened a second front in the war against cancer where solid, palpable tumors can now be addressed by surgery, while localized or inoperable cancers are met with radiotherapy. Mankind possessed two weapons, yet both were confined to localized combat. Like cannons within a fortress, they proved formidable against enemies at the gate. Yet helpless once foes had infiltrated the heartland and spread throughout the kingdom. Metastatic cancer, this disease that disseminates throughout the body, remained an unsolved enigma. To combat it, medicine requires an entirely different weapon. It needs a systemic drug, a toxin capable of tracking and eliminating cancer cells wherever they lurk, whether deep within bone marrow or within the soft tissues of the brain. The world needed a lethal chemical, and the inspiration for this substance came, astonishingly, from the most brutal, industrialized killing fields in human history. The first clue emerged in 1915 within the foul smelling yellow green toxic cloud drifting over the trenches of the Pires sector in Belgium. The use of poison gas in the First World War marked the opening of a terrifying new chapter in human conflict. Chlorine, phosgene, and most infamously, mustard gas, were designed not merely to kill, but to maim, instill terror, and transform battlefields into living hells. Mustard gas, this oily liquid with its faint scent of garlic or horseradish, proved particularly insidious. A blistering agent, it seared skin, blinded eyes, and ravaged lungs, leaving no soldier who encountered it unscathed. Yet, during autopsies on victims, pathologists uncovered deeper lesions, peculiar and distinct internal injuries. The soldier's bone marrow, the factory of blood production, had it refeed and dried up, while their lymph nodes had wasted away. This poison gas seemed to have a particular predilection for the rapidly dividing cells of the hematopoietic and lymphatic systems. This chilling discovery was recorded in medical journals, yet gradually faded into obscurity as the world sought to consign the horrors of the First World War to memory. This clue lay dormant for 2 decades until the world prepared for war once more. In the late 1930s, as the specter of another global conflict loomed, the American government quietly initiated a chemical warfare response program. They commissioned Yale pharmacologists Louis Goodman and Alfred Gilman to study a family of chemical compounds known as mustard agents. The official mandate was to develop antidotes or treatments. To achieve this, they first needed to precisely decipher the agents' cellular mechanisms of action. They selected a more stable, potent variant nitrogen mustard for their research. In animal experiments, they verified with chilling precision the observations made during the First World War. Nitrogen mustard was a devastating sticoxin, particularly potent against rapidly dividing cells, capable of utterly annihilating white blood cells. Amid the quiet of the Yale laboratory, Goodman and Gilman made a bold leap of thought, gazing upon this lethal weapon of war, the chemical agent engineered for mass destruction. They glimpsed another meaning. Was cancer not fundamentally a disease of uncontrolled cell division? Was lymphoma not cancer of the lymphatic system, a rebellion of white blood cells? They wondered, what if this chemical assassin could be harnessed? What if this toxin, selectively targeting rapidly dividing white blood cells, could be repurposed? What if it no longer targeted soldiers in trenches, but instead locked onto tumors within a patient's body, deliberately poisoning the patient with a systemic toxin to achieve more thorough destruction of cancer cells. This therapeutic concept was revolutionary, almost unimaginable. In 1942, an opportunity to test the theory arose. New Haven Hospital admitted a 48-year-old silversmith, referred to only as JD in medical records. He suffered from advanced lymphoma, with tumors like behemoths compressing his windpipe, obstructing veins, and spreading throughout his body. The only available treatment at the time, radiotherapy, had failed him, leaving him with no viable options. Without the patient's consent, Goodman and Gilman, collaborating with Surgeon Gustav Flinskeg, initiated their first trial of what they termed chemotherapy. The nitrogen mustard agent, classified as top-secret, was referred to only by its code name, Substance X. On 27 August 1942, they commenced intravenous treatment. The results were astonishing. Within days, JD's tumors began softening and shrinking, and he regained the ability to eat. He could lie flat to sleep. The cancerous tissue that had nearly claimed his life seemed to dissolve under the silent, systematic assault of the chemical agents. This remission, though miraculous, proved fleeting. The poison eradicated the cancer cells, but also destroyed JD's healthy bone marrow. His blood cell counts plummeted. Treatment had to be halted, and without the chemical pressure to contain it, the stubborn cancer returned. JD passed away less than 100 days after treatment commenced. Yet, during that brief, miraculous remission, he had proven the principal intravenous chemical agents could combat systemic cancer. They were proof of concept. The research involved wartime secrets. The findings were classified as top secret and remained undisclosed for years. The world would witness a second, more public and far more brutal demonstration of nitrogen mustard's power. 1 year later, on a December night in 1943, the Allied miners controlled port of Bari on Italy's Adriatic coast teemed with ships. As a bustling logistical hub, its defenses were thinly stretched. That night, over 100 German bombers launched a surprise attack, achieving complete surprise. This devastating assault became known as the Little Pearl Harbor. Over 20 vessels were sunk, claiming the lives of hundreds of sailors. Among the stricken ships was the American Liberty freighter John Harvey. This vessel carried top-secret cargo to 1,000 M47A1 bombs, each containing 100 pounds of mustard gas, specifically stockpiled to counter German chemical warfare. Following the explosions, the toxic cloud formed by mustard gas mixing with fuel oil, leaking from burning vessels, drifted into the harbor and spread into the city. Hundreds of sailors were rescued from the oil miners' contaminated waters. Their initial injuries appeared to be caused by blast, shock and burns. Yet within days, a medical enigma emerged the survivors began dying. Their deaths not attributable to visible trauma. They succumbed to a profound and inexplicable depletion of white blood cells. The Allied command, desperate to conceal the existence of chemical weapons from both the enemy and the public, panicked. They dispatched chemical weapons expert Lieutenant Colonel Stuart Alexander to investigate. Alexander, familiar with Yale's classified research, swiftly identified the characteristic symptoms of mustard gas poisoning. His meticulous autopsies confirmed the conclusion. The sailors had perished from bone marrow suppression, their immune defenses utterly destroyed. Though the Bari port tragedy was a human catastrophe, Alexander's classified report provided the first large-scale human data on the systemic effects of nitrogen mustard. This report offered brutal, irrefutable public evidence corroborating the phenomena observed by Goodman and Gilman in individual patients. Thus, humanity's most savage impulse for destruction, the desire to poison one another on an industrial scale, paradoxically gave birth to the third major weapon in the war against cancer. Chemotherapy was forged in the crucible of World War This paradoxical drug emerged from the transformation of a weapon of death into an instrument of healing. It filled the final gap in the primitive triad of treatments, now comprising surgery, physical removal of tumors, radiotherapy, focused energy to destroy lesions, and chemotherapy, systemic poisoning of the disease. Therapeutic strategies grew increasingly complex, the arsenal ever more diverse. The war was far from over, yet humanity now fought the king of all melodies simultaneously on every front. The long, slow, and often painful process of transforming crude poison into precise science was about to begin. In the mid-1942, the sterile corridors of Boston Children's Hospital exuded an order of fate. Here, a diagnosis of childhood acute lymphoblast leukemia was not a challenge to be conquered, but a time frame to be managed. The death sentence was not delivered with the clang of a hammer, but in the quiet scratch of a pen on a prescription pad. The disease raged through the blood like wildfire, spreading at terrifying speed. A child might present with fever, a limp, or widespread bruising, only to depart forever within weeks, sometimes mere days. Treatment options were limited to palliative care, alleviating suffering. Trans using blood to replace healthy cells squeezed out by cancerous white blood cells. It resembled a planned retreat, striving to make the end as gentle as possible. The word cure was never uttered, nor was resistance even mentioned. It was into this realm of tacit resignation that pathologist Sidney Farber stepped. Pathologists are physicians for the deceased. His world comprised microscopes, lights, autopsy room, and the cold, unyielding confirmation of disease's ultimate triumph. A meticulous, somewhat austere man, he found greater comfort in the cells beneath glass than in the chaotic, ever-minus changing living patients. Yet what he witnessed unsettled him profoundly, as he performed autopsies on these young children, documenting how leukemia mercilessly ravaged every organ and tissue. He grew unable to tolerate his clinical colleagues' somber fatalism. He refused to accept this as nature's absolute law. It was merely a problem without a solution. He resolved to cross the threshold between life and death, stepping from the realm of the departed into that of the dying, hoping to guide them back among the living. Though not a chemist, Farber voraciously studied medical literature, becoming obsessed with the fundamental mechanisms of cell growth. He understood that both healthy and cancerous cells required specific nutrients for division. Chief among these was folic acid, a B vitamin crucial for DNA synthesis. Without folic acid, cellular replication ceases entirely. His attention was drawn to the work of British researcher Lucy Wells, who discovered that crude yeast extract, rich in folic acid, could cure a specific type of anemia in pregnant women. Subsequently, he learned of findings from New York researchers supplementing pediatric leukemia patients with folic acid accelerated the deterioration of their condition at an alarming rate. Cancer cells, already proliferating wildly, voraciously consumed folic acid, causing malignant cells to multiply explosively and hastening the children's demise. This discovery was both terrifying and tragic. Yet within the quiet of Farber's laboratory, a peculiar and ingenious concept began to take shape. It rested upon a starkly logical premise: if a substance could defeat cancer, what effect might a substance that blocked that very substance produce? Antifolate, a counterfeit molecule structurally similar enough to fool cellular mechanisms, yet sufficiently different to jam the gears of DNA replication. It was a revolutionary concept. At the time, the only effective treatments for cancer were rude instruments, the surgeon's scalpel and radiation. Both were localized therapies targeting tangible, palpable tumors. Leukemia was different. It was a liquid cancer, a systemic disease circulating throughout the body. It could not be excised surgically, nor could an entire child's body be subjected to total body irradiation. A systemic disease demanded a systemic weapon, 8 oxen that could travel through the bloodstream. Faber contacted chemist Euler P. Subaru at the Lyle laboratory. Subaru's team had recently synthesized precisely the type of molecule Faber envisioned. One such compound, aminopurin, proved to be a potent anti-folate agent. By 1947, Faber was poised to proceed. He established an isolation ward within the hospital, a necessity, given the controversy surrounding this experimental therapy, which ran counter to the prevailing practice of offering only palliative care. He gathered several children deemed terminal. With mere weeks to live, they had nothing left to lose. Once the injections began, the initial results were harrowing. Aminopurin behaved like a potent poison. Undoubtedly, it attacked not only leukemia cells but destroyed all rapidly dividing cells in the body. The children developed mouth ulcers so severe they could not eat. Their hair fell out completely, and their bone marrow, the factory producing blood cells, was suppressed to dangerously low levels. Some colleagues were appalled. He's a pathologist, they murmured. Yet he tortures children with toxic chemicals based on half-bait theories. Yet Faber remained unflinching. He adjusted dosages, managed side effects, and most crucially, maintained relentless blood monitoring. Day after day, he drew samples, stained slides, and counted cells under the microscope, counting the enemy. Then the miracle arrived. The number of leukemic blasts in Robert Endler's blood began to fall. Not marginally, but precipitously. The boy's fever subsided. The bruises on his skin gradually faded, and vitality returned. Faber performed a bone marrow biopsy, inserting a thick needle into the boy's hip to extract the spongy blood-producing tissue. Under the microscope, areas once densely packed with malignant cells now showed small patches of normal bone marrow tissue beginning to regenerate. This was remission, a startling, almost unbelievable temporary remission. Another child in the ward had responded. Of the first 16 children treated with a methotrexate, 10 experienced dramatic albeit temporary improvement. This was not a cure leukemia, approved to cunning, invariably finding pathways to resistance. Remission lasted mere months or a year at most, after which the disease inevitably returned. The drugs now ineffective, all the children ultimately succumbed to the disease. Yet Faber's achievement was epic minus making. He established the principles of treatment, demonstrating for the first time that chemical agents could systematically combat systemic cancer. He opened a door sealed for millennia. Thus chemotherapy was born. Like the atomic bomb's successful testing, the true battle now commenced. Faber understood this profoundly. He knew the faint, fragile Victorian Boston hospitals wards marked not an endpoint, but the beginning of the journey. Transforming these fleeting remissions into lasting cures demanded a wholly different battle. The theater of war extended beyond hospital beds and laboratories into the corridors of power. It required funding, resources, and an unprecedented national will. The quiet, meticulous pathologist, who had once cherished his glass slides, thus embarked upon a second life. He transformed into a warrior. He treasured letters from parents of children he had cured even in the face of ultimate grief. These expressions of gratitude were locked away in a filing cabinet he called his emotional safe. He prepared to take this fight to a wider stage. He would go to Washington. The America Faber sought to mobilize was a nation brimming with a particular post-war technological confidence. This was a nation that had successfully split the atom, built an interstate highway network, and was now earnestly planning a manned lunar mission. The prevailing belief was that any challenge, no matter how complex, could ultimately be overcome with sufficient intelligence, resources, and sheer American will. Yet cancer remained a spectre, spoken of in hushed tones, viewed as a private shame rather than a public enemy. It was the forbidden word. Sidney Faber understood that to secure the necessary resources, the language itself must change. He sought to transform cancer from a silently creeping terror into an imminent threat the entire nation could unite against. He was not alone in this new war. His most crucial ally was a woman named Mary Louise Herr, a figure of astonishing energy and influence. A New York socialite and art collector, Mary was a powerhouse in designer suits, yet her passion stemmed from personal tragedy, having witnessed her advertising magnate husband, Albert Lasker, succumb to colon cancer. She raged against the primitive state of medical research and meagre government funding. She embraced medical salvation with almost religious fervor. Together with Faber, she forged one of the most influential lobbying partnerships in American history. Faber was the scientific authority, a solemn physician who could articulate the essence of disease with unquestionable expertise. She was the political strategist, adept at defining issues, building coalitions, and making the decisive phone calls. Their strategy stands as a masterclass in shifting public perception. They launched an unrelenting campaign to drag cancer out of the shadows. They courted media allies, feeding journalists stories about promising new research and the desperate need for funding, crafting brochures and advertisements. A famous national newspaper had featured a sinister hand emerging from the word cancer, boldly captioned Mr. Nixon, "Can you cure cancer?" It was a direct and audacious challenge. They framed the fight against cancer as a war one America had yet to commit to seriously, but must win rather than a slow, incremental scientific process. The first major achievement was establishing the Jimmy Fund. In 1948, Faber collaborated with the New England Entertainment Club, an organization of entertainers, to organize a radio telethon. They found a young patient at the hospital named on Gustav Sinead I Hard Boston Braves, and given the pseudonym Jimmy to protect his privacy. During the live broadcast, several Braves players visited Jimmy in his hospital bed. The broadcast caused a sensation, and donations poured in. The Jimmy Fund thus became a beloved Boston institution, providing Faber with sustained private funding to establish his research center, later renamed the Dane A. Faber Cancer Institute. More significantly, that human is at the disease, giving it a child's face, and inspired millions to embrace the fight against cancer as a personal mission. With this public support as their foundation, Faber and A.L.K. set their sights on grander ambitions. The federal government. They pointed out that the National Institutes of Health and its smaller National Cancer Institute had long suffered from underfunding and bureaucratic constraints. They demanded the launch of a project comparable to the Manhattan Project or the Apollo program, a centrally coordinated, comprehensive campaign to conquer cancer. They found allies in Congress, including Alabama Senator Lester Hill and Rhode Island Representative John Fogerty. Year after year, Muriel Rusk marched on Washington armed with charts, data, and heart-wrenching case studies, persuading lawmakers to allocate supplementary funds to the NIH budget, often far exceeding the agency's own request. By the late 1960s, the political climate presented a golden opportunity for their grand vision. The Vietnam War was increasingly unpopular, mired in a technological quagmire. Following the 1916 moon landing, America sought new grand challenges, a fresh project for national cohesion. Faber and Alaska seized the moment, proposing an independent federal agency dedicated solely to conquering cancer. This agency would possess unlimited funding authority and report directly to the president. The proposal sparked fierce debate within the scientific community. Many researchers harbored reservations about a top-down, mission-driven model, fearing it would stifle the fundamental curiosity, driven science that oft unyielded major breakthroughs. They favored the existing peer-review system of the National Institutes of Health. Yet the political momentum proved unstoppable, and public enthusiasm was ignited. A committee of eminent figures issued a report calling for a comprehensive offensive with a cure target, the United States bicentennial in 1976. President Richard Nixon, within the White House, sensed a political opportunity. He was seeking a popular domestic initiative to divert attention from the ongoing turmoil of the Vietnam War. This war on cancer was perfect, boldly optimistic, yet politically untouchable. Who could oppose curing cancer? On 23 December 1971, at a ceremony in the state dining room of the White House, Nixon signed a national cancer act in the presence of members of Congress, senators, and an emotional Mary Lasker. This landmark legislation, while falling short of Lasker's original vision for an independent agency, significantly expanded the authority and budget of the National Cancer Institute. The director of the National Cancer Institute would be appointed by the president and report directly to the White House. The funding allocated was astronomical. The act authorized $1.6 billion for the first 3 years, equivalent to over $10 billion today. The agency's budget quadrupled almost overnight, with funds flooding into cancer research centers nationwide. New buildings sprang up, and thousands of researchers emerged. Cancer research thus transformed from a limited, cottage-minus, industry-scale endeavor into a vast national undertaking. A wave of optimism swept the nation. The war on cancer had been formally declared. The commander-in-chief had mobilized national resources. Scientists to gain warriors. Laboratories became frontline positions. Victory seemed not merely within reach, but inevitable. Yet a subtle, complex problem quietly emerged. America had effectively declared total war on an enemy whose very nature it did not yet comprehend. It mobilized a vast army to confront a shadow, an unknown entity, not lurking in foreign lands, but concealed within the high walls of its own cities, within the very bodies of the citizens it sought to protect. While this newly funded war poured billions into developing and refining chemotherapy regimens and radiation techniques, a deeper, more fundamental revolution was brewing in the realm of basic science. That cool, troubling question remained unanswered: what exactly is cancer? What trigger mechanism transforms normal cells into malignant, endlessly dividing monsters? For decades, viruses remained the prime suspect. This notion races back to 1911, originating with Peyton Ress at the Rockefeller Institute. Ress was investigating peculiar tumors in Plymouth Rock chickens. He discovered that grinding the tumors, filtering the resulting mass through a fine membrane that blocked all bacteria, and then injecting the cell-free fluid into healthy chickens caused them to develop identical cancers. The only microscopic substance capable of passing through the membrane was a virus. The discovery of sarcoma virus was significant, yet it was long regarded as a peculiar anomaly in avian biology. However, during the 1960s and 1970s, as more animal carcinogenic viruses were identified, the viral theory of cancer gained substantial traction. This concept held profound appeal. Cancer was fundamentally an infection where foreign invaders' viral particles hijack cellular mechanism, compelling malignant transformation. This model perfectly aligned with the metaphor of the war on cancer. The enemy was an external pathogen. The mission was to identify the virus and develop vaccines or antiviral drugs to eradicate it. With fresh funding from the National Cancer Act, virology laboratories across America embarked on the pursuit of human oncogenic viruses. Within the laboratories of the University of California, San Francisco, two young virologists, Harold Varmus and J. Michael Bishop, were immersed in the intricate details of this challenge. They were not clinicians. They were basic scientists, driven by a profound curiosity about the carcinogenic mechanisms of retroviruses. They focused their attention on the virus's progenitor, the sarcoma virus. They knew this virus contained a specific oncogene, which they named as oncophonetic S-aroma. Their objective was to uncover the operational mechanism of this viral gene, which required first locating it. Their approach was ingenious, a classic example of molecular biology. They planned to create a probe, a segment of radioactive DNA whose sequence perfectly mirrored the S or C gene, based on the rules of D, and A base sparing A pairs with T, G pairs with C. This radioactive probe would bind only to its exact sequence counterpart. After washing the probe through DNA from infected chicken cells, it would precisely light up, marking the location where the viral oncogene had inserted into the chicken genome. This was akin to seeing the invisible, a genetic positioning beacon. The experiment succeeded perfectly, pinpointing the enemy gene within the cell. Yet Bishop and Farmer were meticulous scientists, and outstanding scientists always establish control groups. They resolved to replicate the experiment this time, using DNA from normal, healthy, uninfected chickens. The logic was clear without viral presence. The probe should find no binding sites, yielding a blank result. They prepared DNA from healthy chicken cells, washed it with radioactive BS, a probe, and awaited the outcome. The subsequent discovery would rewrite biological history the probe bound, emitting a bright, distinct fluorescence. The gene they had sought so diligently, the one regarded as the unique, lethal weapon of the invading virus, already existed. It lay dormant within the DNA of perfectly normal chickens. Stunned, they repeated the experiment. The outcome remained unchanged. They examined other animals, discovering variants of the S or C gene in the DNA of ducks, turkeys, quails, and even fish. Ultimately, they traced its presence within the human genome. This viral gene was not an alien invention, but a slightly modified replica, stolen from normal cellular genes, a sequence nearly ubiquitous across all animal life. The implications of this discovery were staggering, sending shockwaves through the scientific community. Cancer, in most instances, was not an external invasion. It stemmed from an internal betrayal. These sequences, dubbed oncogenes, were not inherently malevolent. Under normal conditions, they formed a vital component of the cell's command and control system. It was these genes that dictated when a cell should grow, divide, or differentiate, acting as the accelerator in the cellular car. Take the S or C gene, for instance. The protein it encodes is a vital regulator of cell growth. Viruses merely hijack this gene, incorporating it into their own genetic code and causing damage in the process. They tamper with the accelerator, leaving the cell perpetually primed for action. This revelation fundamentally reshaped humanity's understanding of cancer. The enemy was not an external force, but ourselves. Cancer cells were not alien invaders, but normal cells that had suffered specific internal genetic damage. Disease begins with a spelling error, mutations in these crucial protein-oncogenes that transform them into cancer-causing oncogenes. This is a disease triggered by dysfunction within our own DNA. Soon, researchers embracing this new paradigm identified the human A and K gene family, including genes such as arose, by C and her by B. They also uncovered the other side of the equation. If oncogenes function like accelerators stuck in the open position, a braking mechanism must exist. The normal role of these tumor suppressor genes is to pause the cell division process to check for DNA damage and, when fatal defects are found, to trigger a suicide program known as apoptosis. The most famous of these, the p53 gene, was discovered years later and is often hailed as the guardian of the genome. When tumor suppressor genes mutate or are lost, this braking system fails. Cancer is thus no longer viewed as a single event, but as a progressive accumulation of errors. A cell must endure multiple DNA damages, require both the accelerator to fail and the brakes to malfunction, often accompanied by other systemic failures, before it can break free from normal constraints and become truly malignant. This explains why cancer is primarily an aging disease, accumulating sufficient random, unfortunate mutations within a single cell inherently requires time. The war on cancer declared with such fanfare and optimistic conviction in 1971, suddenly faced an adversary far more complex and nuanced than imagined. The objective was no longer simply to identify a single virus for vaccine development or discover a miraculous chemical agent to eliminate the invader. How to eliminate this distorted replica of the self. How to attack cancer cells without harming the healthy cells from which they arose. The enemy in this war was not an external pathogen, but an internal conflict unfolding at the genetic level. When humanity realized that the seeds of self-destruction were already woven into the very fabric of the genome, this profound and unsettling discovery overturned old assumptions, laying the theoretical groundwork for the next 50 years of the cancer struggle. The target was no longer a mysterious invader, but specific mutated genes, with the battlefield itself being the human genome. Thus, for a long time, this war was fought along a single front. It was a passive defensive campaign, a desperate counterattack launched only after the enemy had breached the gates and fortified itself within the body. The tactics were brutal and direct: locate the tumor, then excise, burn, or poison it. Scalpels, radiation beams, chemotherapy drugs, surgical instruments, radiant beams, and fusion tubes. Yet as the commanders of this war, surgeons and oncologists, honed their craft, a troubling realization began to permeate the medical community. They were winning local battles, occasionally even achieving victories, that they were failing to win the war. They were merely mopping up a battle long since lost, a defeat whose seeds had often been sown years, even decades, earlier. A new front was urgently needed. This war should not be fought defensively, but proactively, a war of prevention. The first major engagement on this new front would not be fought in operating theaters or laboratories, but in the smoke-filled cafes, offices, and living rooms of the mid-20th century. The enemy in this war was a phantom presence, a fleeting pleasure, a temptation so commonplace within daily customs that it remained utterly invisible. The target of this war was tobacco itself. By the 1952, lung cancer had evolved from a medical curiosity into a terrifyingly common spectre. In post-war Britain's soot-stained cities, this plague lurked in plain sight. Doctors naturally noticed the surge in cases. They saw a steady stream of patients, predominantly men, though women were increasingly represented. These individuals coughed until breathless, grew emaciated, and bore X-rays riddled with shadows. They suspected the culprit might be industrial smog or the mounting exhaust fumes from motor vehicles, the tarmac beneath their very feet. In London, two researchers from the Medical Research Council, Richard Dull and Austin Bradford Hill, resolved to investigate. The young physician Dull and Hill, a pioneer in medical statistics, were both meticulous scholars. They embarked on an investigation known as a case-control study, an elegant, almost common-sense detective work. They focused on patients with lung cancer in London hospitals. For each patient, they matched controls of the same age and gender who were hospitalized for other conditions. Then the questioning began. These persistent interviewers, clipboards in hand, moved between hospital beds, patiently recording details of hundreds of lives, place of residence, occupation. Did they cycle? Only finally, almost as an afterthought, would they ask, do you smoke? The data accumulated, punched on two cards. As Hill and Dull sifted through the responses, a pattern emerged. The culprit was neither smog, nor tie wear, nor exhaust fumes. In fact, amid all the complex variables of modern life, one correlation roared from the data like a physical law: lung cancer patients all smoked, and, in staggering quantities, patients in the control group, however, were largely non-smokers. When they published their findings in the British Medical Journal in 1950, their conclusion was succinct, measured, yet earth-shattering: smoking was the key factor in causing lung cancer. across the Atlantic. In St. Louis, Missouri, young medical student turned Windland-renowned surgeon Izzy Graham reached precisely the same conclusion through parallel research. Graham, a heavy smoker himself, was initially deeply skeptical. He found it hard to believe that his daily indulgence in such a pleasurable habit could be so detrimental to health. Yet the research data was irrefutable. He unwindled carefully applied to distilled from cigarettes to the shaved backs of mice, which promptly developed tumors. This link was no longer merely statistical, it was biological. The evidence was forming an impregnable fortress. Yet the tobacco industry, entrenched like an empire, had long permeated the fabric of Western culture, symbolizing sophistication, masculinity, rebellion, and relaxation. Its power was vast, its resources seemingly limitless. It would not relinquish its territory lightly. The industry's countermeasure strategy was not to challenge the science directly, that would be tantamount to suicide. Instead, it adopted a more insidious, modern tactic, sowing doubt. In 1954, America's major tobacco companies jointly published the frank statement to smokers across over 400 U.S. newspapers. This public relations masterpiece assured the public that they took health concerns seriously, dismissed anti-minor smoking claims as alarmist, and pledged to fund independent research to conceal the truth entirely. They established the Research Council of the Tobacco Industry, an organization cloaked in scientific authority that funded all manner of research, yet deliberately avoided any connection between their products and cancer. They created a fog, allowing the truth to settle in murky waters. They promoted the smoker personality theory, implying smokers themselves possessed a genetic predisposition to cancer. They repeatedly emphasized that correlation does not imply causation. Whenever controversy intensified, they would deploy highly paid scientists to declare existing evidence inconclusive. This was a new kind of warfare, a battle for information and perception, targeting the human mind itself. The tobacco industry's advertising was masterful. Rugged cowboys, elegant film stars, and most intriguingly, the image of the doctor. In advertisements from the 1930s seconds and 1940 seconds, physicians in white coats frequently appeared, conveying reassurance to the public. While doctors choose camel, the slogan was direct and powerful. If health experts favored this product, how could it be harmful? Facing emerging scientific threats, the industry introduced filtered cigarettes, promising a safer, gentler smoking experience. This was a clever bluff, using technology to address problems they publicly denied existed, providing anxious smokers with an excuse to continue. Meanwhile, evidence piled up like an insurmountable wall. Duran Hill recognized the need for more robust data, launching the British Doctors Study in 1951. This prospective study would track the future health of a specific cohort rather than review past history. Nearly 35,000 British male doctors were enrolled, their health and smoking habits monitored over the next 50 years, ultimately becoming one of the most significant epidemiological studies in history. The findings were chilling. The longer and heavier the doctors smoked, the higher their mortality risk. Deaths occurred not only from lung cancer, but also from numerous other diseases. Dr. V. Graham, a St. Louis surgeon who helped establish this link, eventually quit his habit of 2 packs a day, but it was too late. In 1957, he was diagnosed with inoperable invasive lung cancer and passed away within months. This became the final tragic data point in his research. Public opinion began to shift slowly yet resolutely. The relentless accumulation of evidence could not be ignored indefinitely. In the United States, the 1964 report Smoking on Health, published by the U.S. Surgeon General's Advisory Committee, marked a turning point. Surgeon General Luther B. Tritton deliberately chose a Saturday morning for the report's release to minimize stock market impact. a detail revealing the sheer scale of economic forces he faced. Though the 387-page document was dry and technical, its conclusion delivered an earthquake. The US government, with supreme authority, declared smoking a cause of lung cancer. This dealt a fatal blow to the campaign of doubt. The subsequent victory was not swift, but a protracted siege. In 1966, faint warning labels first appeared on cigarette packets. By 1971, television and radio and tobacco advertising, public smoking bans began spreading across cities and states, transforming smoking from an omnipresent social ritual into a clandestine habit confined to designated areas and wind-swept alleyways. This battle for prevention had won its first major engagement. It demonstrated that defeating an adversary need not always involve surgical intervention within the body's sometimes data, policy, education, and the slow, arduous yet ultimately world-changing power of repeating the truth until it becomes irrefutable could prove equally effective. The greatest victories are the cancers that never materialize. Yet while this public health campaign unfolds in government halls and newspaper columns, the private struggles of individual patients persist, often accompanied by devastating silence and isolation. Throughout history, cancer patients have remained passive protagonists in their own narrative. Diagnoses were delivered by omniscient physicians, often in hushed, paternalistic tones. Treatment plans were unilaterally decided rather than negotiated. The patient's role was one of compliance, endurance, and suffering. The disease itself was shrouded in shame, discussed only in euphemisms. The big illness, the lump, the long illness. It was regarded as a private tragedy, a skeleton in the family closet. Obituaries never listed cancer as the cause of death. This silence functioned as a cage, isolating patients from one another and stripping them of agency. Yet in the latter half of the 20th century, the prisoners began to tear down the walls. A revolution was brewing, spearheaded by the patient community itself. Paradoxically, its foundations were laid by influential figures outside this circle. In the post-war years, New York socialite and philanthropist Mary Lazare rallied allies to declare war on cancer. This political strategist, acting as a master lobbyist, leveraged her wealth and connections to bend Washington to her will. She was convinced cancer could be conquered through concentrated government funding, much like the model that had built the atomic bomb. Her relentless campaigning culminated in Richard Nixon signing the 1971 National Cancer Act, a landmark legislation that substantially increased funding for the National Cancer Institute and established a nationwide network of cancer research centers. Alaska's war on cancer was a top-down endeavor led by scientists and politicians. Patient-led movements had yet to emerge, but this campaign injected urgency and resources into the field, creating the institutional framework that would soon become the focus of a new generation of activists. The true catalyst for the patient advocacy movement stemmed from a radically different disease. In the 1980s, the world faced the terrifying onslaught of the AIDS epidemic. An entire generation of young men, the majority gay, was being decimated by a mysterious and terrifying virus. The initial response from government and the medical establishment was heartbreaking, slow and riddled with prejudice. Against this backdrop, a fierce, intelligent, and desperate resistance movement emerged. Groups like ACT-UP, acting collectively to unleash power, refused to be silent victims. They took to the streets to fight. They staged deaths at minor sins on Wall Street, hung giant condoms over senators' residences, and infiltrated the headquarters of the U.S. Food and Drug Administration, forcing the agency to shut down for a day. They were loud, disruptive, and remarkably effective. They taught themselves virology and pharmacology, mastering the jargon of clinical trials. They demanded a seat at the table with researchers and regulators. insisting that those whose lives hung in the balance had a right to participate in decision-making. They successfully pressured the FDA to create fast-track approval for life-saving drugs. The cancer community watched closely. They have witnessed the power of organized, informed, relentless campaigning, realizing that the traditional rules of compliance and silence can be broken. The first wave, perhaps the most potent of this new anti-cancer movement, originated within the breast cancer community. For decades, breast cancer remained a particularly silent disease, shackled by cultural taboos surrounding women's bodies. The standard treatment was the halsted radical mastectomy, a brutal, disfiguring procedure removing the entire breast, pectoral muscle, and lymph nodes, based on surgical dogma unquestioned for nearly a century. Women often underwent surgery without knowing whether their breast could be preserved, signing consent forms granting surgeons absolute discretion. This represented the zenith of medical authoritarianism. By the 1980s and 1990s, women began challenging this status quo, initially forming support groups merely to share experiences and offer mutual solace. These collectives rapidly evolved into formidable political forces. Organizations like the National Coalition Against Breast Cancer, founded in 1991, adopted strategies from the AIDS movement, championing the principle of action, not pity. They rejected charity fairs and silent sympathy, demanding political power and effective cures. Led by figures like Fran Visco, a lawyer and breast cancer survivor, they marched on Washington, learning to lobby Congress not with dry statistics, but with the raw emotional power of personal testimony. They fought for and secured billions in new research funding. The pink ribbon evolved from a grassroots awareness symbol into a global phenomenon, becoming a potent emblem for the movement, though sometimes exploited commercially. This new breed of patient advocates fundamentally reshaped the landscape of cancer research and treatment. Their impact profound and tangible. First, they fundamentally altered the drug approval process, emulating ACTUP's tactics. They stormed the doors of the FDA, demanding faster access to promising experimental drugs through compassionate use programs and accelerated approval pathways. They forcefully argued that for metastatic cancer patients, the theoretical long-term risks of unproven drugs pale in comparison to the certainty of death. Secondly, they became a driving force in securing research funding, ensuring cancer remained at the forefront of the national political agenda. By participating in grant review panels at the National Cancer Institute and the Department of Defense, they brought the patient perspective directly into the heart of scientific priority setting. Thirdly, and perhaps most crucially, they shattered the traditional culture of passive resignation within patient communities, fundamentally reshaping how the disease was articulated. People are no longer victims of cancer, but survivors of it. They demand to be equal partners in their treatment, entitled to understand their diagnosis, access their medical records, and participate in treatment decisions. The doctor-patient relationship has thus shifted from paternalistic management to collaborative partnership. Patients who once remained silent under the gaze of medicine have risen to make their voices heard, demanding to be listened to. They no longer merely await a cure, they fight for it. They pursue a different kind of cure. Traditional weapons, chemotherapy and radiotherapy, are notorious for indiscriminate slaughter. These poisons target rapidly dividing cells. Yet the problem lies in the fact that such cells are not confined to cancerous ones. Hair follicle cells, intestinal lining cells, and bone marrow cells divide rapidly too. The so-called therapies often destroy healthy tissue, whether the poison can eliminate cancer before killing the patient. This resembles a scorched earth policy, a biological carpet bombing. Patients and doctors alike yearned for a better solution, much like the magic bullet Paul Ehrlich envisioned nearly a century ago, a weapon that could precisely locate and destroy cancer cells. targeting only them while leaving healthy tissue untouched. For decades, this dream remained elusive. Yet as the 20th century drew to a close, deep within the code of life, this dream was about to dawn. This revolution began with a rare blood cancer, with an orange pill, ingeniously designed, astonishingly effective. The story's origins lie not in gleaming pharmaceutical laboratories, but in a humble hospital lab in 1962's Philadelphia. Researchers Peter Neal of the University of Pennsylvania and David Hungerford of the Fox Chase Cancer Center were poring over chromosomes from chronic myeloid leukemia (CML) patients under their microscopes. This peculiar affliction followed a relentless pattern. An initial abnormal proliferation of white blood cells inevitably progressed to fatal acute leukemia. As Noel and Hungerford meticulously arranged the patient's leukemia cell chromosomes into a karyotype, they observed an anomaly, an inexplicable shortening, consistently present on chromosome 22. They named this abnormal chromosome after its discovery site, the Philadelphia chromosome. This marked humanity's first identification of a specific genetic abnormality definitively linked to cancer. Though profoundly significant, this discovery remained an unsolved mystery for years. Like a clue or calling card left by a murderer, its significance remained unknown. What function did this tiny chromosomal defect serve? The answer emerged over a decade later with advances in genetic technology. In 1973, Janet Rowley, a researcher at the University of Chicago, discovered that the Philadelphia chromosome was not merely a missing DNA fragment. It was in fact a translocation mutation, a catastrophic genetic accident following a break in chromosome 9. A segment swapped places with chromosome 22, giving rise to a novel mutated genobus, a hybrid formed by the fusion of the AL gene from chromosome 9 with the BCR gene from chromosome 22. This newly created BCR fusion gene proved to be the crucial evidence. It spawned a rogue protein, the tyrosine kinase. In healthy cells, tyrosine kinases function like switches, directing when cells should grow and divide. They are tightly regulated. Switching on or off is required. But the BCR-ABL kinase had gone rogue, permanently stuck in the on position, continuously commanding cells to divide. This was the sole identifiable engine driving the cancer. For the first time, the enemy had a name and a function, BCR-ABL. This discovery fundamentally reshaped the conceptual framework. Chronic myeloid leukemia was no longer a mysterious blood disorder, but a condition triggered by a single hyperactive enzyme. Theoretically, designing a drug that precisely blocked this enzyme, fitting into its structure like a key into a lock and paralyzing its mechanism, could shut down the cancer engine and halt the progression of chronic myeloid leukemia. This became the obsession of Brian Duca, a young oncologist and researcher working at the Dana-Farber Cancer Institute in the early 1990s. Duca felt profoundly frustrated by the brutal inadequacy of CML treatments. The best option then was bone marrow transplantation, a high-risk procedure suitable for only a minority of patients. The alternative was chemotherapy, offering almost no hope. Ducasse remained convinced a better solution existed. He staked his career on the concept of targeted therapy, dedicating himself to developing drugs that could inhibit BCR-ABL. His quest led him to Sanofi-Aventis later, merged with other companies to form Novartis Pharmaceuticals. There, chemist Nicholas Litton was leading a team developing unscreening compounds that inhibit protein kinases. This research proved exceptionally challenging. Most believed it impossible to identify compounds that could specifically block a particular kinase without shutting down other vital kinases in the body, a scenario that would prove fatally toxic. Yet Leiden's team synthesized a series of compounds, among which one designated SDI-571 demonstrated remarkable potential in test-of experiments, appearing to be a potent specific inhibitor of the BC amino-SABL kinase. Upon learning of this compound, Duca immediately recognized its potential and collaborated with Leiden to test STI-571 on chronic myeloid leukemia cells in the laboratory. The results were astonishing. The drug not only inhibited cancer cell growth, but eradicated them entirely, without harming healthy cells. This was the miracle bullet everyone had longed for, yet transforming a promising laboratory compound into a life-saving drug for human patients required crossing a vast and treacherous chasm. Pharmaceutical company SBA remained hesitant. Chronic myeloid leukemia was a rare disease. Was it worth investing hundreds of millions of dollars in drug development for such a niche market? Most within the company advocated shelving the project. The medical community was equally skeptical. The notion that a non-toxic pill could end a fatal leukemia seemed almost like a fairy tale. The entire field of oncology was built upon sticotoxis chemotherapy. This new concept represented a truly disruptive breakthrough. Duke Howard, Oregon Health Science University, became the drug's staunchest advocate. Through relentless lobbying and persuasion, he finally persuaded Novartis to reluctantly fund a small phase I clinical trial. Such trials typically only establish safe dosages rather than efficacy, with low expectations for clinical response. In June 1998, the first patients were enrolled. These individuals with advanced chronic myeloid leukemia had exhausted all other treatments and faced only months to live. In desperation, they began taking the small orange tablets, the drug now known as imatinib. A miracle ensued. Its efficacy was unprecedented in oncology history. Patients sent home to await death saw dangerously elevated white blood cell counts plummet to normal levels within weeks, while enlarged spleens began to shrink. Most astonishingly, when researchers examined the bone marrow, they found that the cells carrying the Philadelphia chromosome had vanished entirely. All this occurred with remarkably mild side effects: no hair loss, no nausea, no debilitating fatigue. Patients returned to work, played with their children, and reclaimed their lives. This drug, later named Gleevec, was working, its efficacy far exceeding anyone's expectations, driven by a powerful alliance of researchers, clinicians, and newly empowered CML patient advocates. The U.S. Food and Drug Administration granted record-breaking approval for Gleevec in 2001. It transformed CML from a death sentence into a manageable chronic condition, offering patients the prospect of near-normal lifespans controlled by a single daily pill. Yet Gleevec's significance extends far beyond CML, marking a paradigm shift in treatment. It empirically overturned conventional cancer therapy thinking. By truly understanding the molecular biology of specific cancers and identifying their unique genetic vulnerabilities, their fatal weaknesses, precision-targeted drugs could be designed to overcome them. Thus began the era of precision medicine. The war against the king of all diseases is no longer a crude battle of poison and radiotherapy. This conflict has evolved into a contest of wits and espion, a quest to locate the enemy's master control switch. With a single touch of a molecular tube-precise key, its energy source can be permanently severed. Yet despite modern laboratories crafting countless molecular scalpels and genetic keys within dust-free silence, this battle against the king of all diseases overlooks its most potent, ancient, and intimate potential ally. This force has patrolled the deepest corridors of the human body since the first vertebrates swam through primordial seas. It is a breathtakingly intricate security system, a standing army of trillions of tireless sentinels, the immune system. For most of the 20th century, from Harvard's Lectin laboratories to clinical clinics, mainstream doctrine declared this army blind to cancer. Its logic was simple, almost elegant: the immune system specialists in distinguishing self from non-self. It assaults invading bacteria, foreign viruses, transplanted organs. Yet cancer, though its conduct is monstrous. It originates from within. It is like a distorted reflection in a broken mirror, a citizen turned traitor. Thus it was believed the body's police could not perceive such a brazen, lurking enemy. Yet within the faint signals of this flawed theory, the whisper of heresy had long echoed, long before DNA was discovered. A New York surgeon named William Coley noticed something peculiar in the late 19th century. This orthopedic specialist at Memorial Hospital witnessed countless patients. Many young heartbreak succumbed to brucellosis morbus. Yet he was also a meticulous recorder. Within those case files, he discerned a pattern. He came across the case of a German immigrant named Stein, a patient with a neck sarcoma who seemed beyond hope. Yet after contracting a malignant streptococcal skin infection, commonly known as pneumococcal infection, the sarcoma miraculously vanished. It appeared the patient's body, in fighting off the bacterial invasion, had inadvertently eradicated the cancer. The discovery was astonishing. Coley began to ponder, what if the infection was no accident? What if the high fever, inflammation, and the body's fierce defensive response to bacteria unexpectedly delivered collateral damage to the tumor? He embarked on a series of experiments that would seem inconceivable today, beginning to systematically inject live streptococci into cancer patients. The results were both dramatic and alarming. Some patients succumbed to the infection itself, while others experienced miraculous remission. Tumors deemed incurable gradually dissolved. Recognizing the risk, he refined his approach, creating a sterile mixture of heat minus inactivated bacterial ether termed Coley's toxin. Over the next 4 decades, he treated hundreds with this peculiar, seemingly antiquated concoction, achieving success rates in certain cancers comparable to late 20th century therapies. Yet the medical establishment pursued a radically different path. The clean, controllable nature of radiotherapy, coupled with the impending wave of chemotherapy, proved far more appealing than Coley's chaotic and unpredictable biological alchemy. His research was dismissed as quackery, regarded as the anecdotal ramblings of an elderly surgeon. By the time of his death, in 1936, his pioneering vision had faded into obscurity, relegated to a footnote in the annals of progress. Yet the concept did not perish entirely, it merely entered a dormant state, awaiting the catch-up of scientific advancement. And that catch-up eventually arrived. In the final decades of the 20th century, this revolution did not originate in cancer clinics, but emerged from the quiet, rigorous realm of basic immunology. In the mid-1990s, within a laboratory at the University of California, Berkeley, a rugged Texan blues harmonica player named James Allison was studying T-cells, these elite forces of the immune system, akin to highly trained assassins, specialists in identifying and eliminating infected or abnormal cells. Allison never set out to cure cancer. As a pure scientist, he was driven solely by curiosity. He simply wished to understand how T-cells decide when to launch an attack and, equally crucially, when to stand down. An army that kills indiscriminately is as dangerous as its enemy. The immune system is equipped with intricate accelerators and breaks these checkpoints, prevent it from spiraling into autoimmune disease. Allison became fixated on a specific protein on T-cell surfaces called CTLA-4. He discovered it acted like a powerful brake when T-cells were activated to combat threats. CTLA-4 rapidly appeared on their surfaces, binding to ligand proteins on other cells and abruptly halting the T-cells' attack. This was the crucial off- switch. Subsequently, Allison conceived a revolutionary idea that completely transformed his research direction. The conventional wisdom held that the immune system could not recognize cancer cells. Allison challenged this assumption. He pondered, what if the immune system could indeed recognize cancer cells? Could it identify the abnormalities in cancer cells, those mutated proteins, and dispatch T cells to attack? But what if cancer cells, through cunning evolution, had learned to exploit the body's own defense mechanisms. What if tumors were actively pressing the CTLA- for brake, commanding incoming T cells to halt and ignore the threat? The issue lay not in recognition failure, but in execution failure. The immune response had been sabotaged. If this hypothesis held true, the treatment solution was breathtakingly simple. There was no need for crude stimulants like interleukin- to forcibly activate the immune system. Simply sever the brake line, block the CTLA- for signaling pathway, release those killer T cells that have long lain dormant, poised for action, and let them fulfill their innate mission. He developed an antibody, like a miniature guided missile, capable of precisely targeting and disabling the CTLA- for molecule. He named this strategy checkpoint blockade. In mouse trials, the results were astonishing. Not only did the previously lethal tumors slow their growth, they were even eradicated entirely. The mice were cured, but translating this therapy from animals to humans presented enormous challenges. The pharmaceutical industry was deeply skeptical. Failed cancer vaccines and immune-boosting drugs were a dime a dozen. Allison's vision seemed too radical, too simplistic. For years, he pitched his proposal to major companies, only to face repeated rejection. Ultimately, a small biotech firm named Medurex took the risk. Later acquired by the major pharmaceutical company Bristol-Myers Squibb, they developed a human-ized version of Allison's antibody, the drug eventually named ipilimumab. The first human trials, launched in the early 2000s, focused on patients with metastatic melanoma. This disease was effectively a death sentence, with chemotherapy offering little hope. When median survival was measured in months, initial trial results were perplexing. Some patients deteriorated critically as their immune systems ran amok. Attacking their own body, certain tumors appeared to grow under the onslaught of the infiltrating T-minus cells. Yet then came an unprecedented turning point. In approximately 20% of terminally ill patients, tumors began shrinking until they vanished, never to return. This was not temporary remission, but enduring, long-term cure. Patients admitted to palliative care were found 5, even 10 years later, swinging golf clubs with no trace of disease. It was a miracle born of pure curiosity, driven science. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe at Kyoto University, in Japan, another quiet, meticulous scientist, Tasuku Honjo, uncovered another brake mechanism in T cells. He named it PD-1 program Death-1. Like Allison, he was a basic immunologist rather than an oncologist. He meticulously mapped the functional landscape of this new checkpoint, equally recognizing its potential. Research revealed that numerous tumors from lung and bladder to renal cancers had learned to disguise themselves as PD-1 ligands by expressing PD- molecules. This was akin to hoisting a friendly flag to T-cell patrols, declaring all is well here. I am one of you. The development of antibodies targeting PD-1 and PD-lone interactions sparked a new wave of drug innovation. Drugs such as nivolumab and pembrolizumab have demonstrated greater efficacy and lower toxicity than CTLA- for inhibitors in certain cancers. For diseases like non-small cell lung cancer, which for decades remained a ruthlessly rapid killer, genuine hope has suddenly emerged. Patients who had endured multiple failed chemotherapy regimens were achieving deep, durable remissions. The floodgates had opened. The era of immunotherapy had arrived. Following surgery, radiotherapy, and chemotherapy, the fourth pillar of cancer treatment was firmly established. This marked a fundamental shift in therapeutic strategy. For a century, the focus had been on seeking external weapons to poison cancer cells. Now the objective was to dismantle the defense mechanisms of cancer cells, unleashing the body's own, evolutionarily perfected internal army to wage the war against cancer that was rightfully theirs to fight. The 19th-century forgotten surgeon William Coley has finally been vindicated by history. Yet, despite the jubilant celebrations within oncology circles, despite Ellison and Honjo's 2018 Nobel Prize, despite lives saved that would have been lost a decade prior, a sobering reality is emerging. Immunotherapy is not a panacea. This is a revolution, but only a partial one. For many patients, the miracle never materialized. Against cancers like pancreatic and Schindler-Lowes, immune checkpoint inhibitors have achieved almost nothing. Even in responsive cancers such as melanoma, the majority of patients still derive no benefit. In other cases, initial efficacy is often overtaken by devastating recurrent. Cancer cells invariably find new ways to hide, new points of breakthrough. It turns out the emperor has not been deposed. He merely suffered defeat in a single pivotal battle. His adaptability, strategic retreats, and cunning counterattacks remain intact and terrifying. This war is far from over. The hard -1 victories of immunotherapy, and indeed earlier targeted therapies, have instead revealed the enemy's true nature. We have been fighting a phantom all along. We once viewed cancer as a singular entity, believing a single magic bullet could breach this impregnable fortress. The reason Krantz therapy worked was that it targeted a single key driver mutation in chronic myeloid leukemia. But most cancers, especially common solid tumors like lung, colon, breast, and prostate cancer, are not like that. Observing a single tumor under the microscope is like gazing upon a chaotic metropolis of cellular diversity. This concept of tumor heterogeneity lies at the heart of cancers intricately. Tumors are not clones but populations of cells. Within this ecosystem, millions of cells, all descended from a single malignant progenitor, continue to mutate and evolve. Some proliferate rapidly. Others excel at recruiting blood vessels. Some master the art of camouflage to evade the immune system, while others gain drug resistance purely through random mutations. No matter what poison we administer, when patients undergo chemotherapy, it exerts intense selective pressure. The drugs sweep through the body like venom, annihilating billions of cancer cells. Tumors shrink, imaging results appear favorable. Oncologists declare partial or even complete remission. Yet this is merely a statistical illusion. As long as a tiny fraction of cells within the original tumor carry specific mutations that enable their survival during the chemical assault, they emerge as the battlefield survivors. Unchallenged, these drug-resistant cells begin to proliferate, and the tumor array grows. Yet this new tumor, this recurrent cancer, is an entirely different organism. It is a veteran, hardened by the first battle, composed entirely of cells immune to the drugs just administered. The once highly effective chemotherapy is now useless. This is Darwinian evolution. Survival of the fittest unfolds at breakneck speed on the human battlefield. Essentially, we are cultivating cancer cells more cunning and resilient than the original malignancy. Targeted therapies and immunotherapies similarly play out this tragedy. When a tumor relies on a specific signaling pathway, we cleverly block it with drugs. Yet within the chaotic cell population, some cells inevitably stumble upon shortcuts to bypass the roadblock, activating new pathways to continue nourishing themselves. They survive, proliferate, and the cancer returns. A tumor's surface may be marked by specific mutated proteins, making it recognizable to the immune system. We unleash T-minus cells, which destroy all visible cells. Yet if subclonal cells no longer express that protein, they become invisible. These cells survive, and when the disease recurs, they evade the body's defenses entirely. Cancer is not one enemy, but a million potential adversaries. This mercurial legion can alter tactics in an instant. More troublesome still is the tumor's growth environment itself. Tumors do not grow in a vacuum, but take root within the body's complex living tissues. They corrode neighboring cells, constructing a pathological ecosystem around themselves, known as the tumor microenvironment. It secretes chemical signals to deceive the body into generating new blood vessels to nourish itself, a process called angiogenesis. It recruits specific immune cells, not to attack but to protect, forming a treacherous guard of renegade agents. It constructs a physical scaffold of inflammatory tissue around itself, erecting fortress walls impervious to drugs and T-cells. Combating tumors is not akin to removing stones from a field. It is more akin to attempting to clear a rotten swamp from deeply entrenched poison ivy, where even the soil and water sources have been co-minusopted by the invader to fuel its growth. Yet the most terrifying ultimate challenge, and the culprit behind over 90% of cancer deaths, is metastasis. The primary tumor B is a lump in the breast or shadow on the lung, rarely proves fatal. What truly claims lives is the cancer cell's ability to migrate. Metastasis is a logistical masterpiece worthy of an emperor's campaign. At some stage of tumor development, a handful of the most aggressive and resilient cells gain the capacity to detach from the main mass. They must learn to survive within the blood or lymphatic system's hostile environment that would tear apart most cells. They must evade the immune system's patrols. Then, they must find distant new territories to settle in unestablished colonies. As the British surgeon Stephen P. Uddock astutely observed in 1889, this is no random process. He proposed the seed-in-soil hypothesis. Cancer cells are seeds that can only grow in suitable organ soil. This explains why breast cancer often metastasizes to bones. Colon cancer favors the liver, and lung cancer spreads to the brain. Once these metastatic colonies are established, the nature of the war changes completely. It ceases to be a localized, single-point engagement and becomes a guerrilla war across the entire human mapping, folding simultaneously on dozens of fronts. The primary tumor may be excised surgically, but how does one eradicate microscopic cellular nests in the liver, lungs, bones, and brain? Localized radiotherapy can eliminate single foci, but cannot cover the entire body. Systemic chemotherapy remains the sole option, yet as previously noted, drug resistance is almost inevitable. The sheer scale of the problem inevitably forms an insurmountable barrier. The Emperor's strategy is one of distributed, redundant, adaptive warfare, willingly sacrificing billions of cellular soldiers to chemotherapy, knowing full well that a handful of drug-resistant commanders will survive and rebuild their forces. It dispatches thousands of colonists on expeditions, certain that as long as a few find fertile ground, the empire will expand. This is a ruthless, decentralized, and profoundly intelligent adversary. We face not a solitary monarch within a castle, but a vast, clandestine rebellion that has long permeated every corner of the kingdom. Despite medical advances, we have yet to discover a reliable method to completely pacify this territory. Confronted by such a cunning and tenacious foe, one that exploits the laws of evolution to ensure its own survival, traditional strategies have clearly proven inadequate. Whether the indiscriminate approach of chemotherapy, poisoning the entire system, or the precision of single-target drugs, both resemble clearing a diverse, expansive garden with a single herbicide. You might eliminate dandelions, yet allow thistles and foxtail grass to proliferate unchecked. To combat such a complex and personalist adversary, our countermeasures must be equally complex and equally personalist. We must become more astute, learning to anticipate the enemy's next move, neutralizing threats before they manifest, and tailoring weapons to each cancer's unique vulnerabilities. This represents the true frontier of the battlefield and the future direction of the fight against cancer. The primary strategic shift lies in intelligence gathering. Historically, the war against cancer has often commenced only after the enemy has fortified its strongholds. By the time we detect cancer, it has grown into a mass visible on X-rays, becoming the source of unexplained pain. At this stage, the tumor has already formed a mature, heterogeneous ecosystem and may even have scattered metastatic seeds far and wide. Humanity has long dreamt of eradicating cancer in its infancy. At stage I or even stage 0, when it is merely a localized cluster of abnormal cells. The key to realizing this dream lies in liquid biopsy technology. Tumors, even minuscule ones, are inherently chaotic, constantly releasing fragments into the bloodstream. Dead cells, mutated DNA fragments, and microvesicles carrying molecular information. For decades, these celluloid debris were dismissed as useless noise. Yet with gene sequencing technology achieving astonishing sensitivity, we can now find these needles in the haystack. A simple blood sample taken during routine check-ups and detect minute traces of circulating tumor DNA. This not only informs clinicians of cancer's presence, but precisely identifies the tumor type and driving mutations long before CT scans can visualize lesion. This shifts the entire diagnostic paradigm from late-stage detection to proactive, continuous monitoring. The effect is akin to deploying a microscopic spy network, monitoring the health of every cellular citizen in real time and sounding the alarm at the first sign of mutiny. When we can identify the enemy earlier and more clearly, the core challenge becomes how to disarm it more precisely. The future points towards a powerful, almost science minus fiction, minus light to C or ISPR, originally discovered as a peculiar feature of bacterial immune systems. The CRISP or minus Cas system is essentially a programmable pair of molecular scissors capable of precisely locating and cutting specific DNA sequences. This technology grants humanity the unprecedented ability to directly edit the source code of life, with profound implications for cancer treatment. We understand cancer as a disease triggered by genetic mutations. What if, instead of eliminating cells bearing mutated genes, we could repair the genes themselves? For hereditary cancer syndromes like BRCA mutations, we might correct errors in susceptible cells before tumors form. For established cancers, CRISPR could be used in laboratories to modify a patient's own T-minus cells, transforming them into more potent anti-minus cancer warriors. We could engineer these cells to ignore tumor suppression signals or equip them with new receptors to recognize unique proteins on cancer cell surfaces. These enhanced super soldier T cells, known as CA or -E therapy, once reintroduced into the patient, become bespoke, self-replicating living drugs that precisely hunt down and destroy specific cancer cells. Early breakthroughs in blood cancers have been nothing short of miraculous, and the race to apply this to solid tumors is now well underway. CRISP, or technology, realizes the ultimate form of personalist medicine, not merely matching precise drugs to specific patients, but rewriting the patient's own biological mechanisms to defeat the disease from within. Finally, to manage the vast new information streams from liquid biopsies, whole tumor genome sequencing, and the complex behavior of the immune system, we require more powerful forms of intelligence. While the human brain is exquisitely designed, it cannot process the sheer volume of data generated by a single modern cancer patient. This is precisely where artificial intelligence comes into its own. AI algorithms can be trained on vast databases comprising millions of pathological slides, learning to identify cellular patterns predictive of metastasis with speed and accuracy surpassing even the most experienced human pathologists. Machine learning can decipher a tumor's complete genomic and proteomic map, cross-referencing it with drug response databases to predict the most effective treatment combinations for specific patients, and even anticipate potential evolutionary escape routes for tumors. I can design novel drugs, optimize radiotherapy regimens, and tailor personalized treatment plans, initiatives that transcend standardized protocols, heralding an era of non-clinical trials, each patient's treatment becoming a bespoke experiment for their unique condition. Future oncologists will not be replaced by machines but empowered by them. When human specialists wield analytical tools rivaling the complexity of the Emperor himself, this vision compels us to reconsider our ultimate goal. The metaphor of the war on cancer has always implied ultimate unconditional surrender, victory signifying eradication. Yet for many cancers, this may never have been the apt metaphor. The future may not be total victory, but a negotiated permanent truce. The goal may not always be cure, but control. Using these advanced monitoring tools, precision editing technologies, and artificial intelligence, cancer could be transformed from a fatal acute crisis into a manageable chronic condition. In such a future, liquid biopsies could nip the threat of recurrence in the bud. A single round of precision-targeted therapy could return cancer to remission, allowing life to continue as normal. In this future, the Emperor is not slain, but deposed, disarmed, and confined for life within a comfortable prison within the body. In this future, humanity, armed with profound understanding of its ancient adversary, will ultimately learn to coexist with its imperfect biological mechanism, transforming the battle for extinction into enduring peace. The war is not yet over, but in the long, bloody history of our struggle against disease, the path to peace finally begins to dawn. Before we begin, there's no need to remember anything. Simply relax your body and mind, slow your breathing, and let this tranquil tale gently lull you into slumber. Listen carefully, for tonight we journey deep into the heart of the continent to meet an ancient foe. A microscopic hunter has pursued mankind for centuries. You might imagine violent fever and chills, but the truth is far more silent, a slow theft of the very soul itself. On this path, your greatest foe is not scorching heat or savage beasts, but drowsiness, sleep's gentle summons. So, before resting, if you'll take a moment to like and subscribe, but only if you truly enjoy it. Tell me where you come from, and your time witnessing global audiences gather is always wondrous. Now set aside your phone, dim the lights, and let us begin. Before maps were drawn, before empires' borders were fixed, this land possessed its own invisible kingdom. Its boundaries were neither river nor mountain, but a low perpetual hum. The Setsi Belt, spanning Africa from the western coast to the eastern lakeshore deep into the southern forest. To dwell here is to submit to the rule of the unseen. Those who dwell here know a particular sorrow, a slow-spreading dread. It bears no European name, yet countless native terms exist. Winter sickness, the sleeping curse. It seems to rise from the damp riverbanks, to spread from the shady spots where cattle perish, where herds fall. Wisdom is etched into the land and memory. The valleys to avoid beneath the midday sun, the dense woods by the river, the lost places. This is not superstition, but a code of survival carved into the very fabric of pain. Travellers on the trade routes bear witness. Once thriving villages now lie silent and desolate, their walls reduced to dust. The loquacious uncle fell silent, then grew sombre, then dazed, gazing into the void until he slept forever. This affliction does not strike like a beast, but creeps like a thief, tearing people apart. First their vitality, then their warmth, finally their very selves. The cheerful mother withered like dead wood. The talkative uncle grew silent, then sombre, then dazed, gazing into the void until he sank into eternal slumber. This affliction did not strike like a fierce lion, but crept like a thief. It dismantled lives piece by piece, first draining vigour, then warmth, and finally devouring individuality. The cheerful mother grows irritable and bewildered. The sturdy farmer sits idle, unable to lift his hoe. Bodies wither day by day. The true horror lies in the stolen soul, the self slowly fading into a hollow shell of breath. In the Congo basin, some call it the vengeful water spirit, a spectre clinging to the soul of the drinker. Medicine men drive away the evil spirits with herbs and incantations, occasionally succeeding. The fever breaks, the pain ceases, and life returns to the household. But the curse lurks, gathering strength in the body's dark rivers, waiting to breach the mind's defences. The disease delineates the borders of fear. It dictates where people dwell, cultivated fields and grazing lands. The sturdy zebu cattle vanished here. The mounts of northern kings could scarcely survive a single season south of the border. This invisible barrier profoundly reshaped society, rendering population sparse and settlements scattered. Farming became reliant solely on human labour, while livestock wealth became a luxury. The fly belt was a fortress, its guardians not soldiers but insects and the lingering spectres they left behind. The hum itself was the boundary, a silent biological warfare. Long before outsiders bestowed its scientific name upon this curse, it had existed for millennia. Yet this curse is no phantom, nor is the phantom the wrath of ancestors. It is living matter, incredibly minute yet ambitious creatures, microscopic sailors within human blood. Its name is Trypanosoma brucei, a single-celled organism elegant and deadly. Picture this slender, translucent form tapering at both ends, its tail lashing like a whip. The flagellum propels it spiralling through the bloodstream. Born aquatic, it is graceful and deadly. A single-celled organism, graceful and deadly. Picture a slender, translucent form tapering at both ends, its tail lashing like a whip. That flagellum propels it in a spiralling advance. A swimmer born for liquids, its entire life story is one of invasion and escape. The journey begins not in human flesh, but within a fly's gut. When tsetse flies bite infected animals or humans, they ingest these minute swimmers. Within the fly, they undergo metamorphosis in the midgut, dividing, multiplying, reshaping themselves, gathering strength for the next phase. Migrating against the digestive flow from the gut to the salivary glands, they become short, thick and infectious. Now, mid-stage flagellates, a silent army poised within the host glands. They harm not the fly, mere transients aboard a living vessel. When the fly strikes again, the moment arrives. Their efficiency is brutal and precise. The fly's mouth parts are not slender needles, but serrated blades, like miniature chainsaws, sawing through skin to create pools of blood for consumption. During feeding, they inject saliva to maintain blood flow, within which lurks the waiting army, thousands of infectives poised for action. The mouth parts are no slender needles, but serrated blades sawing through skin like miniature chainsaws to create pools of blood for consumption. During feeding, saliva is injected to maintain blood flow, and with this saliva comes the lurking army. Thousands of trypanosomes surge into the wound, initiating a fresh invasion. They first colonize the tissue, multiplying at the bite site to form a hard red ulcer, the ulcer. This becomes the beachhead from which the invaders flood into the lymph and bloodstream. The immune system, this formidable defense, immediately sounded the alarm. Recognizing the invaders through their protein shells, it produced antibodies to eliminate them. A massive counterattack commenced. Waves of antibodies swept through the body, claiming the lives of hundreds of millions of trypanosomes. The fever subsided, the pain eased, and the defenders appeared victorious. Yet this parasite is a master of deception, a brilliant biological strategist. A tiny fraction of the invaders had made special preparations before the immune assault. They shed their shells, discarding the old proteins and donning new ones from a different family. This disguise is near perfect. Antibodies designed for the old shell now glide harmlessly past these newly clad survivors. As the immune system clears the old generation, the survivors multiply once more, flooding the bloodstream in their new uniform attire. Fevers recur, headaches, hammer-like blows. Bodily aches intensify. The immune system adapts anew, recognizing the fresh shell constructing fresh antibodies, launching another assault. Most trypanosomes perish once more, yet not all. A few parasites anticipating the attack change their attire again. This cycle of growth, detection and destruction persists for months, even years. Each wave of parasites triggers high fever. Each immune counterattack yields only brief respite. The victim is ensnared in a war of attrition, their body transformed into a battlefield, the immune system exhausted in pursuit of an elusive spectre. This is the first phase, the hematolymphic stage, a war for the blood. Yet the trypanosome harbours a final objective. It covets the sanctuary beyond the immune system's reach, the central nervous system. Through pathways not yet fully understood, the parasite breaches the blood-brain barrier, that formidable wall of cells guarding the brain from harm. This is the body's strongest defence, yet this single-celled swimmer finds a way through. It slips silently between cells like a silent invader breaching a castle gate. Once within the cerebrospinal fluid, it enters a privileged domain largely immune to the threat of immune patrols. The single-celled wanderer has discovered a path through it, slips silently into the intercellular spaces like a silent infiltrator, breaching the fortress gates. Within the cerebrospinal fluid, it finds itself in a privileged world largely free from immune surveillance. In this fluid that permeates the brain, it begins its most insidious destruction. The parasite does not devour brain cells. Its destruction is more insidious and cruel. Its presence triggers persistent, widespread inflammation. The brain's immune cells, glia cells and astrocytes, suddenly awaken, releasing a torrent of chemical signals, cytokines born to combat infection. Yet within the closed cranial cavity, this chemical storm turns toxic. It undermines the brain's intricate architecture, disrupting neurotransmitters that govern emotion, motivation, and cognition. Most fatally, it assaults the hypothalamus, the brain's master clock, the region governing circadian rhythms. The consequence is a slow, inexorable descent into chaos. Patients undergo personality distortion, alternating between manic aggression and profound numbness. Speech becomes slurred movements, clumsy, and all sense of time vanishes. Days and nights invert wakefulness, coexists with mental haze, consciousness shrouded in a fog of nerves. Sleep follows, yet it is no respite. A deep, inescapable torpor descends, culminating in unconsciousness. Bodies battered by years of war finally collapse, while minds drowned in inflammatory storms have long since vanished. This dreadful journey unfolds at two speeds, like two interrelated yet distinct currents. In the humid forests of West and Central Africa, the predominant subspecies is Plasmodium gambiense. It is a patient, slow-moving killer. The initial phase may last years, marked by mild intermittent symptoms, often misdiagnosed as malaria or fatigue. This parasite, like a silent invader, multiplies slowly, maintaining immune imbalance through antigenic variation, without causing fatality. It can lie dormant in the blood for years before invading the brain. The fluctuating symptoms are frequently misdiagnosed as malaria or fatigue. The parasite proliferates stealthily, like a dormant agent, perpetually disrupting the immune system through gradual antigenic variation without causing collapse. It can remain dormant in the bloodstream for extended periods before ultimately invading the brain. This slow, creeping invasion lends the disease its protracted nature, a characteristic that gave rise to the name-sleeping sickness, a consciousness fading over seasons. Yet in the arid savannas of east and southern Africa lurks another monster, the domain of Trypanosoma brute rhodesiense. This subspecies is a ferocious acute predator, primarily parasitizing wild antelopes, bushbucks, buffalo, and similar animals. Its leap to humans is often swift and brutal. Infection progresses at terrifying speed, with more pronounced ulceration at the bite site, higher fevers, and more severe organ damage. The first stage may last mere weeks rather than years, while the assault on the central nervous system is rapid and intense. Neurological decline manifests not as gradual deterioration, but as catastrophic collapse. Death may occur within months, sometimes even before full-blown neurological symptoms manifest. The Rhodesian subspecies charges like a lion. Its assault on the nervous system swift and ferocious. Neurological decline is not a gradual fading, but a catastrophic collapse of the nervous system. Death may occur within months, sometimes even before the full manifestation of sleep disturbances. The invasion of the central nervous system is swift and savage. Neurological decline is not a gradual fading, but a catastrophic collapse. Death may arrive within months. Sometimes, even before sleep disorders fully manifest, the Congo variant is a slow poisoner draining your life like a spectre. The Rhodesian variant is a charging lion, an overwhelming force that strikes suddenly. Both are transported by the same ferryman. This diminutive sailor, though possessing biological intelligence, relies entirely upon an accomplice. Without a highly specialized exclusive messenger, it cannot traverse the inch of air between hosts. It requires a winged assassin. The name of this accomplice echoes through the fly belt. The tsetse fly genus, Glossina, resembling the common housefly yet possessing perfect biological specialization, an ideal carrier for the parasite. Over 20 species occupy distinct ecological niches, yet all share a lethal trait: recognition at rest. Wings folded like closed scissors, each membrane etched with unique patterns, veins like a butcher's cleaver or axe blade. For countless people, this mark is the very symbol of disease and death. Unlike mosquitoes' frenetic reproduction, tsetse flies adhere to a quality over quantity strategy. Their reproductive cycle exhibits a mammalian-like trait rare in the insect world. A single fertilization allows the female to store sperm for life. They do not lay eggs. Instead, a solitary egg incubates internally with the larva attaching to the uterus and feeding on a milky substance secreted by glands. A mammalian-like strategy uncommon among insects. A female requires fertilization only once to store sperm for life. She does not lay eggs, but incubates a single oocyte within her uterus, the larva growing on a milky substance secreted by the mother. Over approximately 9 days, the larva undergoes 3 developmental stages, reaching near adult size within the mother's body. When the time is ripe, it seeks out loose dry soil beneath the shade of tree stumps, where it lays a wriggling larva. The newly emerged pupal stage larva breaks through the soil. Pale and fragile, the newborn instinctively burrows into the earth to escape heat and predators. Within an hour, its skin hardens and darkens, forming a protective shell. The pupal case. Its appearance closely resembles a dark seed pod. Within the pupal case, the final metamorphosis is completed. After approximately a month, the famished new fly emerges, flapping its wings and soaring into the air. This slow and intricate cycle ensures that tsetse fly populations never explode like mosquito swarms, yet each adult fly is robust, long-lived and highly efficient hunters. They are predatory through and through, both sexes, feeding exclusively on blood. Active by day, they pose a constant menace in the scorching heat. As visual hunters, they are drawn to moving objects. Herds of buffalo, solitary antelope, walking farmers, marching processions. They also track the carbon dioxide exhaled by breath locking onto life itself. Their flight is swift and agile, yet they hunt stealthily, silently trailing their prey, landing lightly upon it, so that the bite is the first sign of their presence. And this bite is no mere nibble. The fly's mouthparts or proboscis are formidable piercing tools studded with minute serrated teeth. Upon landing, their legs anchor firmly while the proboscis pierces deeply into flesh. Saw-like movements then slice back and forth, lacerating capillaries and tissue to create a micropool of blood beneath the skin. From this, the fly drinks. Chemicals in its saliva inhibit clotting and numb pain, allowing it to feed undisturbed for several minutes. In this violent exchange, when the trypanosomes are compelled to transfer hosts, they leap from the fly's body into the new host during the blood transfusion. The habitat of tsetse flies delineates the geographical map of sleeping sickness. They do not appear in open deserts or frigid mountain ranges. but require the shade and humidity of woodlands and forests. They congregate in dense thickets along riverbanks and lake shores, occupying the forest corridors that traverse grasslands. These vital corridors that sustain both human and animal life become deadly traps. Drawing water fishing or washing clothes by the river become life or death gambles. These flies are nature's gatekeepers, their presence rendering vast fertile lands forbidden or perilous. In the world they shape, the safest villages are often built on open forest glades, far from the cool shade of trees. People perpetually struggle between resource needs and safety demands, seeking survival while evading that ceaseless hum. The tsetse fly is not merely a disease vector, but a natural force and ecological engineer that has shaped the continent's history. By preying on livestock, particularly cattle, it established what early European explorers termed the third barrier, jointly guarding Eastern Africa's borders, alongside rugged terrain and indigenous resistance. In essence, the tsetse fly is the wilderness's guardian. It prevents grasslands from becoming entirely pasture, safeguarding vast ecosystems from overgrazing and ensuring much of Africa remained wildlife territory for centuries. In this world, parasites can lie dormant within ancient hosts, awaiting the fly to become the bridge to humans. This miniature assassin's accomplice, with axe-like wings and serrated mouthparts, is not merely a pest, but a kingmaker and kingdom topple, a disruptor. This silent arbiter of life and death delivers parasites through its bite, stealing your mind and leaving behind a spectre. In mid-19th century Europe, the map of Africa in the eyes of the great powers resembled a void. Coastlines sketched their outlines, yet the vast interior lay silent, dubbed the Dark Continent. To millions inhabiting its teeming kingdoms, this land was neither dark nor silent, yet to the men of London, Paris and Brussels it remained an enigma to be solved and spoils to be claimed. Thus they dispatched agents, men of extraordinary endurance, yet often haughty hearts, to traverse the map's blank spaces, filling the void with the names of rivers and resources. Explorers like David Livingstone and Henry Morton Stanley pursued glory and the source of the Nile. They set forth armed with Bibles, rifles, sextants and quinine, convinced they were prepared for the continent. They carried Bibles, rifles, sextants, and quinine, convinced they were prepared for the continent's scorching heat, hostile kingdoms, and familiar malaria. What they did not anticipate, and for which no medicine could provide a cure, was the ghostly presence lurking in the shadows along the riverbanks and in the dappled woods. That soul-stealing weariness, the Scottish missionary and physician David Livingstone spent 30 years traversing the African continent. He observed meticulously, recording flora, geography and customs in his journals. His extensive studies of the tsetse fly revealed a clear connection between its bite and the deaths of transported livestock. The link between deaths. He named this affliction Nagana, the animal equivalent of sleeping sickness. He witnessed firsthand the gradual decline and demise of cattle and horses, the very lifeblood sustaining his journey. With suffocating precision, he mapped the distribution of the fly-infested zones, fully aware that venturing into these areas with livestock was tantamount to a death sentence. He recognized these flies as economic predators, natural barriers to agriculture and transport. Yet the final connection remained tantalizingly elusive. He witnessed the profound lethargy afflicting humans upon the same land, a condition long familiar to locals, though he attributed it to common tropical ailments, malaria, dysentery, malnutrition. His later years were a portrait of decline, his vigour ebbing slowly yet utterly, until he became a walking skeleton. Within the palanquin, borne by his faithful companions Susie and Chuma, Africa consumed him. Yet what devoured him may have been more than malaria and exhaustion. That spectre likely journeyed with him. His diaries and others' accounts brim with records of porters and guides suddenly succumbing to an eerie, terrifying lethargy. Once robust and spirited men began to lag behind on marches, struggled to rise after resting and underwent abrupt personality shifts. The cheerful grew sullen and taciturn. The sharp-minded became increasingly dull and confused. They would fall into deep slumber mid-conversation or during meals. To Victorian European expedition, leaders tempered by industrial discipline, this was often baffling. They interpreted it as laziness, moral failings, or weakness of character responding with scolding threats and punishment. They failed to realize they were berating men whose brains were being slowly and utterly consumed. Then came Henry Morton Stanley. If Livingstone was the saintly explorer, Stanley was the pragmatist, the man of action, his will as brute force. He was notorious for his brutal methods, famously declaring, "This must be Dr. Livingstone." In 1886, he launched the most ambitious yet disastrous Emin Pasha rescue expedition. Its objective was to liberate the German colonial governor trapped in southern Sudan. Renowned for his bold approach, Stanley chose the most direct yet perilous route, travelling upstream along the Congo River into the dense, sprawling Ituri forest. This region was then a hotbed of tsetse flies. Stanley and his expedition embodied industrial might, a small army of nearly 1,000 men carrying dismantled steamboats, ammunition boxes and Maxim guns. This was the vanguard of empire, yet the forest yielded not to industrial force. The humid air hung thick as felt, filled with the hum of insects, among them the tsetse flies. The expedition swiftly descended into a nightmare not of warfare but of a slow, grinding attrition. Men began to fall ill. Stanley's diary meticulously chronicled the collapse he wrote, of his men sinking into a gloomy lethargy, sluggish beyond measure. Porters would simply drop their loads on the trail, eyes glazed, refusing to move. He ordered them flogged, driving them forward. He could not comprehend the enemy he faced. Not a sudden pathogen like cholera, but a thief. With dreamlike slowness, it first stole strength, then corroded the mind, finally draining life itself. The expedition supply train was utterly shattered. When Stanley finally turned back, he witnessed a scene of horror, a camp of the dead and dying. Those too weak to eat were lost in lucid somnolence beyond escape. The great Emin Pasha relief expedition, this monument to European strength and resolve, was not defeated by warriors or torrents, but crushed by insects and their microscopic parasites. The expedition staggered out of the forest like a fragmented funeral procession. Hundreds already lost, Stanley charted the river's course, yet its guardians, the flies, nearly consumed him and the entire expedition. These explorers were like canaries in a coal mine. The tales they brought back of mysterious lethargy could paralyze an entire party. That peculiar numbness could exhaust an entire army. Their harrowing ordeals served as a warning. As European powers prepared to carve up the African continent, the ancient indigenous peoples were mounting a counterattack with an efficiency no human army could match. The spectre bided its time and its hour would come. By the late 19th century, the explorers' warnings were ignored. The scramble for Africa was in full swing. The borders drawn on the Berlin map paid no heed to people, cultures, or ecosystems. Colonial officials, soldiers and merchants trod the established routes into new territories seeking profit. They attempted to establish order, build infrastructure and exploit resources. Yet these actions transformed a disease that had existed for millennia, lurking in a grim local equilibrium, into a conflagration sweeping across the entire continent. They had created the conditions for catastrophe.
For centuries, African societies coexisted with the tsetse fly. This was not peace, but a profound and arduous symbiosis. People knew the fly's activity zones, avoided specific woodlands, and understood when riverbanks became perilous. They adapted their grazing patterns and relocated settlements to accommodate the fly's presence, said Ellicott. Unspoken pact between humans and insects. Colonialism tore this pact asunder. The rulers of the new continent are only inefficiency vast. fertile lands sparsely populated, dismissed as wasteland. They failed to grasp that these lands were empty for a reason. They were the domain of the flies. At the heart of the colonial project lay displacement. To build railways, operate plantations, and mine resources, the colonizing powers required labor. They drove people en masse, forcibly relocating entire villages. Men were snatched from their homes and marched hundreds of miles to labor in foreign lands. These vast population movements became expressways for parasites. Highlanders from fly-freeze zones were sent to rubber plantations deep within fly belts, where they would contract the pathogen. Months later, whether repatriated or having fled, they would return to their communities carrying the trypanosomes in their blood. If tsetse flies existed locally, even a single one. Highlanders from fly-freeze zones might be sent to rubber plantations deep within the fly belt. They would become infected with the pathogen whilst liberating. Months later, whether repatriated or having fled, he would carry the parasites back to his community. Should blood-sucking flies exist locally, even species originally feeding solely on animal blood, a new cycle of transmission would commence. With terrifying efficiency, colonizers linked previously isolated populations, mixing infected and uninfected individuals. They were effectively acting as agents for the parasites. The most devastating case unfolded in the Congo Basin, then not a colony, but the private domain of King Leopold II of Belgium. His Congo Free State was a brutal machine for extracting rubber and ivory, enforced by his agent, the public forces, who imposed rubber quotas through torture and murder, plunging the populace into terror. This rule created chaos, driving entire communities from their homes, abandoning villages and fields. They took refuge deep within the tsetse fly's malaria breeding grounds. Parasite miners carrying refugees spread the virus to new areas, shattering the social structures that had previously contained the epidemic. The resulting plague was nothing short of an apocalyptic catastrophe. From the 1890s to the early 1900s, sleeping sickness swept through the Congo Basin like a spectre. Reports from missionaries and a few conscientious colonial officials were chilling. They described entire regions depopulated, with eerie, deathly silence descending upon villages as they navigated the Congo River. When they landed their motorboats and traversed between huts, they encountered only the dying. Patients in the terminal stages lay comatose in their homes, emaciated, their consciousness fading into the deathly stupor. In some areas, mortality rates reached 80% or even 90%. A centuries-old river trade network collapsed. Canoes ceased sailing. Farmlands lay fallow. In 1906, a traveler described a 150-mile journey through once densely populated areas, encountering not a single soul along the way. It was a land of goat. The death toll is incalculable, with at least 500,000, if not more, perishing in the Congo Basin alone. The most harrowing aspect of this catastrophic blow was the 150-mile journey through what had been densely populated lands, yet not a single human race was found. This land had become a realm of the dead. At least 500,000 perished in the Congo Basin alone, though the true figure likely far exceeded this. This catastrophic blow, intertwined with Leopold's tyranny, permanently altered the region's demographics and spirit, and the plague's fire continued to spread. By around 1900, the epidemic had reached the shores of Lake Victoria, ravaging most severely what is now Uganda. The lakeshore had once been a paradise on earth, fertile soil, abundant fish, thriving trade and culture. The Baganda and Soga peoples had established highly developed societies here, yet the lush, forested shores provided the ideal habitat for the tsetse fly blossom of Fu CPS. When the trypanomose parasite entered via new trade routes from the Congo, it ignited a powder keg. Between 1901 and 1905, approximately 250 Zaro Ugandans perished from sleeping sickness. in the hardest -hit Bug and a region on the northern shore. Over to -thirds of the 35 million population succumbed in the Yug and region bordering the lake. To -thirds of the population succumbed. Faced with the imminent collapse of their new protectorate, the British colonial authorities panicked. Their response was extreme and brutal, with no cure or medication available. Their sole weapon was the implementation of mass isolation. The authorities ordered the complete evacuation of the lakeshore and surrounding islands. Tens of thousands were forcibly expelled from their ancestral lands. Their homes burned to prevent return. They were resettled in a no-man's land miles wide buffers and isolated from the swarms. This constituted a declaration of utter defeat. The world's foremost power, the British Empire, had succumbed to insects and could only retreat. This isolation zone, stretching 4 miles, severed humanity from the lake entirely. It was a staggering admission of defeat to the world's foremost power. The British Empire had been vanquished by insects and could only retreat in disarray. For decades thereafter, the once fertile shores of Lake Victoria, once steaming with life, fell silent, becoming a vast monument to the parasite's power. This mass extinction reshaped the African landscape, rendering vast regions uninhabitable, dismantling social structures, and leaving a legacy of trauma and loss that reverberated across generations. The spectre had revealed its true power, and the colonial project that unleashed it now faced the threat of ruin. Without people, the empire could not function, and the people were vanishing into eternal slumber. The harrowing scenes in Uganda and the Congo finally compelled the colonial powers to confront her existential threat. This was no local health issue, but a crisis endangering the entire colonial enterprise. You cannot tax the dead, nor run plantations with a labor for sleep. A labor for sleep. The European powers that once viewed Africa as all and for conquest and resource or splendor now found themselves vanquished by microscopic organisms. The situation demanded urgent answers, and the only avenue lay in the emerging field of tropical medicine. Thus began the quest to hunt down the phantom. It was a race against time, a scientific detective story in makeshift African laboratories, searching for the cause of death. At the heart of this was Sir David Bruce, the Scottish pathologist and microbiologist who would ultimately name the Spectre. Renowned for his rugged tenacity, this Royal Army Medical Corps major served the Empire, yet remained ultimately beholden to scientific method, rigorous, patient, and exceptional. His first encounter with trypanosomes occurred not in humans, but in cattle. In 1894, he was dispatched to Zululand in southern Africa to investigate a mysterious disease called emagoma, which was ravaging the colonists' livestock. The local Zulus knew the cause. They pointed to the tsetse fly and were well aware of its breeding grounds. In 1894, he was dispatched to Zululand, South Africa, to investigate a mysterious disease known as rinderpest, which was decimating the colonist livestock. The local Zulus knew the cause well. They pointed to tsetse flies and were familiar with the fly's habitat areas inaccessible to cattle. European settlers were skeptical, attributing the disease to poisonous grass or air pollution. But Bruce heeded the locals' insight. He established a makeshift laboratorium. Alongside his wife, Maria, skilled microbiologist and indispensable collaborator, conducted rigorous experiments. He mapped the transmission pathways of lumpy skin disease, discovering they perfectly aligned with the distribution of tsetse flies. He dissected tsetse flies, extracted blood from infected cattle, and observed these microscopic organisms, spiral-shaped worms swimming among red blood cells under the microscope. He named this organism Brucella. In a decisive experiment, he brought healthy horses into the fly-infested zone, where they promptly fell ill and died. He collected tsetse flies from the infected zone and used them to infect healthy animals in uninfected areas. whereupon these animals also fell ill and died. The chain of evidence was thus complete. The flies were the vectors, the trypanosomes the causative agents. This foundational medical discovery proved for the first time that insects could transmit protozoan diseases to mammals, similarly infected with bovine spongiform encephalopathy. The chain of transmission was thus closed. Flies were the vectors, and trypanosomes the killers. This pioneering medical discovery proved for the first time that insects could transmit protozoan diseases to mammals. Yet his research subjects were animals. The mystery of human disease remained unsolved. In 1902, the Royal Society of London, alarmed by horrific reports from Uganda, dispatched a sleeping sickness investigation committee. The initial team, misled by erroneous clues, mistakenly identified filarial worms as the culprit. The epidemic continued to rage. In 1903, the Royal Society dispatched David Bruce. He and Mary arrived at the dying town of Entebbe on the shores of Lake Victoria, which served as an open-air hospital. Patients lay everywhere, at various stages of the disease. Bruce collaborated with the Italian physician Aldo Castiglione, who had already been working locally and, at a pivotal moment, isolated trypanosomes from the cerebrospinous fluid of 5 sleeping sickness patients. Yet he misdiagnosed it as filariasis. The epidemic persisted. The open-air hospital was filled with patients at every stage of the disease. Italian physician Aldo Castiglione, who had previously worked here, now joined Bruce's team. At this critical juncture, Castiglione had already identified trypanosomes in the cerebrospinous fluid of 5 sleeping sickness patients. Yet he remained cautious, uncertain whether the parasites were the primary cause or a secondary infection. When Bruce arrived and examined Castiglione's microscopic sections, he immediately recognized them as identical to the organism's parents. It is ink atoll infected with scrapie and Zuliana. The pathogen was identical, differing only in its host. With astonishing energy, Bruce and his team performed lumbar punctures on patients to collect precious cerebrospinous fluid samples. In nearly all advanced minor-stage cases of sleeping sickness, they found the parasite in both early and late minor-stage patients. They also detected it in blood and swollen lymph nodes. The evidence was irrefutable. Subsequently, he replicated another aspect of the Zuliana experiments. The team mapped the distribution of sleeping sickness across Uganda, then overlaid it with a distribution map of the local tsetse fly Glossina palpalis. The two maps aligned perfectly where the flies thrived. Lives were lost where they were absent. People survived. By late 1903, Bruce had confirmed the complete disease cycle. Infected individuals were bitten by tsetse flies, which ingested the trypanosomes while feeding. The parasites multiplied within the flies. Subsequently, infected flies bit healthy humans, injecting the trypanosomes into their bloodstream. The parasites first multiply in the bloodstream, causing fever and fatigue. Crucially, they breach the blood-brain barrier to invade the central nervous system. At this point, the spectre truly descends. Infection of the cerebrospinous fluid triggers devastating neurological symptoms, personality changes, confusion, uncontrollable drowsiness, tremors, paralysis, culminating in coma and death. With the invasion of a central nervous system, the spectre manifests in full. The assault on the cerebrospinous fluid triggers devastating neurological symptoms, personality changes, confusion, uncontrollable drowsiness, tremors, paralysis, culminating in coma and death. The spectre materializes. It is Trypanosoma brucei. A mystery that had baffled explorers and stumped doctors for a century was unraveled within months in a small laboratory in Entebbe. Yet naming the killer did little to halt its spread. Indeed, this discovery deepened the dread. For now, they knew that thousands of seemingly dormant individuals served as reservoirs for the parasite, acting as sources for the flies to transmit the pathogen. The authorities' sole recourse was isolation and displacement. the brutal strategy implemented around Lake Victoria. What was urgently needed was a cure. What German chemist Paul Ehrlich termed a miracle drug, a chemical agent capable of killing the parasite within the human body without harming the host. This quest marked the dawn of modern chemotherapy. The initial weapon was, fittingly, a poison. Arsenic was already known for its antibacterial properties. Researchers in Germany and France experimented with arsenic compounds, the most promising yet notoriously dangerous being arsenic toxin. Its name carried a grimly optimistic marketing implication. It was supposed to be a less toxic arsenic preparation. The reality proved the opposite. Arsenic toxin was excruciatingly toxic. Its use akin to a life minus or minus death gamble. Physicians had to master precise dosages, ensuring the arsenic destroyed the parasites before it destroyed the patient. The drug eroded optic nerves, causing permanent blindness, or inflicted irreversible damage to kidneys and liver. Doctors in African colonies began administering arsenic compounds like arose to thousands, a brutal and desperate medical measure. It proved effective for early minor-stage patients, eradicating the parasite and saving lives. Yet for most, the treatment itself became a second hell. They escaped the disease only to be condemned to blindness. For late minor-stage patients, however, arose proved largely ineffective. Once the parasite invaded the central nervous system, it could not penetrate the blood-brain barrier. The brain barrier. Once the parasite found refuge within the brain, it evaded the initial chemical assault. The quest to identify the cause was a remarkable triumph, a victory for reason and the scientific method. Yet the journey to find a cure had only just begun. This long, dark road was paved with toxic chemicals and agonizing choices, bearing witness to the tenacious resilience of this dreadful parasite, the very force that brought an empire to its knees. The human body was once a fortress, its blood a surging river patrolled by countless sentinels. Yet the parasite, the trypanomase, proved a cunning rebel, gliding through the bloodstream, constantly changing its guise, repeatedly altering its protein signature to evade capture. They could play hide and seek within the blood for months, even years. Patients experience only recurring fevers, headaches, general malaise, and aching joints, common symptoms easily overlooked. Yet the parasite multiplies relentlessly, biding its time, seeking pathways into the bloodstream. Patients feel only recurring fevers, headaches, general malaise, and aching joints, common symptoms easily overlooked. Yet the parasite proliferates in the shadow, biding its time to breach the core fortress, the can and center of self-awareness. It seeks a path straight to the brain. The brain does not float defenseless within the cranial cavity. It is guarded by an exquisite structure, the blood-brain barrier, a microscopic, precision-engineered frontier output. The blood-brain barrier. It is not a wall of stone and brick, but a living, breathing checkpoint formed by endothelial cells. These cells are arranged so tightly that passage is nearly impossible without proper credentials. This barrier safeguards the delicate chemical equilibrium of our thoughts and dreams, shielding them from the body's chaotic disturbances and maintaining a pristine, privileged environment. Yet trypanosoma is a masterful smuggler. It wins towards this sealed frontier, biding its time. Scientists still chart its precise pathways and secret codes. Some believe it bribes the barrier's sentinels, coaxing them to transport it across. Others observe it under the microscope, squeezing through tight cellular gaps, its slender body contorting like a phantom passing through solid walls. Still others believe it constructs its own bridges, releasing chemicals that cause the barrier to leak, creating microscopic fissures. A mere moment is enough for the vanguard to slip through unnoticed. However, it achieved the final breakthrough. This crossing marked the beginning of the end. The disease had entered its second phase. The fortress had fallen. When the parasite truly reached the cerebrospinous fluid, that clear, tranquil sea bathing the brain and spinal cord, it evaded most immune patrols. Upon reaching its destination, it commenced its operation, not with bullet minus like violent force, but with slow minus poison minus like patient corrosion and destruction. The brain responds with its sole effective defense, inflammation. Glial cells and microglia sound the alarm, unleashing a torrent of cytokines, messengers of panic meant to become a defensive conflagration, consuming the invaders. Yet within the enclosed, intricate structure of the central nervous system, the flames spread uncontrollably. Friendly fire destroying the very fortress it sought to protect. Brain tissue swells, transforming the patient's headache from a nuisance into a piercing, relentless torment. Then the parasite unleashes its most notorious act. It begins to steal time. Deep within the hypothalamus lies the core of the biological clock, the suprachiasmatic nucleus. This exquisitely elegant regulator of life's rhythms governs the cadence of fatigue and wakefulness. Intimately linked to sunrise and sunset, it governs the cadence of day and night. As the conductor of the circadian symphony, its clockwork mechanism is being dismantled tooth by tooth by the trypanomoses and the inflammation they provoke. The rhythm of rising and setting is the conductor of the circadian orchestra. The trypanomoses and their inflammation are dismantling the clock's gears one by one. The patient's circadian rhythm gradually disintegrates, nights descend into restless wakefulness. Like thoughts with the switch left on, days are swallowed by irresistible lethargy and fog. The farmer falls fast asleep while tilling the fields. The woman slumbers deeply while stirring the pot. Minus sleep cycles gradually disintegrate. Night brings restless tossing and turning consciousness. Like a perpetual motion machine, cannot be switched off. Daytime is swallowed by irresistible lethargy and fog. Farmers stand asleep while tilling the field. Women drift off while stirring pots by the hearth. These are not refreshing naps, but stolen fragments of time. Consciousness fractures awake, yet confused by memorial's drowsiness. Confusion reigns as sleep becomes fragmented, like shattered glass reflecting no order. Day and night merge into meaningless chaos. Weeks stretch into months, the damage deepening. Inflammation corrodes individuality, that intricate tapestry woven from memory. Desire and habit begins to unravel. The once cheerful become irascible, prone to sudden, unprovoked outbursts. The quiet contemplative may turn manic, words pouring forth like a torrent of disjointed thoughts. More common is the slow, silent attrition. Apathy descends unnoted. Joy, grief, and fear are all crushed into monotonous, grey notes of indifference. The face that once conveyed 1,000 emotions becomes a slack, hollow mask. The gaze is vacant. The body too begins to decay. Muscle control fades, hands tremble. Gait becomes unsteady. A comical shuffling. Speech grows slurred. Words tangled on the tongue, as if the brain can no longer send clear commands to the mouth. Saliva flows freely, struggling to swallow. They linger in life, yet fade away daily, diminishing bit by bit. This is the origin of the disease's name, the ultimate terror of slumber. Patients become spectres within their own shells, sitting for hours gazing into the void. If someone calls out, perhaps a flicker of recognition may appear, a slow turn of the head, but more often there is no response. Imprisoned within a cage of failing nerves, they eventually slip into a coma. They cannot be roused. In this state, they may linger for weeks or even months, emaciating from malnutrition and secondary infections. Their hearts still beat, their lungs still breathe, yet their souls have long departed. The parasite consumes their consciousness from within, leaving only an empty shell and hollow echoes. When death finally arrives, it is a silent mercy, the completion of a journey long since begun. Their slow, irreversible self, minus extinction, chills the observer. This is not merely a disease that destroys the body, it is a thief, plundering the soul piece by piece until only an empty shell remains for burial. In the early 20th century, when plague ravaged communities, such a terrifying descent was an incurable fate. A diagnosis equated to a death sentence, accompanied by an exceptionally cruel and protracted execution. The only uncertainty lay in when the spectre would finally abandon its vessel. Therapeutic exploration descended into a desperate quest, delving into the darkest recesses of pharmacology, where the line between medicine and poison became almost indistinguishable. Before antibiotics, physicians' arsenals brimmed with bizarre and brutal chemical agents against microbes. They wielded heavy metals for syphilis. They relied on mercury against pathogens. Their sole hope rested on the notoriously toxic arsenic compound. The philosophy was simple yet brutal. What German chemotherapist Paul Ehrlich termed the search for the magic bullet, a toxin potent enough to slay parasites yet selective enough to spare the patient's life. It was a terrifying gamble, compelling already debilitated patients to ingest known poisons, banking on their bodies proving more resilient than the parasites within. The early arsenic preparations, like non-toxic arsenic, were hailed as miracle cures. Their very name, carefully crafted marketing deception. The non-toxic label masked extreme toxicity. While effective against the parasites, its safety margin was razor-thin. Too low a dose spared the parasites. Too high destroyed the patient's optic nerves, plunging them into permanent darkness. Blindness was deemed an acceptable side effect. Yet arsenic and its successors like Cabergoni possessed a fatal flaw: they could not breach the blood-brain barrier, rendering them powerless against the neurological symptoms of the disease's second stage. They could eliminate parasites in the bloodstream, but could not reach the parasite's final refuge. The spectre within this machine remained untouchable for decades. A diagnosis of late-stage sleeping sickness remained a death sentence. Yet after the Second World War, as the world rediscovered its fascination with chemical innovation, Swiss tropical medicine specialist Ernst Friedheim rose to the challenge. Obsessed with arsenic poisoning, he was convinced this toxin could be tamed through weaponization, achieving greater precision. In his laboratory, he created a novel compound, a masterful fusion of arsenic formamide oxide and dimer-cot-propanol. Dimer-cot-propanol itself held a peculiar allure, better known by its British military designation, British antidote to lewisite BAL. Developed during the war as an antidote to lewisite, an arsenic-based chemical weapon. This substance thus became the catalyst for a dark medieval medical alchemy. Friedheim's fusion of poison with chemical warfare agent, lewisite BAL. This compound was developed during wartime as an antidote to the arsenic-based chemical wet and lewisite. Thus, in that dark mid-century, a peculiar medical alchemy commenced. Friedheim combined poison with a chemical warfare antidote, forging from this sinister union the first effective treatment for late-stage sleeping sickness, which he named myosulfide. To comprehend why submission, one must grasp despair. This was no gentle remedy, but a chemical sledgehammer. The viscous, oily liquid was intensely irritating to tissue, administered only intravenously with extreme caution. Patients required 3 or 4 injections over a month, lying utterly still as the thick fluid slowly entered their veins. The injection itself is excruciating, a searing pain that radiates up the arm. Side effects manifest immediately: intense fever, vomiting, and severe abdominal pain. Yet this is merely the beginning of the ordeal. The true peril of Meta's mine lies in its assault upon the brain. Unlike its predecessors, it breaches the blood-brain barrier, flooding the central nervous system to commence exterminating the myriad trypanosomes there. As the parasites perish, their remains release vast quantities of foreign proteins and toxins, assaulting the already inflamed brain. The patient's immune system, long defeated in its battle against the parasites, suddenly confronts this overwhelming tide of debris. Panicked, it launches a catastrophic, all-out counterattack. The result is what doctors term reactive encephalopathy, an explosive inflammation within the cranial cavity. With nowhere to expand, the brain tissue violently impacts the skull, subjecting the patient to a hellish ordeal. Sudden, excruciating pain within a week of the injection, followed by a sharp rise in fever, convulsive seizures, the body arching in spasms, then descending into delirium and coma. The brain was literally cooking itself. Physicians could only offer supportive care, waiting for the storm to pass. It would subside on its own. Yet most did not survive. The data was stark, even under optimal conditions. In a closely monitored hospital setting, Mir Schaefer still claimed 3% to 5% of patients, meaning 1 in every 20 seeking treatment for sleeping sickness perished from the therapy itself. In loosely regulated rural areas, mortality rates can reach 10%. Consider the patient's dilemma: consciousness fading, body deteriorating. Without treatment, death is inevitable, a slow, silent, and dignified decline ending in eternal coma. The only alternative is an injection of arsenic compounds. These highly corrosive substances demand meticulous handling, a therapy so radical it could trigger fatal cerebral convulsions. This was the fustian bargain physicians made daily in their consulting room. Coma. The sole alternative was an injection of arsenic, a highly toxic substance requiring meticulous handling, whose potent effects could induce lethal cerebral convulsions. In clinics across tropical Africa, this constituted a daily fustian bargain. The syringe holds both hope and destruction. Doctors call it cynical encephalopathy, a term that precisely captures the terrifying paradox. It is a massive gamble, fighting fire with a fusor, more uncontrollable blaze. For nearly 5 decades, it was their only real weapon. For thousands of survivors, it was nothing short of a miracle. The fog lifted from their minds, strength returned to their bodies, and they were hauled back from the brink of death. Yet for every 19 saved, 1 perished. The final, cruel casualties in this war against the parasite did not succumb to the disease itself, but to this desperate, agonizing treatment violence. Brutal though it was, the existence of this therapy fundamentally transformed the issue of sleeping sickness. It was no longer merely a matter of watching people die. It had evolved into a logistical, political, and social challenge of unprecedented scale. The disease could be conquered. In the early 20th century, the entities possessing the power, resources, and will to wage this struggle were the European colonial authorities. For France in equatorial Africa, Belgium in the Congo, and Britain in Uganda and Tanzania, sleeping sickness represented not merely a humanitarian crisis, but an economic and administrative catastrophe, depleting populations across vast, fertile territories, decimating labor forces, and rendering expansive regions ungovernable and unproductive. Thus, the colonial powers declared war. This war was fought not with soldiers and rifles, but with doctors, microscopes, syringes, and a set of rigid, systematic, and often coercive public health policies. At the heart of the operation were mobile medical teams. The French perfected the model of the General Service for Mobile Health and Prevention, SGHNP. These were not doctors making house calls, but mobile medical units equipped with specialist apparatus. Coercive public health policies were enforced. The core of the operation was mobile medical units, a model the French developed into the mature General Directorate of Mobile Health and Prevention, SGHNP. These were not doctors making house call, but self-contained, quasi-military public health units. Convoys laden with personnel, equipment, and records rolled into the region, establishing field headquarters to conduct comprehensive surveillance and thorough treatment. Local chieftains received orders on a designated date. Every village of men, women, and children alike must assemble in a designated open space. Absence was not an option. The scene resembled an industrial minor-scale, human processing operation. A long queue of people snaked across the dusty ground. Examinations were swift and systematic. Clerks first conducted a census, recording names, ages, and family relationships in ledgers. This constituted not merely medical records but colonial miners-style bookkeeping, rendering the populace legible and controllable. Physical examinations followed. Doctors or medical assistants palpated each individual's neck, probing for swollen lymph nodes in the posterior cervical triangle, the hallmark early sign of infection known as winter throat sign. Anyone exhibiting abnormal lymph nodes was immediately isolated. For suspected severe cases or individuals screened in high-risk zone. The next step was the dreaded lumbar puncture. Under makeshift tents or tree shade, patients were instructed to bend over or curl up on mats. A long needle was inserted between lumbar vertebrae to extract cerebrospinous fluid samples. In the field, lacking modern medical facilities, this procedure was excruciatingly painful and terrifying, particularly for children. The collected fluid was sent to field laboratories, examined under microscopes mounted on portable stands to observe the writhing forms of the trypanomoses. Diagnosis was immediate and absolutely definitive. Positive or negative. Stage 1 or Stage 2. Your fate hinged on what the person peering through the lens saw. For those confirmed positive, life was irrevocably altered. The core principle of the operation was to break the chain of transmission. Human populations were regarded as reservoirs for the parasite, with infected individuals posing a threat to entire communities and thus requiring isolation. Colonial authorities established special camps, sometimes termed quarantine stations, or more chillingly, lazarettes on aim borrowed from medieval leper colonies. Patients were forcibly removed from their villages, separated from families and farmlands, to undergo months of intensive treatment within these facilities. These camps were as a hybrid of hospital and prison, enclosed by fences, guarded at their gates. Life within was highly regimented, fixed times for meals, examinations, and injections of the painful thiosemicarbase, only later replaced by thioro. Though nominally medical, the experience resembled imprisonment. People lost their freedom, cut off from the outside world, a prison hybrid, barbed wire fences, guards stationed at the gates. Life within the camp was highly regimented, fixed meal times, regular check-up, injections of the painful curare later, replaced by cominic acid. Though ostensibly medical, it was in fact imprisonment. People lost their freedom, severed ties to the land, and shed their community roles, reduced to patient numbers and ledgers containers of disease to be controlled. This war waged on a second front, not merely against the parasite within the human body, but also against its environmental vector, the tsetse fly. Colonial authorities launched a massive environmental remodeling campaign aimed at destroying the fly's habitat. The core principle was this: tsetse flies depended on cool, damp environments for survival and reproduction, so eliminating shade would suffice. This operation was termed elite bush clearing. A long river basin, around water pools, and near villages, thousands of square kilometers of intact ecosystems were razed. Armies of local laborers conscripted by the colonial authorities wielded axes and machetes, clearing dense forest, thickets, and bare riverbanks. Lush woodlands were transformed into sun-baked open spaces where flies could not survive. The scale was staggering in the Belgian Congo and equatorial Africa. Vast protective corridors were carved out. Colonial authorities conscripted local laborers who wielded axes and machetes to fell forest, clear scrub, and strip riverbanks bare, transforming lush woodlands into sun-baked plains where flies could not survive. The scale was staggering in the Belgian Congo and French equatorial Africa. Vast protective corridors were laid along transport routes and around settlements. This ecological war to reshape the continent's landscape in the name of disease control was pursued with even more extreme tactics in other regions, particularly in British territories such as Tanganyika and Zugandivian, and our research revealed that tsetse flies fed on wild animals such as buffalo, antelope, and warthogs, which were identified as natural hosts for the parasites. A cold ecological calculation yielded a simple solution: eliminate the host. Colonial governments organized large minor-scale, officially sanctioned wildlife culls, with gamekeepers and special commission hunters shooting hundreds of thousands of animals in an attempt to starve out the tsetse fly population and control the epidemic. These operations were systematically documented in official report, reading like battlefield statistics, thousands of wildebeest eliminated, hundreds of bushbucks exterminated. These colossal campaigns epitomized colonial thinking in multiple dimensions, combining Western scientific knowledge with vast administrative power, while exhibiting profound disregard for the will of the colonized. The objective was to impose an order of rational hygiene upon African lands perceived as chaotic and diseased. Remarkably, it succeeded. Between the 1930s and 1960s, large minor-scale sleeping sickness epidemics were contained. Incidence rates plummeted, and millions of lives were saved. Yet victory came at a heavy price. It was built upon coercive measures, social upheaval, forced isolation, and extreme alterations to the natural environment. This war against sleeping sickness was both a war against a parasite and an exercise in absolute power, leaving a profound and complex legacy for the people and land it ought to save. The spectre of disease was banished, but the spectre of the campaign to combat it lingered longer. The grand colonial project, however sinister, was an order project, take real and obsessive geometric order. It drew cartographic lines across once empty lands, built trailways through impenetrable forests, and imposed systems upon societies that had flowed like water. In its own somber and systematic way, it imposed order upon the triponomy. By the mid-20th century, the pandemics that had emptied entire valleys had faded into memory, becoming tales told by elders. Mobile medical teams they equipped became a permanent fixture. Their Land Rovers and Citro rocks kicked up dust on remote tracts. The work never ceased: systematic village minus by minus village screening, population censuses, palpation of lymph nodes, microscopic examination of smears. Across this vast continent, this public health machine, lubricated by colonial budgets and driven by rigid hierarchies, the parasite had been driven back to its ancient reservoirs, those silent corners of forest and riverbank where it had always lurked. By 1960, fewer than 5 new cases emerged across the entire African continent. This astonishing triumph seemed to consign the spectre to eternal slumber. Yet empires are not eternal. They ebb and flow like the tides. After the Second World War, a new wind swept across Africa. London called it the wind of change. Accra, Leopoldville, Dakar called it the wind of liberation. Flag after flag was lowered: the Union Jack, the French tricolor, the Belgian black, yellow and red. Replacing them were the vibrant new colors of independence. It was an era of hope, of unimaginable possibilities, and of profound upheaval. The order once imposed by brutal force began to crumble. The fledgling nations faced a mountain of urgent tasks: building schools, laying roads, forming armies, drafting constitutions, and navigating the treacherous currents of the Cold War. A disease affecting mere thousands annually naturally fell off the priority list. The vast, costly system for combating sleeping sickness became a relic of colonialism. European doctors, administrators, and logisticians packed their bags and returned home. Funding from Brussels, Paris, and London trickled down to a mere drip before ceasing altogether. The machinery began to rust. In newly independent northern Congo, a Land Cruiser's axle snapped. Where once spare parts could be ordered from Europe and fitted by specialist technicians, now the truck was pushed to the roadside, silently surrendering to rust and vines. In remote Angolan clinics, Microscopes lost their focus, their delicate lenses fogged by humidity, left unrepaired. Southern Sudanese hospitals saw their pentamidine stocks expire as supply chains fractured entirely. These minute failures, like countless being briquettes of corrosion, dotted that tsetse fly belt. Yet to the trypanomas, they are invitations for 1,000 silent return visits. The parasite, indifferent to shifting flags, has long lain dormant in the blood of bushbucks, within the bellies of tsetse flies, and in the intestines of asymptomatic carriers missed during screenings a decade prior. With the collapse of surveillance system, it begins its advance. 8 tsetse fly bites an infected individual at Riverside Market. This fly now becomes a miniature weapon, traveling kilometers to bite another. It waits patiently in the gut of an asymptomatic carrier who has not been screened for a decade. With the monitoring system in ruins, it began its assault a fly, biting an infected individual at the Riverside Market. This miniature mobile weapon reversing several kilometers to bite another. That person boarded a bus bound for a regional town. Transmission chains once severed by rigorous screening were being reforged through invisible links. Post-colonial political turmoil became the parasite's most potent ally. Following Congo's independence in 1960, chaos, fragmentation, and civil war ensued. Belgium's meticulously constructed health care system evaporated overnight. Mobile medical teams disbanded. Medical records vanished. Personnel dispersed. As the nation remains Zaire under Mobutu Sese Seko's. During his rule, the nation teetered on the brink of crisis, with medical infrastructure outside the capital steadily deteriorating. In villages along the Congo River, specters began to haunt once more. People grew lethargic by day, their minds clouded, falling into deep, prolonged slumber. The elders recognized the signs sleeping sickness had returned. Following Angola's protracted bloody war of independence, the nation descended into decades of civil strife. Rural areas became no-man's lands controlled by warring factions. Mobile medical teams could not access these regions, and supplies could not reach them. The disease, once nearly eradicated, resurged, ravaging the displaced populations who had no access to treatment. South Sudan followed suit. The same tragedy repeated during the civil war's ravages at the turn of the 20th century. Uganda too. Idi Amin's tyranny and subsequent conflicts devastated the nation. War and turmoil proved fertile breeding grounds for disease. They spawned displaced populations. Forcing parasite couriers to migrate across unfamiliar territories, they destroyed the infrastructure essential for combating epidemics and cut off remote areas. Breeding grounds fought tsetse flies from the world. By the 1990s, the victories of the 1960s have become a distant, mocking memory. Case numbers no longer rose slowly but grew exponentially. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. In the mid-1990s, the World Health Organization issued a stark warning. They estimated the actual number of infected could reach 300, 0 or even 500. The majority resided in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, a nation plunged into the final violent collapse of Mobutu's regime. The pandemic of the early 20th century had returned. The colonial system had kept this monster at bay. When the system crumbled, the monster pushed open the door. The spectre was no longer an old man's tale, a legend. It was in the hut next door. Those hollow eyes bore witness to a system erected and then abandoned. For the handful of medical staff battling on the front lines of the epidemic's resurgence, the situation was a sobering nightmare. They possessed only 2 treatment options for advanced neurological disease. Neither ideal. One was Sol-Amyl, developed in 1920s Germany, which showed efficacy but carried a high failure rate. The second being the only truly effective medication. On the pandemic front lines, reality resembles a waking nightmare. They faced the treatment choices for advanced neurological diseases, each a lesser of 2 evils. The first is Sol-Amyl, an antiquated German drug from the 1920s that shows efficacy yet carries an alarmingly high failure rate. The second and only genuinely effective weapon is the arsenic compound P-, arsenic, a derivative of chemical warfare agents from the First World War. Its potency was terrifying while capable of eradicating the parasite. It could also claim the patient's life. When administered intravenously, patients described the solution as liquid fire coursing through their veins. The most dreaded side effect was reactive encephalopathy, a violent cerebral reaction that killed roughly half of those treated. Overall, 1 in every 20 patients treated with arsenic trihydroxide perished from the drug itself. Imagine this dilemma. Place yourself in the shoes of a doctor in a rudimentary clinic in the Congolese countryside. When a family brings in a loved one, a mother, or a son already in the comatose stage of the disease, you know that without treatment, death is certain. Yet the only remedy you can offer is poison. A dice-roll gamble with a 50% chance of instant lethality. You explain the situation to the family, gaze into their faces, then begin the infusion, praying the patient will be among the fortunate 19 rather than the one unlucky soul. This is the brutal calculus of treating acute fatal disease, unfolding during the peak of a new epidemic. In such a desperate and agonizing predicament, better drugs are not merely a demand but a profound moral imperative. Then a miracle arrived. It did not originate from jungle plants, nor from traditional remedies, nor even from tropical disease laboratories. Instead, it emerged from the field of cancer research. In the 1970s, Merrill Dow Pharmaceuticals. In the 1970s, a pharmaceutical company named Merrill Dow was developing a compound called difluoromethyl or nithi-DFMO. Its mechanism was ingenious. Cancer cells achieve uncontrolled division by relying on specific enzymes, with ornithine decarboclase being pivotal. DFMO was engineered to inhibit precisely this enzyme, effectively severing the fuel line to the cancer cell's engine and halting its growth. The company invested millions in research, testing its efficacy against colon, brain, and prostate cancers. Yet the results proved disappointing. It merely slowed tumor growth marginally, ultimately failing as an anti-cancer drug and destined for the shelf. Yet another promising molecule that fell short. Ultimately, it found a niche application in women's facial creams as an active ingredient to reduce unwanted body hair. But its career as a major life minus saving drug seemed to have ended before it even began. Yet science always has its mysterious ways. At Pace University in New York, a researcher named Cyrus Batch was studying the biochemical properties of trypanosomes. He was not a medical doctor, but a biologist obsessed with the internal mechanisms of parasites. He understood that trypanosomes, like cancer cells, excelled at rapid proliferation. These parasites multiplied voraciously within the human body. A flash of insight struck him. The energy supply chain of trypanosomes mirrored that of cancer cells. He was not a medical doctor, but a biologist fascinated by the internal mechanisms of parasites. He understood that trypanosomes, like cancer cells, excelled at rapid proliferation. These parasites multiplied voraciously within the human body. A revelation struck him. Might this parasite likewise rely on ornithine decarboclase to fuel its relentless division? He obtained samples of the failed anti-cancer drug DFMO with no human patients available. He infected laboratory mice. The results after drug injection were astonishing. Parasites vanished from the bloodstream, and the mice recovered. It was a perfect, complete eradication. The drug had found its true calling, not combating human tumors, but fighting protozoa within mice. The news rippled through the cash-strapped tropical disease research community like a slender thread of hope. In 1985, an opportunity arose to test whether this laboratory miracle could be applied to humans. An American woman infected with the disease in Africa had progressed to the late neurological stage and was slipping into coma. Doctors had previously administered mefloquine. Without success, parasites persisted in her spinal fluid, leaving her in critical condition. With no other recourse, her attending physician sought special permission from the WHO, the pharmaceutical company, to use the experimental anti-cancer drug DFMO. Once approved, the drug was slowly administered intravenously. All held their breath. She awoke. Her confusion dissipated. Her lethargy vanished, and spinal fluid tests showed the parasites had been eradicated. She was rescued from the brink of death. Subsequent field trials in overburdened clinics across Sudan and Congo yielded identical results. Comatose patients and those near death began to awaken. They sat up, demanded food, recognized their loved ones. It was like a biblical miracle. Nurses and local staff who had witnessed countless patients succumb to the disease and arsenic treatments named the drug the resurrection medicine. Sitting up, demanding food, recognizing loved ones. It was like something from the scriptures. Nurses and local staff who had witnessed countless patients succumb to the disease and its arsenic treatments christened the drug the resurrection medicine. Its name remained consistent across English, French, and Lingala, now known as efluorobenzamide. This miraculous compound proved far less toxic than mefloquine and demonstrated astonishing efficacy against Gambian malaria. Yet miracles must contend with balance sheets and profit margin. Alpha-9 is no ordinary pill. Its production is complex and costly. The treatment regimen is a logistical nightmare. 6 intravenous infusions daily for 14 consecutive days, spaced just 6 hours apart. This demands hospitalization, specialist personnel, and sterile equipment, resources most scarce precisely where the drug is needed most. Its target market was war-torn nations, where profitability was non-existent. By the mid-1990s, host Marion Russell, which had acquired the drug through corporate mergers, weighed production costs against near zero sales and made a commercial decision to cease production. This resurrected medicine, the only genuine hope for tens of thousands of critically ill patients, was about to vanish. It was precisely at this juncture that the modern frontline in the fight against malaria began to take shape. News of the evasion's discontinuation sent shockwaves through humanitarian circles. Medicine Sans Frontières (MSF), an organization emerging as a significant force in global health, resolved to step forward. They joined forces with the World Health Organization to launch a public advocacy campaign. The message was simple yet powerful. A treatment existed, yet was being withheld due to lack of profit margins. Through the stories of patients and doctors, they revealed the human face behind the crisis, those agonizing choices. Media coverage was extensive, proving a public relations disaster for the pharmaceutical company. The pressure of public opinion proved effective, culminating in a landmark agreement into 2001. Aventis Pharmaceuticals, now part of Sanofi, pledged to resume production, donate 5 years' worth of drugs to the WHO valued at $60 million, and transfer technology to other manufacturers to ensure future supply. This victory not only saved sleeping sickness patients, but also upheld the core principle of essential drug accessibility. This triumph held profound significance not only for sleeping sickness patients but also for the core value of essential drug accessibility, demonstrating that coalitions of passionate individuals, NGOs, and international bodies could alter the cold logic of the market. The life-saving drug was reborn, yet securing the medicine was one challenge. Ensuring patients could access it presented another. This required a new generation of mobile medical teams to return to regions abandoned decades earlier by the colonial system. The situation at the turn of the millennium was dire. In parts of the Democratic Republic of Congo, prevalence rates reached 70%, leaving entire villages deserted, inhabitants either dead or dying, fields untended, unhurried, heavy silence hanging in the air. This was the landscape greeting the new front line. a coalition of the willing comprising the National Sleeping Sickness Control Program, cash-strapped local authorities, international partners like the WHO, and NGOs such as Medicine Sans Frontières adopted a strategy directly modeled on the modern -day, equivalent of Eugene Hamort's mobile medical team. They termed it active case finding. The logic straightforward. One cannot wait for patients to seek treatment. Comprising cash-strapped local governments, international partners like the WHO, and NGOs such as Medicine Sans Frontières. Their strategy was a direct echo of history, recreating a modern version of Eugene Hamort's mobile medical team. They called it active case finding. The logic is straightforward. One cannot simply wait for patients to arrive. By the time a sleeping sickness patient becomes ill enough to seek medical attention, even where clinics exist, they are often already in the second neurological stage. It is imperative to actively track the disease, penetrating the most remote, forgotten corners of the countryside to identify the parasites lurking in patients' blood. Individuals you may not even realize they are infected. Consider the logistics. A team of over 10 personnel, nurses, laboratory technicians, support staff assemble in the provincial capital. Their destination lies a week trek upstream along a tributary of the Congo River. They load equipment onto a long wooden vessel known as a pirogue. Medical kits, generators, fuel, tents, provisions, and refrigerated boxes packed with ice to preserve sensitive diagnostic reagents. The upstream journey is slow, the air thick with humidity, passing through villages ravaged by disease. The team is entering malaria's haunted heartland. Upon arrival, the foremost task was to build trust. This village, scarred by decades of neglect, conflict, and exploitation, naturally harbored deep wariness towards outsiders. The team leader met with the village chief and elders, explaining their identities and purpose, and detailing the dangers of malaria. Upon arrival, the foremost task was to build trust. This village, scarred by decades of neglect, conflict, and exploitation, naturally harbored deep wariness towards outsiders. The team leader met with the village chief and elders, explaining their identities and purpose, detailing the dangers of sleeping sickness, and requesting permission to establish a clinic, often unlocated in a church, schoolhouse, or simply beneath the shade of a mango tree. News spread through the village. Screening would commence the following day. At dawn, the clinic quietly commenced its orderly operation. Generators hummed into life, powering small centrifuges and refrigerators. People queued up, advancing one by one. The first step involved a simple finger-prick blood sample, with a drop placed onto a white card. This was the Trypanosoma Congo Red Agglutination Test, CATT, a miracle of field diagnostics. After adding reagent, the card must be gently shaken for 5 minutes. If the blue particles in the reagent distribute evenly, the result is negative, indicating the individual is currently healthy. But if the particles clump together to form distinct blue spots, the test is positive, meaning the body has produced trypanosoma antibodies, and the parasite is present or has been present. For medical staff, each positive CATT result is a tense moment. Though not a definitive diagnosis, it serves as a critical indicator. The individual is taken aside, and the result is conveyed in hushed tones. Further tests are then required to confirm parasite presence and, crucially, determine the disease stage. Has the parasite remained confined to the blood and lymphatic system, or breached the blood-brain barrier? Answering this necessitates cerebrospinous fluid analysis, achieved via lumbar puncture. Imagine in a makeshift clinic beneath village trees, without electricity or running water. This invasive medical procedure is performed. It demands exceptional technical skill, impeccable hygiene, and profound trust between patient and nurse. Minus nurse's trust, the patient curls sideways. The nurse locates the correct lumbar space, The needle penetrates. A few drops of clear cerebrospinous fluid, the liquid bathing the brain and spinal cord, are collected into a test tube. The sample is sent to a makeshift laboratory, a folding table with a portable microscope. The technician stains the sample, peering through the eyepiece, searching for the tiny, wriggling crescent-shaped trypan, a mouse morphology. If it appears, a diagnosis confirmed. Phase to the spectre reveals itself, such is the daily reality on the modern frontline. The slow, patient patient pursuit of pathology, a process of individual screening. Yet confirmation marks only the beginning. The true challenge lies in treatment. In the early 21st century, this meant transporting patients to hospitals, often accessible only after days of travel by boat, persuading them to leave family and fields for 2 weeks of intravenous flunopride therapy, enduring hospital stays fraught with discomfort and uncertainty. This resurrection drug, though miraculous, came at a high cost. The situation gradually improved. In 2009, the Drugs for Neglected Diseases Initiative announced a major breakthrough. The N-if-ertimox combined therapy, and ECT, a combination of fluoronet and another drug, N-if-ertimox. By combining flunarizines with N-if-ertimox, the treatment protocol was simplified and shortened. Fewer infusions, reduced hospital stays, and efficacy against parasites showing signs of flunarizine resistance. NECT became the new gold standard, easing the logistical burden on field teams. Yet the quest for new therapies continued. Year after year, medical teams venture deep into conflict, owns along rivers and muddy trail, where they must negotiate passage rights with government forces in rebel faction, and consult with militia groups. Neutrality is their sole shield, screening hundreds of thousands annually. Each person identified and treated breaks a chain of transmission. They are depleting the reservoir of host-fought CT flies. The impact is significant. Estimates indicate that the 500 Zorro cases recorded in the late 1990s began to decline. In 2009, annual reported cases fell below 10. Zorro for the first time in decades. By 2015, this figure had fallen below 3. Zorro in 2018, global new cases dropped below 1. Zorro for the first time, representing a reduction of over 95% from peak levels. The World Health Organization had set the goal of eliminating sleeping sickness as a public health problem by 2020, meaning annual cases on the African continent would be controlled below 2. Zorro, this target was achieved ahead of schedule. This ancient scourge, which has plagued vast swaths of Africa for all centuries, has been pushed to the brink of extinction. This represents a victory for persistent partnerships and scientific progress, but above all, it is a triumph of the quiet courage of thousands of health workers, those who day after day venture to the front lines, hunting down the last vestiges of the disease, pulling patients back from the brink of death before the illness completely consumes their consciousness. Yet such a profound triumph remains fragile. Driving the disease to the brink is one challenge, permanently containing it is another. Trypanosomes are patient parasites, surviving for millennia through stealth, hiding in places difficult to detect. The most perfect hiding place, however, remains invisible to us, asymptomatic human carriers. The infected show no signs. For Gambia trypanosomes, responsible for most cases, patients can harbor the parasite in their blood for months, or even years while feeling perfectly healthy. They are silent reservoirs of the pathogen. They feel well, live their lives as normal, fish by the river, labor in the fields. Whenever its tsetse fly bites them, the insect may carry the parasite, initiating a new chain of infection with its next bite. This is precisely the spectre haunting the final phase of sleeping sickness eradication today. As case numbers plummeted, the high cost of large scale active screening programs became difficult to justify. Why dispatch mobile medical teams onto week treks to remote villages to test 1,000 people, potentially uncovering only one case or none at all. Health departments, perpetually strained for funds, faced more pressing priorities, diseases claiming far greater lives. Consequently, the robust surveillance system that had driven down case numbers began to falter. Why dispatch mobile medical teams on a 2-week trek to remote villages to test 1,000 people, only to potentially identify one case or none at all? Health departments, perpetually strained for funds, face more pressing priorities, diseases with higher death tolls. Consequently, the surveillance system that drove the decline in cases begins to decelerate. Mobile testing teams disband. CATT reagents sit idle. Expertise is lost. A new generation of healthcare workers has grown up, having never encountered a single case of sleeping sickness. They may misdiagnose early. Vague symptoms like fever, headache, and joint pain as malaria, typhoid, or other illnesses. Patients are sent away with incorrect treatment. Parasites continue to multiply, advancing slowly yet inexorably towards the brain. This is the trap of success when a disease becomes rare. We begin to forget how to recognize it, and this very forgetting creates the perfect conditions for its resurgence. All it takes is one undetected source of transmission, one small community of asymptomatic carriers, like smoldering embers hidden in the undergrowth. Should surveillance slacken, this source will expand. Carriers may migrate to new regions, reintroducing parasites to areas declared free for years. With slow, insidious progression, resurgence may only be detected 5 to 10 years later. By the time the first patients exhibit classic neurological symptoms, confusion, unsteady gait, daytime lethargy, the epidemic may already be widespread. The spectre will return. Persistent regional challenges with the parasite further compound the difficulties. Tsetse flies recognize no borders, nor do human conflicts. Civil war in the Central Africa and Republican violent clashes in Eastern Democratic Republic of the Congo are not merely humanitarian crises but public health emergencies, undoing decades of progress in neglected disease control. When security systems collapse, health systems bear the brunt. Screening ceases. Treatment centers are abandoned or destroyed, and displaced populations flee precisely to the forests and river valleys where tsetse flies thrive. These are the very breeding grounds of sleeping sickness, hidden in the shadows of chaos, beyond the reach of the state and the gaze of the world. The parasite itself is the undisputed master of adaptation. While new therapies represent a godsend, medical history remains an arms race. Each novel drug introduces fresh, selective pressure, potentially fostering randomly acquired drug-resistant variants within patients. Should such strains proliferate, they threaten to become a pandemic. The most dreaded nightmare scenario is this: should drug-resistant parasites emerge that render first-line therapies ineffective. We may revert to the dark days of mefloquine or face a complete lack of available treatments. This necessitates continuous drug surveillance, detecting the faintest signs of resistance before it erupts into a full-blown crisis. The 2018 approval of fake-wimazole, the first entirely oral treatment for advanced Gambian sleeping sickness, marked a major breakthrough by eliminating the need for intravenous administration and hospitalization. It made treatment accessible and feasible in remote areas. Yet this is not final victory, merely a superior weapon in an endless war. We must persistently develop next-generation armaments. Thus, guarding against the spectre's return is an unending silent mission, sustaining a handful of highly specialist reference laboratories, training healthcare workers to include this forgotten disease among diagnostic possibilities, persuading donors and governments to fund ongoing surveillance despite its near-extinction on paper, embedding sleeping sickness prevention within primary healthcare systems, equipping village clinic nurses with the tools and knowledge for sentinel surveillance, This demands we remember absence of trace does not equate to absence of disease. The parasite still lurks in the shadows, lurking in the blood of a few, lurking in the abdomen of the fly, waiting, lurking in the gut, waiting. The long history of this disease is a history of cycles, a history of control and collapse woven from vigilance and complacency. Large minor scale campaigns once drove it into shadow, freeing an entire generation from its terror. Yet, inevitably, the world's gaze shifted elsewhere, and the control system gradually decayed. Tsetse flies and parasites quietly returned. Now we stand at the culmination of the most successful control effort. Having cornered this ancient killer, a question hangs suspended in the still air of the Congo Basin. Is this time different? Have we finally grasped that vanquishing such foes is not a one-off triumph, but an eternal state of vigilance? The spectre has been banished but not vanquished, and will inevitably lie in wait. Is this time different? Have we finally grasped that vanquishing such foes is not an isolated event, but an eternal state of vigilance? The spectre has been banished but not vanquished. It will wait indefinitely for our complacency, for our forgetfulness, for our slumber during the night watch. When this silent tale concludes, you need do nothing more. If you have already drifted into slumber, may this tranquility last through the night. If you still lie awake, welcome to rest here until your heart is content.